the Green New Deal should rightfully be seen as offering a fully viable alternative to austerity economics, along with the only realistic path for keeping us from becoming the 21st century asteroid clone. Trump is consolidating far-right power globally. C.J. Polychronua, Noam. In 2016 Trump called U.S. foreign policy a complete and total disaster, claiming that previous administrations in the post-Cold War era were guided by unrealistic expectations that damaged America's national interests. Since taking office, he has withdrawn the country from a series of international agreements, demanding that countries pay for U.S. protection, and seeking to advance U.S. economic interests through tariffs and protectionism. These moves have led many analysts to speak of a new era in U.S. relations with the world. What's your own take on Trump's foreign policy? Noam Chomsky. One of the most appropriate comments I've seen on Trump's foreign policy appeared in an article in The New Republic written by David Roth, the editor of a sports blog, the spectacle of expert analysts and thought leaders parsing the actions of a man with no expertise or capacity for analysis is the purest acid satire, but less because of how badly that expert analysis has failed than because of how sincerely misplaced it is. There is nothing here to parse, no hidden meanings or tactical Ellis-ions or slow-rolled strategic campaign. That seems generally accurate. This is a man, after all, who dismisses the information and analyses of his massive intelligence system in favor of what was said this morning on Fox and Friends, where everyone tells him how much they love him. With all due skepticism about the quality of intelligence, this is sheer madness considering the stakes. And it continues, in ways that are almost surreal. At the recent G20 conference, Trump was asked about Putin's statement that Western liberalism is obsolete. Trump assumed he must be talking about California, Western liberalism. Putin may feel that way, Trump responded, he sees what's going on. And I guess, if you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, where it's so sad to look, and what's happening in San Francisco and a couple of other cities which are run by an extraordinary group of liberal people. He was asked why the US alone is refusing to join the G20 in a commitment to address global warming and responded by praising the quality of US air and water, apparently not understanding the distinction. It's hard to find a comment on foreign policy that departs from this impressive norm. Efforts to detect some coherent global strategy indeed seem to be a kind of acid satire. Not that there is no coherent policy. There is one policy that emerges from the chaos, the kind we would expect from an egotistical con man who has one principle, me. It follows that any treaty or agreement reached by predecessors, particularly the despised Obama, is the worst deal in history, which will be replaced by the greatest deal in history negotiated by the most accomplished deal maker of all time and greatest American president. Similarly, any other action carried out in the past was misguided and harmed America, but will be corrected by the stable genius now in charge of defending America from those who are cheating and assaulting it on all sides. It makes no difference what the consequences are, terrible, decent, indifferent, as long as the imagery is preserved. It may be recalled that a president who obtains his picture of the world from Fox and Friends is not an entirely new phenomenon. 40 years ago, a revered predecessor, Ronald Reagan, was learning about the world from movies, and was so mesmerized that he even came to believe that he had taken part in the liberation of Nazi concentration camps, while not leaving California. All of this tells us something about modern politics. But Trump can't be compared to Reagan, any more than farce can be compared to tragedy, to paraphrase Marx. It's understandable that the farce elicits ridicule, and no doubt some are relishing the coming photo op of Trump and Boris Johnson upholding Anglo-American civilization. But for the world, it's dead serious, from the destruction of the environment and the growing threats of terminal nuclear war to a long list of other crimes and horrors. The most dangerous immediate foreign policy crisis is the conflict with Iran, which has been deemed the official source of all evil. Iran must end its aggression and become a normal country like Saudi Arabia, which is making rapid progress in Trump's fantasy world, even a great job in Saudi Arabia from the standpoint of women, he explained at G20. The charges against Iran resonate through the media echo chamber with little effort to assess the validity of the accusations, which hardly withstand analysis. Whatever one thinks of Iranian international behavior, by the miserable standards of US allies in the region, not to speak of the US itself, it is not much of a competitor in the rogue state derby. In the real world, the US unilaterally decided to destroy the well-functioning nuclear agreement, JCPOA, with ludicrous charges accepted by virtually no one with the slightest credibility, and to impose extremely harsh sanctions designed to punish the Iranian people and undermine the economy. The US government also uses its enormous economic power, including virtual control of the international financial system, to compel others to obey Washington's dictates. None of this has even minimal legitimacy. The same is true of Cuba and other cases. The world may protest. Last November, the UN General Assembly once again condemned the US embargo on Cuba, 189-2, only the US and Israel voted against the resolution. But in vain. The weird idea of the founders that one might have decent respect to the opinions of mankind has long vanished, and the pained bleatings of the world pass in silence. On Iran as well. This is not the place to pursue the matter, but there is a good deal more to say about the US specialty of resorting to sanctions, with extraterritorial reach, to punish populations, a form of American exceptionalism that finds its place within what Nick Turse calls the American system of suffering in Kill Anything That Moves, his harrowing expose of the US assault on the civilian population of South Vietnam. The right to engage in this malicious practice is accepted as normal in the US doctrinal system, with little effort to analyze the actual motives in individual cases, the legitimacy of such policies, or, in fact, even their legality. Matters of no slight significance. With regard to Iran, within the government media doctrinal system, the only question that arises is whether the victim will respond in some way, maybe by violating the agreement that the US has demolished, maybe by some other act. And if it does, it obviously will be deemed to deserve brutal punishment. In commentary made by US officials and media, Iran violates agreements. The US merely withdraws from them. The stance is reminiscent of a comment by the great anarchist writer and wobbly activist T-Bone Slim, "Only the poor break laws, the rich evade them." Analysts have tried hard to detect some grand strategy behind the US assault on Iran, another exercise in futility. It's easy enough to detect the goals of the thugs surrounding Trump. For Pompeo and Bolton, the goal is to smash the miscreant from a safe distance, so that it isn't costly for us. And damn the consequences. Trump himself seems to see it quite differently. Whether he in fact called off a military strike because of his compassion for 150 possible victims, who knows? The only evidence comes from a source that is not famous for its credibility. But it seems clear that he doesn't want a war, which would spoil all the fun and games that he is so greatly enjoying, and would harm his electoral prospects. It's far better to go into the elections facing the cosmic threat of an evil enemy that only the bold and courageous leader is able to confront, not any of those weak-kneed Dems, surely none of those mere women. Reagan grasped the principle as well when he boldly faced the threat of Nicaragua, strapping on his cowboy boots and warning that Nicaraguan troops were only 2 days' march from Harlingen, Texas, and declaring a national emergency because of the extraordinary threat to the security and survival of the U.S. This is not the place to pursue the matter again, but in the background of the Iran conflict are some unmentionable facts. The alleged threat of Iranian nuclear weapons can readily be overcome by adopting the demand of the Arab states, Iran, and in fact virtually the entire world, to establish a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region, a policy to which the US and UK have a unique obligation, and which the US regularly blocks for reasons that are hardly obscure. If the US were to officially acknowledge the existence of Israel's nuclear arsenal, the huge flood of aid to Israel would be illegal under US law, and of course, Israel's weapons of mass destruction cannot be subject to inspection. What about tariffs? Tariff Man tells us that the tariffs are designed to promote US economic interests, but whether he believes it or not, or cares, we have no idea. Political pronouncements can rarely be taken at face value, and Trump is not notorious for his truthfulness and credibility. There is, to put it charitably, scant evidence for Trump's boast that his tariffs are forcing China to pour billions of dollars into the Treasury Department. We never had 10 cents coming into our treasury under past administrations, he explained. Now we have billions coming in. In the real world, the costs of the tariffs are borne by U.S. companies, which may choose to compensate by reducing wages, and consumers, burdened with a highly regressive tax that targets mostly the less affluent. In brief, Trump's tariffs are yet another one of his policies to harm American workers and the poor. It is, however, true that billions are involved. A study by the New York Fed with Princeton and Columbia Universities estimates that U.S. companies and consumers have paid $3 billion a month in additional taxes because of tariffs on Chinese goods and on aluminum and steel from around the globe, in addition to a $1.4 billion in costs to U.S. companies related to lost efficiency in 2018. The tariff war against China may lead to some shifting of assembly operations from China to Vietnam and other countries with even lower labor costs, but as for the U.S. economy, more typical is the decision of Apple a few days ago to shift Mac Pro computer assembly from Texas to China. Trump's tariff wars seem to relate primarily to domestic policy, crafted with the coming election in view. He has to somehow convince his voting base that he is the one man in the country protecting battered Americans who are suffering from the carnage created by his predecessors, which is real enough for a great many Americans, as illustrated dramatically by the astonishing decline in life expectancy among white, working-age Americans, attributed to deaths of despair, a phenomenon unknown in developed societies. Trump's trick is to wave a big club and threaten others with dire consequences unless they stop torturing poor America and agree to play fair. When we take all this apart, a different picture emerges, much as in the case of the ominous threat of Iran. But what matters for the con game is the alternative reality that the conjurers are concocting. With no little success. It's a mistake to underestimate Trump, to borrow W. Bush's neologism. He is a canny demagogue and manipulator, who is managing to maintain the allegiance of the adoring crowds that believe he is standing up for them against the hated elites, while also ensuring that the primary Republican constituency of extreme wealth and corporate power are doing just fine, despite some complaints. And they surely are, in fact, making out like bandits with help from Trump and his associates. It is quite remarkable to see how effectively alternative reality is created. Iran is typical, but the successes are far broader. Consider the charge that China is killing us, stealing our jobs, joined by Mexican robbers. How is China killing us? Did China have a gun to the head of CEO Tim Cook of Apple, ordering him to end the last vestige of production of Apple computers in the US? Or Boeing, or GM, or Microsoft, or any of the others who have shifted production to China? Or were the decisions made by bankers and investors in corporate boardrooms in New York and Chicago? And if the latter, is the solution to wave a fist at China or to change the mode of decision-making in the US by shifting it to the hands of stakeholders, workers, and communities, or at least giving them a substantial role, as democratic theory would suggest? It seems a fairly obvious question. Oddly, it isn't raised, while the official mantra persists unperturbed. It's claimed that China imposes unfair conditions on investors, demanding technology transfer, following the pattern of development of others from England and the US to the East Asian tigers. Perhaps so. If Apple and others don't like these conditions, they're free not to invest in China. Worshippers of free enterprise and the market should surely agree. Another charge is that China is unfairly pursuing an industrial policy that subsidizes favored industries. If so, US political leaders and analysts should be cheering. According to the economic doctrines they profess, China is harming its economy by departing from the optimal free market mode of development, thus contributing to US economic hegemony. What's the problem? Somehow, that's not what we hear. Nor do we hear much about how this is normal policy in Western state capitalist societies, notoriously in the US throughout its history, and dramatically since World War II, the basis for the creation of today's high-tech economy, and continuing today. What appears to be a more credible charge is that China is violating the intellectual property rights regime, TRIPS, established in the World Trade Organization. Suppose so. Several questions arise. One is, who gains, who loses? To a large extent, American consumers gain, while Big Pharma, Microsoft, and others, granted exorbitant and unprecedented patent rights, under TRIPS suffer some reduction in their enormous profits. That leads at once to another question: is the TRIPS regime legitimate? True, it was established by interstate agreement, but who made those decisions? Did the public have any role, or even know what was happening? Hardly. The misnamed free trade agreements are more properly described as investor rights agreements, often with little relation to trade in any meaningful sense, and not surprisingly, serving the interests of their designers in the investor class. Other elements of the "China is killing us" complaints actually make sense. Concern is often openly expressed that Chinese progress might leave the US behind, for example, that Huawei's cheaper and superior technology may give them an unfair advantage in establishing 5G networks. Plainly, that has to be stopped, US officials argue, along with Chinese economic development generally. Their concerns are reminiscent of the 1980s, when superior Japanese manufacturing techniques were undermining inefficient US enterprises, and the Reagan administration had to intervene to block Japanese imports by voluntary export restraints where voluntary means agree or else, and other devices to enable backward American management to catch up. Without proceeding, while there are some detectable strategic objectives, much of what is offered and discussed is concealing something quite different. And there is good reason to agree that the side of experts seeking to detect some grand strategy behind Trump's antics is the purest acid satire. But there is a strategy. And it is working quite well. One of Trump's stated objectives behind his understanding of diplomacy is to turn enemies into friends. Is there any evidence that he is actually pursuing such a diplomatic objective? I have in mind, in particular, the cases of North Korea and Russia. In this case, the stated objective seems real. It elicits ridicule and bitter condemnation across the mainstream political spectrum. But whatever Trump's motives may be, the general policy makes some sense. The Panmunjom Declaration of the Two Koreas in April 2018 was a highly significant event. It called for the two Koreas to proceed toward amicable relations and eventual denuclearization on their own accord, without the external interference that has often in the past undermined what seemed to be initiatives with some promise, repeated interference from the US, as the historical record shows, facts commonly evaded in reporting. In this declaration and related agreements, as discussed by Korea specialist Chung In-moon in the main establishment journal Foreign Affairs, for the first time the two Koreas laid out specific timetables and took concrete and promising steps toward reduction of tensions and disarmament, developments that should be welcomed and supported. To his credit, Trump has largely adhered to the request of the two Koreas. His recent meeting with Kim at the demilitarized zone, the symbolic border crossing, and possible tentative agreements are steps that with goodwill could have salutary consequences. They might facilitate efforts of the two Koreas to proceed on the difficult path toward accommodation and might offer a way to relieve the sanctions that are blocking badly needed aid to the north and contributing to a major humanitarian crisis there. All of this may infuriate commentators across the spectrum, but if there is a better way to bring peace to the peninsula and to take steps toward denuclearization and reform within the North Korean dictatorship, no one has yet informed us about it. Putin's Russia need not be turned into a friend, but cooperative relations with Russia are a prerequisite for survival. Trump's record on this score is mixed. Mattis's Nuclear Posture Review, February 2018, poses very severe threats, escalated since by the unbelievable decision to carry forward development of hypersonic weapons. Adversaries are doing likewise. The right approach is diplomacy and negotiations to prevent a suicidal course, but there is not a hint of that. The same is true of the INF Treaty negotiated by Reagan and Gorbachev, which significantly reduced the risks of terminal war. Each side claims that the other is violating the treaty. The right approach is to have neutral analysts investigate the claims and to negotiate an end to such violations as are discovered. The worst approach is to withdraw from the treaty, as the US is doing, with Russia following. The same considerations hold for the other major arms control treaty, New START. Throughout, it seems that John Bolton, consistent in his malevolence, has succeeded in blocking progress and driving policy in directions that are extremely ominous. What's your assessment of the Trump administration's Middle East plan? And how instrumental is Jared Kushner's role in this? I presume that Kushner is the main architect, as reported. What has been released so far is fairly straightforward and consistent with earlier policies of the administration authorizing Israel's takeover of the Golan Heights and development of Greater Jerusalem, all in violation of Security Council orders, backed at the time by the U.S. At the same time, the meager U.S. aid to Palestinians has been terminated on the grounds that they do not thank the boss politely enough when he is undermining their most elementary rights. The Kushner plan carries this forward. Israel is to be granted the fondest wishes of its expansionist leadership. The Palestinians are to be bought off by development funds provided by others, not the U.S. The essence of the Trump-Kushner deal of the century was captured succinctly by Israeli UN Ambassador Danny Danon. In the New York Times, Palestinians should realize that the game is over and surrender. Then there can be peace, another triumph of the great negotiator. In this case there is an underlying strategic objective, to consolidate the alliance of reactionary states, the oil monarchies, Egypt, Israel, as a base for U.S. power in the region. That is by no means something new, though earlier variants had somewhat different forms and were less visible than today. These objectives fall within a broader strategy of forming a global reactionary alliance under the U.S. aegis, including the illiberal democracies of Eastern Europe, Hungary's Orban, etc., and Brazil's grotesque Jair Bolsonaro, who, among other virtues, shares with Trump the dedication to undermine prospects for a livable environment by opening up the Amazon, the lungs of the earth, to exploitation by his friends in mining and agribusiness. That's a natural strategy for today's Trump-McConnell Republican Party, well ensconced to the far right of the international spectrum, even beyond the European populist parties that were not long ago considered a contemptible fringe. Without asking you to play the role of a Cassandra, how do you think history will assess Trump's stance on climate change, which is by far the biggest global challenge facing the world? To borrow from Wittgenstein, with a slight tweak, whereof one cannot speak politely, thereof one must remain silent. Trump's actions on Syria reflect the foreign policy of a con man. C.J. Polychronua, Noam. Since coming to office, Trump has shown on numerous occasions that he is not a normal foreign policy president. But can you make any sense out of his stance toward Syria? Noam Chomsky, the first of Trump's recent steps was to withdraw the small U.S. contingent that was a deterrent to Turkey's expansion of its invasion of Syria and to authorize Erdogan's plans to extend his atrocities and ethnic cleansing of Syrian Kurds. His second step was to move U.S. troops to secure the oil-producing areas. The latter, apparently after he was told about the oil, is easy to understand. He has held all along that our only standing interest in the Middle East is to secure its oil for our own benefit. As for the first step, we can only speculate, but it seems quite likely that the motive is what guides him consistently. How will the action affect me? Trump is an effective con man who has a good sense of what animates his voting base. In this case, he presumably expected, correctly it seems, that withdrawing a few hundred troops would appeal to the sector of the population that resonates to his message that America is foolishly expending its blood and treasure to help unworthy people who don't even thank us for our sacrifices on their behalf. Moreover, Trump is the first president to stand up for the suffering American people instead of giving everything away to foreigners out of stupidity, or treachery. It's worth recalling that repeated polls have shown that Americans vastly overestimate the scale of foreign aid and recommend that it be considerably higher than it actually is, putting aside what constitutes aid. Much has been written and said about the betrayal of the Kurds, a U.S. ally in the war against ISIS, also known as Daesh. This isn't, however, the first time that the US has betrayed the Kurds and other former allies. Betrayal of the Kurds has been virtually a qualification for office since Fort Kissinger abandoned them to the mercy of Saddam Hussein when they were no longer needed. Reagan went so far as to support his friend Saddam's chemical warfare campaign against Iraqi Kurds, seeking to shift the blame to Iran and blocking congressional efforts to respond to these hideous crimes. Clinton's method was to provide the arms for the murderous government assault on Turkish Kurds, which killed tens of thousands, wiped out 3,500 towns and villages, and drove hundreds of thousands from their homes. See Noam Chomsky, The New Military Humanism, Chapter 3. London, Pluto Press, 1999. As Clinton's flood of military aid increased, so did the shocking crimes, and Turkey became the prime recipient of American arms, outside of Israel-Egypt, a separate category. Trump's contribution is particularly disgusting. The Kurds lost 11,000 soldiers, men and women, leading the war against ISIS for which Trump claims credit, helped by some U.S. Special Forces. 5 casualties are reported, and air support. Erdogan demanded that Kurds eliminate defensive fortifications, filling in trenches, etc., near the border, and at the request of the U.S. command, they complied, trusting Washington's promise that it would protect them from a further Turkish assault. Trump's series of tweets on Monday, October 7, 2019, following a phone call with his counterpart Erdogan on Sunday evening, broke that promise, leaving Kurds exposed to the invasion by Turkish-backed forces, most it seems jihadis and criminals. For years, Turkey has been helping tens of thousands of jihadis to flood into Syria for its anti-Assad war and to establish a Turkish presence. No surprises in how the extended Turkish assault has been carried out. Former prosecutor and UN investigator Carla Del Ponte said Erdogan should be investigated and indicted for war crimes. What about Trump? After all, isn't he the one who gave Erdogan the green light to launch an invasion into the Kurdish semi-autonomous region in Syria? Turkey had already invaded and occupied Kurdish-controlled regions of northern Syria, killing hundreds and displacing hundreds of thousands, with credible charges of serious war crimes. Trump's green light extended the operation with the alleged goal of ending a terrorist threat, but in reality it was to put an end to the highly promising social and political achievements in Kurdish-led Rojava by violence and terror, ethnic cleansing, and resettling the region with Syrians of Turkey's choosing. On war crimes, it is well to remember the stirring words of Justice Robert Jackson, chief U.S. prosecutor at the Nuremberg Tribunal where Nazi war criminals were judged and hanged. We must never forget that the record on which we judge these defendants today is the record on which history will judge us tomorrow. To pass these defendants a poisoned chalice is to put it to our own lips as well. We must summon such detachment and intellectual integrity to our task that this trial will commend itself to posterity as fulfilling humanity's aspirations to do justice. When we ask how these words have been heeded since, we know how history should judge us, and what to expect of punishment for war crimes, especially in perfectly clear cases of aggression with no credible pretext, the supreme international crime of the Nuremberg judgment, the US-UK invasion of Iraq in 2003, to take a textbook example. Continuing with the Nuremberg judgment, we might recall that to initiate a war of aggression, such as the invasion of Iraq, is not only an international crime, it is the supreme international crime, differing only from other war crimes in that it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole. Included in the accumulated evil of the whole is the recruitment of such militants as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who joined the resistance to the invasion. After an education in Abu Ghraib, he went on to lead the criminal enterprise ISIS, and, finally killed himself by detonating a suicide vest during a U.S. Special Forces operation on October 27, 2019. Moving to the domestic front, are the Democrats likely to benefit from impeaching Trump, or will the gamble to do so prove to be a costly one for them? My own guess is that it will turn out to be rather like the Mueller investigation. Trump will be impeached by the House, then acquitted in the Senate, where few Republicans are likely to be principled enough to face Trump's adoring and militant voting bloc. Then Trump can declare victory for the tribune of the people, saying he has once again protected real red-blooded Americans from the machinations of the deep state and the treacherous liberal elites. Economic models predict that if nothing changes with regard to the direction of the economy, Trump will win in 2020 with an even bigger margin. Is this a surprising development, given all the chaos that surrounds Trump's presidency? These models are largely based on public perceptions of current economic trends. These take no account of the fact that the Trump economy carries onward the slow Obama recovery from the Great Recession, now with a real unemployment rate of over 7% with almost stagnant real wages and declining benefits and spectacular enrichment of a tiny sector to the point where over 20% of the country's wealth is in the hands of 0.1% of the population while half the population has negative net worth. In the past, these models have been accurate, though we should recall that the best predictor of electability, dramatically for Congress, is campaign spending, as Thomas Ferguson has shown, again in current work. But we are not in normal times. The Republican radical insurgency, as it was called several years ago by Thomas Mann and Norman Ornstein of the American Enterprise Institute, has gone far off the traditional rails under Trump. It has undermined democracy and poses an extraordinary threat to the persistence of organized human life on Earth in the all-too-near future. How such factors will enter into the election is not easy to say, though it is unfortunately not difficult to predict the consequences of 4 more years of Trumpism. To make the U.S. a democracy, the Constitution itself must change. C.J. Polychronua, according to popular conception, the United States is a nation of immigrants, although this formulation significantly excludes native people who were already here, and were subjected to colonization, displacement, and genocide at the hands of European immigrants, and also excludes African Americans, whose ancestors were kidnapped and enslaved. When it is described as a nation of immigrants, the U.S. is often portrayed as a varied nation where people have the freedom to pursue their dreams of a better life while maintaining their own cultural, ethnic, and religious distinctiveness or uniqueness. Yet, the truth of the matter is that inequality and oppression of the other have been ongoing political and social realities since the origins of the Republic. In fact, today we have a president in the White House who makes no bones about wishing to see non-white people, even elected representatives of the U.S. Congress, leave the country because they challenge the status quo and seek a United States with a more humane and democratic polity. Meanwhile, the very rich are enjoying political privileges like never before. Noam, what are some of the tangible and intangible factors that seem to be pushing the country socially, politically, and economically backward rather than forward? Noam Chomsky, Trump's diatribes successfully inflame his audience, many of whom apparently feel deeply threatened by diversity, cultural change, or simply the recognition that the white Christian nation of their collective imagination is changing before their eyes. White supremacy is nothing new in the U.S. The late George Fredrickson's comparative studies of white supremacy found the U.S. to be almost off the chart, more extreme even than apartheid South Africa. As late as the 1960s, the U.S. had anti-miscegenation laws so extreme that the Nazis refused to adopt them as a model for their racist Nuremberg laws. And the power of Southern Democrats was so great that until 60s activism shattered the framework of legal racism if not its practice by other means. Even New Deal federal housing programs enforced segregation, barring black people from new housing programs. It goes back to the country's origins. While progressive in many ways by the standards of the day, the U.S. was founded on 2 brutal racist principles: the most hideous system of slavery in human history, the source of much of its wealth, and England's too, and the need to rid the national territory of Native Americans, whom the Declaration of Independence explicitly describes as the merciless Indian savages, and whom the framers saw as barring the expansion of the superior race. Immigrants were supposed to be white immigrants, in fact, basically Anglo-Saxon, in accord with weird racist myths of the Founding Fathers that persisted through the 19th century. That includes the leading Enlightenment figures. Benjamin Franklin urged that Germans and Swedes be barred because they were too swarthy. Thomas Jefferson was greatly interested in Anglo-Saxon language and law, part of his immersion in the Saxon myth that English democracy and law trace back to a pre-Norman Saxon period. The first Naturalization Act, 1790, restricted the option to whites, extended to ex-slaves after the Civil War. The country of course needed immigrants to settle the Indian country from which indigenous nations were expelled or exterminated, as the founders put it. But they were supposed to be white, a somewhat flexible culturally constructed category. By the late 19th century, Asians were excluded by law. The first more general immigration law was in 1924, designed to bar Jews and Italians primarily. There is no need to review here the horrendous record of how Jews were prevented from fleeing Nazi barbarism, crimes that persisted even after the war. Truman sent Earl Harrison on a mission to inspect the concentration camps where Jews were still held, under grotesque conditions as he reported. About the only effect was to intensify efforts to ship them to Palestine. The 1924 law remained in place until 1965. By the 1980s immigration began to be criminalized. Treatment of Haitians fleeing terror was particularly despicable. Guantanamo was first used as a detention center by the Bush I and Clinton administrations, a place to get rid of black people fleeing in terror from the murderous coup regime that U.S. leaders were supporting, despite pretenses to the contrary. They were classified as economic migrants, a cynical pretense in gross violation of international law and minimal decency. Another ugly story. It's not terribly surprising, then, to read a report of a conference of conservative intellectuals where one esteemed speaker, University of Pennsylvania law professor Amy Wax, explains learnedly that our country will be better off with more whites and fewer non-whites, since immigrants may not quickly come to think, live, and act just like us because of the social and cultural climate of their places of origin. Wax failed to elaborate on whether her parents, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe, came from a cultural and social climate where people were thinking and acting like us. It's not hard to understand why these deep currents are becoming more manifest, and ominous, today, after 40 years of the savage capitalism unleashed by the neoliberal assault. It's enough to recall that for a large majority of the workforce, wages have either stagnated or declined since 1979, when the neoliberal assault was just taking off. From the country's origins, U.S. workers benefited from the world's highest wages. Since the 1980s, though the unusual advantages persist, working people have fallen behind the rest of the developed world by many measures. For review of their current status, see Amanda Novella and Jeff Madrick's February 2019 contribution to the journal Challenge. The effects of the assault are sharp concentration of wealth and power, increasingly in largely predatory financial institutions, stagnation or decline for the majority, deterioration of benefits, astonishing collapse of infrastructure, a form of globalization designed to pit working people against one another for the benefit of international investors, weakening of institutions to protect worker rights, undermining of functioning democracy, and much else that is all too familiar. The result, in the US and in Europe, is an upsurge of anger, resentment, and, all too often, a search for scapegoats, typically those even more disadvantaged, who are portrayed as being coddled by liberal elites. It's a dangerous mix, fertile territory for demagogues. The threats are far more extreme than the incipient fascist-style tendencies, which are severe enough. It cannot be overlooked that humans are facing a decision of extraordinary significance, which must be made very soon. Will organized human society survive in anything like its present form, or will it be devastated by global catastrophe? The two most ominous threats are nuclear war and environmental catastrophe, both increasing. On the latter, major energy corporations are apparently planning on a future with 5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by mid-century, and with that in mind, are racing to accelerate what climate scientists recognize to be indescribable catastrophe by maximizing the profitable production of fossil fuels, joined by the biggest banks and other major capitalist institutions. Meanwhile, the Republican administration, determined to safeguard its credentials as the most dangerous organization in human history, is anticipating a slightly less overwhelming catastrophe, a rise of 4 degrees C by end of the century, also far above what scientists recognize to be a colossal danger. And it concludes from this detailed environmental assessment that we should not limit automotive emissions, because what's the difference? We're going over the cliff anyway. If there is anything like this in world history, I haven't found it. And this passes with scarcely a raised eyebrow. Of course, this is only science, and as right-wing radio host Rush Limbaugh instructs his tens of millions of radio listeners, science is one of the 4 corners of deceit, along with government, academia, and media, of the wrong sort. All of this tells us that the tasks ahead are urgent, on many fronts. Another common misperception is that American culture and society adapt easily to change. Yet, this is a country where it is immensely difficult to change even outdated and dysfunctional political processes and institutions, such as the Electoral College and the distribution of Senate seats. It is very hard to pass amendments to the Constitution. And so far, we have faced many barriers to moving away from the two-party system. How do we explain the inflexibility of U.S. political processes and institutions? In the 19th century, the U.S. Constitution was in many ways a progressive document, even though it was a frammer's coup against the democratic aspirations of most of the public. The title of Michael Klarman's impressive study of the making of the Constitution, generally regarded as the gold standard in the scholarly literature. The document has inherent problems, which are leading to a likely constitutional crisis. The problems are serious enough for law professor Erwin Chemerinsky, writing on America's constitutional crisis, to entitle his article "The First Priority, Making America a Democracy, Contrary to the Intentions of the Framers." He reviews some of the familiar problems. One has to do with the Electoral College, which was designed by the framers because of their distrust of popular government. By now, states with 23% of the population have enough electoral votes to choose the president. Even more importantly, the same radical imbalance makes the Senate a highly undemocratic institution in accord with the intentions of the framers. In Madison's constitutional design, the Senate was the most powerful branch of government, and the most protected from public interference. It was to represent the wealth of the nation, the most responsible men, who have sympathy for property and its rights. Furthermore, though the framers did not anticipate this, of course, social and demographic changes have placed this excessive anti-democratic power in the hands of a part of the population that is mostly rural, white, Christian, socially conservative, and traditionalist, generally sympathetic to the wax principle. Some of these undemocratic features were virtually unavoidable. The Constitution would never have been ratified if the smaller colonies were not granted an equal voice. But by now the effects are severe and unchangeable by amendment because of the same radical imbalance in voting power. These problems are exacerbated by the monopolization of politics by the two political parties and winner-take-all state laws that bar proportional representation, which can permit a variety of voices to enter the political arena, sometimes growing to major parties. Some have argued, not implausibly, that if a country with the US system tried to join the European Union, the application might be rejected by the European Court of Justice. The impending crisis is becoming more severe because of the malevolence of the Republican leadership. They are well aware that their formula of abject service to wealth and corporate power, along with mobilization of a voting base of the kind that shows up at Trump rallies, is not enough to overcome their growing minority status. The solution is radical gerrymandering of the kind now authorized by the reactionary Roberts Court, and stacking the judiciary with far-right justices who will be able to hold the country by the throat for many years. Here the evil genius is Mitch McConnell, who maneuvered to block appointments under Obama, a campaign of obstruction that left 106 vacancies at the end of Obama's second term, including the scandalous case of Merrick Garland, and is now rushing through appointment of Federalist Society choices. Another recurring theme of U.S. history involves religious fundamentalism, which is still widespread throughout the country. Does the United States, in some ways, look more like a fundamentalist nation rather than an advanced secular republic? Throughout its history, the US has been an unusually fundamentalist society, with regular great awakenings and beliefs that are far off the spectrum of developed societies. Almost 80% of Americans believe in miracles. There is a huge evangelical community, a large part of Trump's base, which he keeps in line by throwing them crumbs. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, a devout evangelical Christian, speculated recently that God might have sent Trump to save Israel from Iran, which is threatening Israel with destruction in the fantasy world of doctrinal verities. Fully 40% of Americans expect Jesus to return to Earth by mid-century, 23% certainly. It's possible that this accounts for some of the looking away that we were discussing earlier. All in all, it is a curious form of exceptionalism that goes back to the earliest settlers. The United States remains a global superpower, but its domestic society is strikingly unequal and poverty is rampant. Given that, should we interpret Trumpism as a political phenomenon akin to the same dynamics that gave rise in the pre-war era to fascism and other forms of authoritarian rule in Europe and elsewhere? Already in the 1950s, economist John Kenneth Galbraith described U.S. society as marked by private affluence, public squalor. It's true that in the public sphere it often resembles a third world country. The infrastructure report card of the American Society of Civil Engineers regularly ranks the U.S. down at the bottom, D+. And one can hardly walk through a U.S. city or travel in poor rural areas without being shocked at the squalor. The same holds for social justice measures. Among OECD countries, the U.S. ranks near the bottom. I don't think this relates specifically to Trumpism, except insofar as the contemporary Republican Party leadership is a virtual caricature of long-standing features of U.S. political economy, based on business power that is unusual by historical standards, with a pervasive impact on the political system and also on the hegemonic common sense, in Gramscian terms. The business classes are not just unusually powerful, but are also highly class-conscious, constantly engaged in bitter class war, in some ways vulgar Marxists, with values inverted. There is variation. The New Deal period brought the U.S. somewhat closer to European-style social democracy, but from the 80s that has been sharply reversed. By now, when Bernie Sanders calls for renewing and extending the New Deal ideas that would not have greatly surprised Eisenhower, he is considered a radical who wants to destroy American values. Trumpism and pre-war fascism seems to me a different matter. There surely are resemblances. Just speaking personally, Trump's Greenville, North Carolina, rally evoked my childhood memories of listening on the radio to Hitler's Nuremberg rallies, not understanding the words, but the mood was apparent enough, and frightening. The not-so-subtle appeals to racism, xenophobia, misogyny, the treachery of dissent, demonization of media that do not kowtow abjectly to the grand leader, all this and more is reminiscent of pre-war fascism. And the social base of Trumpism has similarities to pre-war fascism as well, super-rich power and petty bourgeois popular base. But pre-war fascism was based on control of all aspects of the society, business included, by a powerful state in the hands of a totalitarian, all-powerful ruling party, Gleichschaltung. The situation here is quite different, almost the opposite, with the increasingly monopolized business world, particularly its financial sector, having overwhelming power in socio-political life and doctrinal management. In the 1980s, Japan was regarded as the most likely power to replace U.S. hegemony. We know what happened to that forecast. Now, many pundits see China as a future global superpower. Is this a realistic assessment of future geopolitical developments, given the huge economic and military gap that exists today between China and the United States? The Japan is #1 fantasy traces in large part to the incompetence of U.S. management, which was unable to compete with superior Japanese production methods. Reagan took care of that with voluntary export restraints, where voluntary means do it or else, making clear who is #1 and a number of other devices. One was SDI, Star Wars, sold to the public, and maybe to Reagan himself, as defense against the evil enemy, but to the corporate world as a great business opportunity, courtesy of the taxpayer, a familiar benefactor. As for China, it has made substantial economic and technological progress, but remains a very poor country. It is ranked 86th in the 2018 update to the Union Development Index, right below Algeria. India is ranked 130th, barely above East Timor. China has huge internal problems unknown in the West. It is argued that China is comparable to the US, maybe ahead, in purchasing power parity, but that means that it is far below per capita. China has been pursuing systematic plans to expand its influence through Eurasia in a somewhat uneasy partnership with an economically much weaker Russia, first through the Shanghai Cooperation Council, now with the Belt and Road Initiative. In some areas of technology, solar panels, electric cars, it may be in the lead. But it still has a long way to go to reach the level of the rich industrial societies. The US is concerned with Chinese growth, and is seeking, pretty openly, to impede it, not a very attractive policy stance. It's also worth bearing in mind that in the age of neoliberal globalization, national accounts are a less meaningful measure of economic power than in the past. Political economist Sean Stars has done informative work on a different measure, proportion of world wealth held by domestically based multinational corporations. By that measure, the US is far in the lead internationally, owning a spectacular 50% of world wealth, more than the US share of global GDP at the peak of its power in 1945, and US corporations are in the lead in just about every category. China is sure to have a major role in world affairs. A sane policy would be accommodation and cooperation, which doesn't seem out of the range of possibility. Worship of markets is threatening human civilization. C.J. Polychronua, Noam. Looking at the current state of the world, I think it is not an exaggeration at all to say that we live in ominously dangerous times, and not simply in a period of great global complexity, confusion, and uncertainty, which, after all, has been the normal state of the global political condition in the modem era. I believe, in fact, that we are in the midst of a whirlpool of events and developments that are eroding our capacity to manage human affairs in a way that is conducive to the attainment of a political and economic order based on stability, justice, and sustainability. Indeed, the contemporary world is fraught, in my own mind at least, with perils and challenges that will test severely humanity's ability to maintain a steady course toward anything resembling a civilized life. How did we get to such a state of affairs, with tremendous economic inequalities and the resurgence of the irrational in political affairs on the one hand, and an uncanny capacity, on the other, to look away from the existential crises such as global warming and nuclear weapons, which will surely destroy civilized life as we know it if we continue with business as usual? Noam Chomsky, how indeed? The question of how we got to this state of affairs is truly vast in scope, requiring not just inquiry into the origin and nature of social and cultural institutions, but also into depths of human psychology that are barely understood. We can, however, take a much more modest stab at the questions, asking about certain highly consequential decisions that could have been made differently, and about specific cases where we can identify some of the roots of looking away. The history of nuclear weapons provides some striking cases. One critical decision was in 1944, when Germany was out of the war and it was clear that the only target was Japan. One cannot really say that a decision was made to proceed nevertheless to create devices that could devastate Japan even more thoroughly, and in the longer term threaten to destroy us as well. It seems that the question never seriously arose, apart from such isolated figures as Joseph Rotblat, who was later barred re-entry to the US. Another critical decision that was not made was in the early 1950s. At the time, there were still no long-range delivery systems for nuclear weapons, ICBMs. It might have been possible to reach an agreement with Russia to bar their development. That was a plausible surmise at the time, and release of Russian archives makes it seem an even more likely prospect. Remarkably, there is no trace of any consideration of pursuing steps to bar the only weapons systems that would pose a lethal threat to the US, so we learn from McGeorge Bundy's standard work on the history of nuclear weapons, with access to the highest level sources. Perhaps still more remarkably, there has, to my knowledge, been no voiced interest in this astonishing fact. It is easy to go on. The result is 75 years of living under the threat of virtually total destruction, particularly since the successful development of thermonuclear weapons by 1953, in this case a decision, rather than lack of one. And as the record shows all too graphically, it is a virtual miracle that we have survived the nuclear age thus far. That raises your question of why we look away. I do not understand it, and never have. The question has been on my mind almost constantly since that grim day in August 1945 when we heard the news that an atom bomb had wiped out Hiroshima, with hideous casualties. Apart from the terrible tragedy itself, it was at once clear that human intelligence had devised the means to destroy us all. Not quite yet, but there could be little doubt that once the genie was out of the bottle, technological developments would carry the threat to the end. I was then a junior counselor in a summer camp. The news was broadcast in the morning. Everyone listened and then went off to the planned activity: a baseball game, swimming, whatever was scheduled. I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked I just took off into the woods and sat by myself for several hours. I still can't believe it, or understand how that has persisted even as more has been learned about the threats. The same sentiments have been voiced by others, recently by William Perry, former Defense Secretary, who has ample experience on the inside. He reports that he is doubly terrified by the growing risk of terrible catastrophe, and the failure to be terrified by it. It was not known in 1945, but the world was then entering into a new geological epoch, the Anthropocene, in which human activity is having a severe impact on the environment that sustains life. Warnings about the potential threat of global warming date back to a 1958 paper by Hans Suess and Roger Revelle, and by the 1970s, concerns were deeply troubling to climate scientists. ExxonMobil scientists were in the forefront of spelling out the severe dangers. That is the background for a crucial decision by ExxonMobil management in 1989, after, and perhaps because, James Hansen had brought the grave threat to public attention. In 1989, management decided to lead the denialist campaign. That continues to the present. ExxonMobil now proudly declares that it intends to extract and sell all of the 25 billion barrels in its current reserves, while continuing to seek new sources. Executives are surely aware that this is virtually a death knell for organized human society in any form that we know, but evidently it doesn't matter. Looking away with a vengeance. The suicidal impulses of the fossil fuel industry have been strongly supported by Republican administrations, by now, under Trump, leaving the U.S. in splendid isolation internationally in not only refusing to participate in international efforts to address this existential threat but in devoting major efforts to accelerate the race to disaster. It is hard to find proper words to describe what is happening and the limited attention it receives. This again raises your question of how we can look away. For ExxonMobil, the explanation is simple enough: the logic of the capitalist market rules what Joseph Stiglitz 25 years ago called the religion that markets know best. The same reasoning extends beyond, for example, to the major banks that are pouring funds into fossil fuel extraction, including the most dangerous, like Canadian tar sands, surely in full awareness of the consequences. CEOs face a choice: they can seek to maximize profit and market share, and, consciously, labor to undermine the prospects for life on Earth, or they can refuse to do so, and be removed and replaced by someone who will. The problems are not just individual, they are institutional, hence much deeper and harder to overcome. Something similar holds for media. In the best newspapers there are regular articles by the finest journalists applauding the fracking revolution and the opening of new areas for exploitation, driving the US well ahead of Saudi Arabia in the race to destroy human civilization. Sometimes there are a few words about environmental effects: fracking in Wyoming may harm the water supplies for ranchers. But scarcely if ever is there a word on the effect on the planet which is, surely, well understood by authors and editors. In this case, I suppose the explanation is professionalism. The ethics of the profession requires objectivity, reporting accurately what is going on within the Beltway and in executive suites, and keeping to the assigned story. To add a word about the lethal broader impact would be bias, reserved for the opinion pages. There are countless illustrations, but I think something deeper may be involved, something related to the religion that Stiglitz criticized. Worship of markets has many effects. One we see in the origins of the reigning neoliberal faiths. Their origin is in post-World War I Vienna, after the collapse of the trading system within the Habsburg Empire. Ludwig von Mises and his associates fashioned the basic doctrines that were quickly labeled neoliberalism, based on the principle of sound economics: markets know best, no interference with them is tolerable. There are immediate consequences. One is that labor unions, which interfere with flexibility of labor markets, must be destroyed, and social democratic measures must be dismantled. Mises openly welcomed the crushing of the vibrant Austrian unions and social democracy by state violence in 1928, laying the groundwork for Austrian fascism, which Mises welcomed as well. He became economic consultant to the proto-fascist Austrian Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss, and in his major work, Liberalism, explained that it cannot be denied that fascism and similar movements aiming at the establishment of dictatorships are full of the best intentions and that their intervention has, for the moment, saved European civilization. The merit that fascism has thereby won for itself will live on eternally in history. These themes resonate through the modern neoliberal era. The US has an unusually violent labor history, but the attack on unions gained new force under Reagan with the onset of the neoliberal era. As the business press reported, employers were effectively informed that labor laws would not be enforced, and the US became the only industrial society apart from apartheid South Africa to tolerate not just scabs, but even permanent replacement workers. Neoliberal globalization, precarity of employment, and other devices carry the process of destroying organized labor further. These developments form a core part of the efforts to realize the Thatcherite dictum that there is no society, only atomized individuals, who face the forces of sound economics alone, becoming what Marx called a sack of potatoes in his condemnation of the policies of the authoritarian rulers of mid-19th century Europe. A sack of potatoes cannot react in any sensible way even to existential crises. Lacking the very basis of deliberative democracy, such as functioning labor unions and other organizations, people have little choice beyond looking away. What can they hope to do? As Mises memorably explained, echoed by Milton Friedman and others, political democracy is superfluous, indeed an impediment to sound economics. Free competition does all that is needed in markets that function without interference. The pathology is not new but can become more severe under supportive social and economic institutions and practices. Yet, only a couple of decades ago, there was wild celebration among liberal and conservative elites alike about the end of history, but, even today, there are some who claim that we have made great progress and that the world is better today than it has ever been in the past. Obviously, the end of history thesis was something of a Hegelian illusion by staunch defenders of the global capitalist order, but what about the optimism expressed by the likes of Steven Pinker regarding the present? And how can we square the fact that this liberal optimism is not reflected by any stretch in the politico-ideological currents and trends that are in motion today both inside Western nations but also around the world? The celebrations were mostly farcical, and have been quietly shelved. On the great progress, there is serious work. The best I know is Robert Gordon's compelling study of the rise and fall of American growth, which extends beyond the US, though with some modifications. Gordon observes that there was virtually no economic growth for millennia until 1770. Then came a period of slow growth for another century, and then a special century from 1870 to 1970, with important inventions ranging from indoor plumbing to electrical grids and transportation, which radically changed human life, with significant progress by many measures. Since the 1970s the picture is much more mixed. The basis for the contemporary high-tech economy was established in the last decades of the special century, mainly through public investment, adapted to the market in the years that followed. There is currently rapid innovation in frills, new apps for iPhones, etc., but nothing like the fundamental achievements of the special century. And in the US, there has been stagnation or decline in real wages for non-supervisory workers, and in recent years, increased death rates among working class, working-age whites, called deaths of despair by the economists who have documented these startling facts, and Case and Angus Deaton. There is more to say about other societies. There are numerous complexities of major significance that disappear in unanalyzed statistical tables. Realism, crystallized intellectually by Niccolò Machiavelli in The Prince, has been the guiding principle of nation-states behind their conduct of international relations from the beginning of the modern era, while idealism and morality have been seen as values best left to individuals. Is political realism driving us to the edge of the cliff? And, if so, what should replace the behavioral stance of governments in the 21st century? The two major doctrines of international relations theory are realism and idealism. Each has their advocates, but it's true that the realists have dominated. The world's a tough place, an anarchic system, and states maneuver to establish power and security, making coalitions, offshore balancing, etc. I think we can put aside idealism, though it has its advocates, including, curiously, one of the founders and leading figures of the modern tough-minded realist school, Hans Morgenthau. In his 1960 work, The Purpose of American Politics, Morgenthau argued that the U.S., unlike other societies, has a transcendent purpose, establishing peace and freedom at home and indeed everywhere. A serious scholar, Morgenthau recognized that the historical record is radically inconsistent with the transcendent purpose of America, but he advised that we should not be misled by the apparent inconsistency. In his words, we should not confound the abuse of reality with reality itself. Reality is the unachieved national purpose revealed by the evidence of history as our minds reflect it. What actually happened is merely the abuse of reality. To confound abuse of reality with reality is akin to the error of atheism, which denies the validity of religion on similar grounds. For the most part, however, realists adhere to realism, without sentimentality. We might ask, however, how realistic realism is. With a few exceptions, Kenneth Waltz for one, realists tend to ignore the roots of policy in the structure of domestic power. The corporate system is overwhelmingly dominant. This is not the place to review the matter, but I think it can be shown that much is lost by this stance. That's true even of the core notion of realism, security. True, states seek security, but for whom? For the general population? For the systems of power represented by the architects of policy? Such questions cannot be casually put aside. The two existential crises we have discussed are a case in point. Does the government policy of maximization of the use of fossil fuels contribute to the security of the population? Or of ExxonMobil and its brethren? Does the current military posture of the U.S. dismantling the INF Treaty instead of negotiating disputes over violations, rushing ahead with hypersonic weapons instead of seeking to bar these insane weapons systems by treaty, and much else contribute to the security of the population? Or to the component of the corporate manufacturing system in which the U.S. enjoys comparative advantage, destruction? Similar questions arise constantly. What should replace the prevailing stance is government of, by, and for the people, highlighting their concerns and needs. The advent of globalization has been interpreted frequently enough in the recent past as leading to the erosion of the nation-state. Today, however, it is globalization that is being challenged, first and foremost by the resurgence of nationalism. Is there a case to be made in defense of globalization? And, by extension, is all nationalism bad and dangerous? Globalization is neither good nor bad in itself. It depends how it is implemented. Enhancing opportunities for ideas, innovations, aesthetic contributions to disseminate freely is a welcome form of globalization, as well as opportunities for people to circulate freely. The WTO system, designed to set working people in competition with one another while protecting investor rights with an exorbitant patent regime and other devices, is a form of globalization that has many harmful consequences that would be avoided in authentic trade agreements designed along different lines, and it should be borne in mind that much of the substance of the free trade agreements is not about free trade or even trade in any meaningful sense. Same with nationalism. In the hands of the Nazis, it was extremely dangerous. If it is a form of bonding and mutual support within some community, it can be a valuable part of human life. The current resurgence of nationalism is in large part a reaction to the harsh consequences of neoliberal globalization, with special features such as the erosion of democracy in Europe by transfer of decision-making to the unelected troika with the northern banks looking over their shoulders. And it can and does take quite ugly forms. The worst, perhaps, the reaction to the so-called refugee crisis, more accurately termed a moral crisis of the West, as Pope Francis has indicated. But none of this is inherent in globalization or nationalism. In your critiques of U.S. foreign policy, you often refer to the United States as the world's biggest terrorist state. Is there something unique about the United States as an imperial state? And is U.S. imperialism still alive and kicking? The U.S. is unique in many respects. That includes the opening words of the Declaration of Independence, "We the people," a revolutionary idea, however flawed in execution. It is also a rare country that has been at war almost without a break from its first moment. One of the motives for the American Revolution was to eliminate the barrier to expansion into Indian country imposed by the British. With that overcome, the new nation set forth on wars against the Indian nations that inhabited what became the national territory, wars of extermination, as the most prominent figures recognized, notably John Quincy Adams, the architect of Manifest Destiny. Meanwhile, half of Mexico was conquered in what General Ulysses S. Grant, later president, called one of the most wicked wars in history. There is no need to review the record of interventions, subversion, and violence, particularly since World War II, which established the U.S. in a position of global dominance with no historical precedent. The record includes the worst crime of the post-war period, the assault on Indochina, and the worst crime of this millennium, the invasion of Iraq. Like most terms of political discourse, imperialism is a contested notion. Whatever term we want to use, the U.S. is alone in having hundreds of military bases and troops operating over much of the world. It is also unique in its willingness and ability to impose brutal sanctions designed to punish the people of states designated as enemies. And its market power and dominance of the international financial system provide these sanctions with extraterritorial reach, compelling even powerful states to join in, however unwillingly. The most dramatic case is Cuba, where U.S. sanctions are strongly opposed by the entire world, to no avail. The vote against these sanctions was 189 to 2, U.S. and Israel, in the latest UNGA United Nations General Assembly condemnation. The sanctions have been in place for almost 60 years, harshly punishing Cubans for what the State Department called successful defiance of the U.S. Trump's sanctions on Venezuela and have turned a humanitarian crisis into a catastrophe, according to the leading economist of the opposition, Francisco Rodriguez. His sanctions on Iran are quite explicitly designed to destroy the economy and punish the population. This is no innovation. Clinton's sanctions on Iraq, joined by Blair, were so destructive that each of the distinguished international diplomats who administered the oil for food program resigned in protest, charging that the sanctions were genocidal. The second, Hans Christoph von Sponeck, published a detailed and incisive book about the impact of the sanctions, A Different Kind of War. It has been under a virtual ban. Too revealing, perhaps. The brutal sanctions punished the population and devastated the society, but strengthened the tyrant, compelling people to rely on his rationing system for survival, possibly saving him from overthrow from within, as happened to a string of similar figures. That's quite standard. The same is reportedly true in Iran today. It could be argued that the sanctions violate the Geneva Conventions, which condemn collective punishment as a war crime, but legalistic shenanigans can get around that. The US no longer has the capacity it once did to overthrow governments at will or to invade other countries, but it has ample means of coercion and domination, call it imperialism or not. Why is the United States the only major country in the world displaying consistently an aversion to international human rights treaties, which include, among many others, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW? The US almost never ratifies international conventions, and in the few cases where it does, it is with reservations that exclude the US. That's even true of the Genocide Convention, which the US finally did ratify after many years, exempting itself. The issue arose in 1999, when Yugoslavia brought a charge of war crimes to the ICJ International Court of Justice against NATO. One of the charges was genocide. The US therefore rejected World Court jurisdiction on the grounds that it was not subject to the Genocide Convention, and the court agreeing, in effect, that the US is entitled to carry out genocide with impunity. It might be noted that the US is currently alone, along with China and Taiwan, in rejecting a World Court decision, namely, the 1986 court judgment ordering the US to terminate its unlawful use of force against Nicaragua and to pay substantial reparations. Washington's rejection of the court decision was applauded by the liberal media on the grounds that the court was a hostile forum, New York Times, so its decisions don't matter. A few years earlier the court had been a stern arbiter of justice when it ruled in favor of the US in a case against Iran. The US also has laws authorizing the executive to use force to rescue any American brought to The Hague, sometimes called in Europe the Hague Invasion Act. Recently it revoked the visa of the chief prosecutor of the ICC International Criminal Court for daring to consider inquiring into US actions in Afghanistan. It goes on. Why? It's called power, and a population that tolerates it and for the most part probably doesn't even know about it. Since the Nuremberg trials between 1945 and 1949, the world has witnessed many war crimes and crimes against humanity that have gone unpunished, and interestingly enough, some of the big powers, US, China, and Russia, have refused to support the International Criminal Court, which, among other things, can prosecute individuals for war crimes. In that context, does the power to hold leaders responsible for unjust wars, crimes against humanity, and crimes of aggression hold promise in the international order of today? That depends on whether states will accept jurisdiction. Sometimes they do. The NATO powers, except for the US, accepted ICJ jurisdiction in the Yugoslavia case, for example, presumably because they took for granted that the court would never accept the Yugoslavian pleas, even when they were valid, as in the case of the targeted destruction of a TV station, killing 16 journalists. In the more free and democratic states, populations could, in principle, decide that their governments should obey international law, but that is a matter of raising the level of civilization. John Bolton and other ultranationalists, and many others, argue that the US must not abandon its sovereignty to international institutions and international law. They are therefore arguing that US leaders should violate the Constitution, which declares that valid treaties are the supreme law of the land. That includes in particular the UN Charter, the foundation of modern international law, established under US auspices. Trump's economic boom is a sham. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, I want to start by asking you to reflect on Trump's political posturing and leadership style and explain to us how this apparently irrational president continues to enjoy unquestionable support among nearly half of all voters and has managed to turn the GOP into his own fiefdom. Noam Chomsky, whatever one thinks of Trump, he is a highly skilled politician, with a good sense of how to gain popular approval, even virtual worship in some circles. His job approval just passed 50% for the first time, according to the latest Zogby poll. He certainly has taken control of the GOP, to quite a remarkable extent. He's been very successful with his two constituencies, the primary one, wealth and corporate power, and the voting base, relatively affluent fairly generally, including a large block of Christian evangelicals, rural whites, farmers, workers who have faith in his promises to bring back jobs, and a collection of others, some not too admirable. It's clear why the primary constituency is mostly delighted. Corporate profits are booming. Wealth continues to be concentrated in very few hands. Trump's administration is lavishing them with gifts, including the tax bill, the main legislative achievement, across-the-board deregulation, and rapidly increasing fossil fuel production. He and McConnell, in many ways the evil genius of the administration, are packing the judiciary with reactionaries, guaranteeing the interests of the corporate sector and private wealth even after these glory days are past. They don't like his trade wars, which are causing disruption of global supply chains, but so far at least that's outweighed by his dedicated service to their welfare. To keep the rest in line is sometimes easy, among them the Christian right, white supremacists, ultranationalists, and xenophobes, and those in terror of hordes of immigrants. It is easy to throw them occasional chunks of red meat. But sometimes maintaining their allegiance takes the kind of demagoguery at which he is expert. Thus, many who are understandably aggrieved by the economic policies of the neoliberal years still seem to feel that he's the one person standing up for them by shaking his fist at those they blame for taking away their jobs, immigrants and the scheming Chinese, primarily. Numerous press reports reveal how the scam works. Thus, in the New York Times, Patricia Cohen investigates the attitude of owners of large farms to Trump's trade wars, which sharply cut their exports to China and cause severe financial hardships. In general, she finds, they continue to support the president. I get why he's doing it, her major informant says. America has been bullied by China. And if the trade war persists through the 2020 election, I would be okay with that. He's sure that Trump will do everything possible to help. Furthermore, it makes me feel really good to hear Trump say farmers are important to this country. That's what makes me want to stick with the president. Shaking a fist at the yellow peril and a little sweet talk carry the day, helped by $16 billion to compensate for export losses. The gift is largely paid by a new hidden tax on the general public. Tariffs are in effect a tax on consumers, contrary to Trump's pretenses about China paying for them. The New York Fed estimates the cost to consumers at $1.6 billion annually, a tax of $831 for the average American household. Hence, Trump's tariffs tax the general public to maintain the loyalty of a prime constituency. With regard to immigrants, while there may be some cases where they take jobs from U.S. citizens, in general that is not the case, and decent wages for all wouldn't exactly hurt. On the contrary, many studies indicate that immigrants improve the economy, and they commonly take jobs that U.S. citizens don't want. The case of China is more interesting. It's quite true that huge numbers of jobs have fled to China, but who is responsible for that? China. Is China holding a gun to the heads of Apple, GM, IBM, GE, and forcing them to ship jobs to China? One can't even say that it's the fault of the managers of the corporations. Their responsibility, in fact legal obligation, is to make profits for shareholders, and that purpose is served by shifting jobs to China, Mexico, Vietnam, Bangladesh. Those who object to these practices should be demanding that such decisions should not be in the hands of management and the board of directors, but rather in the hands of those who actually do the work of the enterprise, as democratic principle might suggest. Perhaps along the lines of a 19th-century writer whose initials are KM. But somehow one doesn't see this interesting idea explored in mainstream commentary. Passing strange. Trump is taking all credit for the current state of the economy, which includes a historically low rate of unemployment. First, exactly what sort of economic policies has Trump implemented since coming to office that can explain the present economic boom, and, second, how really sound is the current state of the economy? To begin with, there is reason for caution about the low rate of unemployment. In the very good Economics Journal Challenge, relying on Bureau of Labor Statistics figures, economist John Komlos estimates that the real unemployment rate in the fall of 2018 was closer to 7.4% of the labor force. Among those without a high school diploma, it was twice as high, reaching 28% unemployed among African Americans. The prime reason for the discrepancy in figures, all from the same government sources, is the significant decline in labor force participation. Many have dropped out of the labor force in their prime years. The high actual unemployment rate, Komlos plausibly suggests, is part of the reason why there is so much despair in the society. Gallup polls regularly measure stress, worry, and anger. The US ranks high by these measures, reaching new highs in 2018, by now even higher than during the Great Recession. In reported stress levels, the US has one of the highest rates out of the 143 countries studied, and it beat the global average, 35%, by a full 20 percentage points. The US is even above Venezuela in its current distress. The dire emotional state of Americans is illustrated dramatically by the deaths of despair, death by suicide, drugs, and alcohol, documented by Ann Case and Angus Deaton among working-class whites. Tellingly, those who would have entered the market starting in the early 1980s, when the neoliberal assault took off. The deaths of despair are estimated at 150,000 a year, contributing to the decline in life expectancy in the US for the past 2 years, the first time since World War I and the 1918 flu pandemic, a phenomenon unprecedented in developed societies. All of this is happening in the most powerful state in world history, with extraordinary advantages not approached anywhere. Worth contemplating. The alleged full employment, Komlos writes, is a statistical mirage designed to hide the real pain in the labor market, exacerbated by wage stagnation for 40 years and actual decline. Real median household incomes have been declining for every educational group since the turn of the 21st century, for those without a college degree by 17%, continuing the stagnation or decline in real hourly wages since the 80s. Add to this Alan Greenspan's greater worker insecurity, the foundation of his success in economic management as he boasted to Congress, and we get a more realistic picture than what is in the headlines, and an explanation for the general despair. Much the same is true throughout the regions afflicted by the neoliberal/austerity plague, though deaths of despair seem to be an American phenomenon. The economic boom is a continuation of the slow recovery that began under Obama. The McConnell-Ryan Congress restricted a needed government stimulus during the Obama years, wailing about deficits, but as usual, when they took office it turned out that Reagan taught us that deficits don't matter, says Dick Cheney, when Republicans create them. Trump's one legislative achievement, the tax giveaway to the rich and corporate sector, provided a stimulus to the economy, without the promised investment. A Brookings Institution study by Robert Barrow and Jason Furman, conservative, liberal, estimated that the boost of Trump's tax cut law to short-term GDP growth was 1.1% for the first quarter of 2019, accounting for the increase from the consensus expectation of 2%. The tax cut, of course, exploded the deficit, which can now provide a pretext for cutting social spending. The continuing increase in employment has led to a slight increase in wages, with opportunities for those at the lower end of the income scale, but it doesn't come close to making up what has been lost during the period of stagnation from the early 80s. Recent data indicates that the counties that voted for Donald Trump have experienced more job growth than the counties that voted for Hillary Clinton. What can explain this discrepancy? There's a good analysis in Bloomberg News. Jobs are growing slightly faster in Trump-supporting rural and exurban counties than in the urban, mostly Clinton counties. At the same time, real wages declined slightly in Trump counties and increased slightly in Clinton counties, in both cases a decline from the Obama years. Their analysis, which doesn't include the effect of his recent trade wars, attributes the growth mainly to expansion of energy production, manufacturing, in part energy-related, and truck driving. Trump's tariff wars against China are escalating, even though U.S. economic interests may suffer more than those of China. What is really behind Trump's trade wars with China and even with the EU, which the tariff man has called a brutal trading partner? Is it the vision of MAGA, or pure politics? Both national economies will suffer, very likely the weaker party, China, more so. But as always, the framework of national conflict obscures a good deal. The estimated $6 trillion cost of the war on terror redeclared by President Bush in 2001, renewing Reagan's war on terror of 20 years earlier, is borne in varying ways among the population, and the same is true of the trade wars. One illustration has already been mentioned: higher taxes to keep Trump's constituency in line. It's of considerable interest to explore the justification for the trade war, to inquire into just how naive America has been bullied by China. I've already discussed China's responsibility for job loss. Other complaints have to do with their unfair economic practices, such as targeting funds to specific industries, something we'd never dream of doing, and would not have stooped to in earlier years. That aside, why is this a complaint, rather than a cry of joy? Ultranationalist true believers should be celebrating China's stupidity, which, according to received free market doctrine, should be harming their economy, hence contributing to U.S. economic power. As an aside, it should be noted that U.S. economic power is in fact astonishing. In recent articles and an important forthcoming book titled American Power Globalized, Rethinking National Power in the Age of Globalization, international economist Sean Kenji Stars argues persuasively that in the recent years of globalization, national accounts mean much less than they used to. A more realistic estimate of economic power is the share of global wealth owned by nationally based multinational corporations. For the US, that comes to the staggering figure of about half of world wealth, more than US national economic power at its height after World War II. How this will be affected by Trump's wrecking ball, with its possibly complex effects on global supply chains, remains to be seen. Again, this colossal wealth, of course, does not devolve to the population. Another charge is that China steals US technology by forcing firms to hand over secrets as a condition on investment, already dealt with, and by violating World Trade Organization rules on intellectual property, TRIPS. Again, other questions arise, discussed particularly by economist Dean Baker for many years. Putting aside the legitimacy of these highly protectionist devices, which raise patent protection far beyond the historical norm, we can ask who gains and who loses if, say, China uses discoveries in US research labs to produce cheaper drugs than the corporations that have gained the patents, or to develop a better alternative to the Windows operating system. American consumers gain, while Big Pharma's huge profits are somewhat reduced and Bill Gates might decline slightly in the ranks of richest men in the world. More generally, one might ask, what right does the US have to try to impede Chinese development, as generally assumed without argument? Or even to impose sanctions? That the Chinese state is harsh, brutal, and oppressive is not in doubt. China's re-education camps for perhaps 1 million Uyghurs, which may well be the largest mass incarceration of a racial or religious group since the Holocaust, is surely a major crime, meriting harsh condemnation. Is it a worse crime than the imprisonment of 2 million Palestinians in the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, Israel's favorite punching bag, which is soon to become unlivable, international monitors estimate? Why then does the former merit US sanctions, while the latter is lavishly funded by Washington? A rhetorical question, of course, but one worth raising nevertheless. It seems that more and more Democrats may be warming up to the idea of an impeachment. Is this a good idea? My personal view is that such a course of action will only serve to increase Trump's popularity among his base, and maybe even beyond. I agree. Charges of impeachment go to the Senate for trial. Trump's lock on the Republican majority should be enough to clear him of any charges. The effect will then be much like that of the Mueller investigation. He will claim to have been proven innocent of the charges, which he will depict as a malicious and underhanded effort by the Democrats and the deep state to silence the tribune of the people, behavior that may even be treasonous, as he is now intimating with regard to the Mueller investigation. His base will be energized, if not infuriated, by what these traitors are trying to do to their defender. It's a losing effort for the Democrats, I think, just as their laser-like focus on Mueller and Rusiagid has proven to be not a great surprise. Ocasio-Cortez and other newcomers are rousing the multitudes. CJ Policranu, after 35 days of a partial government shutdown, Trump signed a 3-week funding bill but without securing money for the border wall. Leaving aside for the moment the surrealist nature of contemporary U.S. political life, do you detect some hidden political strategy behind Trump's funding conflict over the border wall with the Democrats? Noam Chomsky, there's a political strategy, but I'm not convinced that it's hidden. With Trump, everything is pretty much on the surface. There have been constant efforts by political analysts to discern some deep geostrategic or socio-political thinking behind his performances, but they seem to me unconvincing. What he does seems readily explained simply on the well-grounded assumption that his doctrine is simple: me. Trump understands that he has a primary constituency, extreme wealth and corporate power, and that he has to serve its interests or he's finished. That task has largely been assigned to the Ryans and McConnells, who have performed it admirably. Profits are skyrocketing, real wages are barely increasing despite low unemployment, regulations that might limit greed and help mere people are being dismantled, and the one legislative achievement, the tax scam, put lots of dollars in the right pockets and created a deficit that can be used as a pretext to undermine benefits. All is working smoothly with analogs worldwide. But Trump must maintain enough of a voting base to stay in power. That requires posturing as the defender of the ordinary guy against hated elites, always suppressing the true masters of mankind, to borrow Adam Smith's phrase, for the merchants and manufacturers who were the principal architects of policy. This act is helped along by such figures as Rush Limbaugh, who instructs his tens of millions of followers that they should beware of the four corners of deceit: government, academia, science, and media, institutions that are now corrupt and exist by virtue of deceit. So, he argues, just listen to me. Meanwhile, Trump must rise to the defense of the masses from awesome threats, chief among them now the hordes of rapists, murderers, and Islamic terrorists he says are being mobilized down south to storm across the border and slaughter decent, law-abiding, white Christian Americans. We must therefore have a beautiful wall which they will pay for. Trump promised that, and to back down would not only betray the trembling masses but also be a defeat, which his ego cannot tolerate. The game is not really new. After all, the revered Ronald Reagan bravely donned his cowboy uniform and declared a national emergency to protect the country from the Nicaraguan army, supposedly poised to destroy us all, only 2 days' drive from Harlingen, Texas. Trump is only carrying it further, helped by the fading of such infantile notions as truth or false realities, to borrow Jared Kushner's innovation. Former Secretary of State Dean Acheson's admonition that policymakers must be clearer than truth has long passed into obsolescence. They can do far better in the atmosphere of alternative facts for those liberated from the four pillars of deceit. I doubt that there is any deeper political strategy. Furthermore, such performances are rather natural, perhaps even necessary. As both parties have drifted to the right during the neoliberal assault on the population, the Democrats abandoned the working class and became pretty much what used to be called moderate Republicans, something that is beginning to change now in promising ways, while Republicans climbed so deeply into the pockets of the super-rich and corporate power that it became impossible for them to gain anywhere near enough votes on their actual policies. Antics of the Trump style fit the requirements, along with a variety of measures to suppress voting and increased reliance on the many regressive aspects of the constitutional system, which by now make it possible for a small minority of white Christian traditional rural older citizens to have effective control of the government. The tendency is increasing and may soon lead to a major political crisis, since it is virtually ineradicable given the structure of the Senate, designed by the framers so that the small states would ratify the mostly unpopular federal constitution. A topic for another day. Responding to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's call for measures to tackle climate change, Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders made the incredible statement that climate change should be left to God. Don't you find it utterly mysterious and indeed dangerous that such thinking still prevails among US public officials in the 21st century? And, really, how well do you think that such messages resonate with the American public today? Sanders's insight is not new. She is in good company. After all, the former chair of the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, James Inhofe, condemned efforts to address global warming as sacrilege. God's still up there, he proclaimed, and the arrogance of people to think that we, human beings, would be able to change what he is doing in the climate is to me outrageous. It seems to work, at least in Oklahoma, where the senior senator has been in office since 1994. Doubtless well beyond Oklahoma, in a society with fundamentalist religious commitments that are far beyond the norm. Yes, mysterious and dangerous as is the fact that half of Republicans deny that global warming is even taking place, and of the rest, barely more than half think that humans have some responsibility for it. But there's good news too. Trump's new acting administrator of the EPA, former coal industry lobbyist Andrew Wheeler, agrees that global warming is probably happening, a problem he considers to be an 8 or 9 on a 1 to 10 scale of concern. He informed Congress at his confirmation hearings. Venezuela seems to be in the throes of a civil war. The U.S. backs Juan Guaido as interim president, in turn forcing Nicolas Maduro to consider expelling U.S. diplomats, a decision he eventually backed away from, all while the leaders of China, Russia, and Turkey slam Trump's stance in Venezuela. First, what's your assessment of what's happening in Venezuela, and, second, why is it that much of the left worldwide continues to support Maduro when it is obvious that he has been a complete disaster? Maduro has been a disaster, and the best the opposition has to offer is the self-declared President Juan Guaido. About him little is known, apart from his great admiration for the neo-fascist Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, whom Guaido praised for his commitment to democracy and human rights, as illustrated, for example, by his criticism of Brazil's military dictatorship because it didn't murder 30,000 people as in neighboring Argentina, the worst of the vicious military dictatorships that swept across South America from the 60s. The roots of the Venezuelan disaster go back to failures of the Chavez administration, including its failure to diversify the economy, which is still almost entirely reliant on oil export. Venezuelan opposition economist Francisco Rodriguez, former chief Andean economist for the Bank of America, notes the failure of the government to set aside reserves during the period of high oil prices so it would not be at the mercy of international financial markets when prices dropped sharply in 2014. Venezuela has been blocked from access to credit by harsh U.S. sanctions, which have exacerbated the effects of what Rodriguez describes as the atrocious mismanagement of the economy under Maduro. Writing in Foreign Policy, Rodriguez observes that the policy of starving the Venezuelan economy of its foreign currency earnings risks turning the country's current humanitarian crisis into a full-blown humanitarian catastrophe. Arguably, that is the purpose, following the Nixon-Kissinger script of making the economy scream to undermine the Allende regime. That was the soft track. The hard track, soon implemented, was brutal military dictatorship. The drift toward civil war, with outside interference, is all too apparent. There is still room for negotiations among the contending parties, but it diminishes daily as the crisis deepens. Maduro is digging in and Washington is intensifying its intervention, imposing new sanctions and selecting the egregious Elliott Abrams to join Bolton and Pompeo in what has been called Trump's axis of evil. If skeletons can shudder, many must be doing so in the Central American countries that Abrams helped to ravage during Reagan's terrorist wars. Israel and Iran seem to be moving ever further closer toward a full-blown war. Why are they clashing in Syria? Iran joined Russia in ensuring Assad's victory in Syria, along with Iran's Lebanese ally Hezbollah. Israel has been bombing Syria regularly. 4 months ago the IDF reported over 200 strikes against Iranian targets since 2017, and they have been increasing since. Israel, of course, has overwhelming military dominance in the Middle East, even apart from its close alliance with the US, which lavishly funds its military with the most advanced weapons in the US arsenal and even uses Israel to preposition US weapons. And, of course, Israel is the region's sole nuclear power, the reason why Washington has regularly blocked international efforts, led by the Arab states and Iran, to establish a nuclear weapons-free zone, furthermore, WMD-free, in the Middle East. That would end any imagined Iran nuclear threat, but it is unacceptable because the primary US client state in the region would have to open its nuclear arsenal to inspection, and those who regard US law as having some force would have to stanch the flood of military support for Israel. Iran is not under US control and is therefore an enemy. Furthermore, the US and Israel recognize that Iran is a deterrent to their free resort to force in the region. The same is true of Hezbollah, whose Iranian-supplied missiles target large parts of Israel. The US and Israel have been threatening to attack Iran for years. All options are open, in radical violation of the UN Charter, hence the US Constitution, but that is a matter of no concern for lawless states with overwhelming power. And Trump has, of course, escalated the confrontation by withdrawing from the Iran nuclear agreement. An actual invasion of Iran would be too costly and dangerous, but the US Israel might consider attacking from a distance after somehow neutralizing Hezbollah, which would mean destroying much of Lebanon. The consequences could be devastating. In Davos, the multi-billionaires expressed annoyance at and even fear of the presence of radical Democrats in the US Congress and their talk of soaking the rich on taxes. Has a global financial oligarchy replaced democracy in today's advanced capitalist world? It's impossible to replace something that has never really existed, but it's true that the partial democracies of the West have been undermined further by the financialization of the international economy during the neoliberal years. That's a large part of the reason for the bitterness, anger, and resentment, mislabeled populism, that is shaking the foundations of the Western democracies, where the centrist political parties that have run the political system are crumbling in election after election. Many analysts have to account for the rise of such populism throughout the neoliberal capitalist world on the basis of psychic disorders in one respected version, impulses deep in our psyches and bodies beyond matters of fact, physical pain, fear of the future, a sense of our own mortality. It is, however, not really necessary to appeal to an epidemic of irrationality and emotional appeals somehow spreading over the domains subjected to the neoliberal assault of the past generation, including the enormous growth of largely predatory financial institutions with its deleterious impact on democratic systems of governance. Fear that the rascal multitude will threaten the property of the self-designated men of best quality traces back to the first modern democratic revolution in 17th century England, and was a major concern of the framers of the US Constitution in its successor a century later. It reappears constantly when there is even a minor threat to overwhelming power, as in the famous Powell Memorandum of 1971, which warned that the world is practically coming to an end because of the slight infringement on overwhelming business domination of the society. The influential manifesto, sent to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, helped set off the harsh counterattack in the years since. It's not surprising that these fears are surfacing in Davos as a few young Democratic representatives are arousing the rascal multitude again. For many years, a considerable majority of the U.S. population has favored higher taxes on the rich, while they regularly decline. And now, a few recently elected members of Congress are advocating what the public wants, most vocally Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who even went so far as to suggest tax rates at a level regarded as optimal for the economy by the most prominent specialists, Nobel laureate Peter Diamond, Emmanuel Says, among others. Scandalous indeed. What else can one expect when TWNTY6 people now have as much wealth as half the world's population, according to the latest of the regular Oxfam reports on inequality? No wonder the masters of mankind are trembling. Moral depravity defines U.S. politics. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, with people still arguing about winners and losers from the 2018 midterm elections, and there is clearly a lot to say about what those elections mean, What do you consider to be the most striking features of the latest manifestation of American democracy in action? Noam Chomsky, the most striking features are brutally clear. Humanity faces two imminent existential threats: environmental catastrophe and nuclear war. These were virtually ignored in the campaign rhetoric and general coverage. There was plenty of criticism of the Trump administration, but scarcely a word about by far the most ominous positions the administration has taken, increasing the already dire threat of nuclear war, and racing to destroy the physical environment that organized human society needs in order to survive. These are the most critical and urgent questions that have arisen in all of human history. The fact that they scarcely arose in the campaign is truly stunning, and carries some important, if unpleasant, lessons about our moral and intellectual culture. To be sure, not everyone was ignoring these matters. They were front and center for those who are constantly vigilant in their bitter class war to preserve their immense power and privilege. Several states had important ballot initiatives addressing the impending environmental catastrophe. The fossil fuel industry spent huge, sometimes record-breaking, sums to defeat the initiatives, including a carbon tax in the mostly Democratic state of Washington, and mostly succeeded. We should recognize that these are extraordinary crimes against humanity. They proceed with little notice. The Democrats helped defeat these critically important initiatives by ignoring them. They scarcely mentioned them in digital or TV ads, in their campaign literature, or on social media, a New York Times survey found. Nor, of course, were they mentioned by the Republicans, whose leadership is dedicated to driving humanity off the cliff as soon as possible in full knowledge of what they are doing, as easily demonstrated. The Times article goes on to explain that, environmental activists and political scientists say it is a reflection of the issue's perpetual low ranking among voters, even Democratic voters, and of the intense polarization along party lines that has developed around global warming. The article failed to add that this assessment is an incredible indictment of the country and its political, social, economic, and media institutions, all of which, so the assessment claims, have sunk to such a level of depravity that the question of whether organized human society can survive in any minimally tolerable form, in the near future, is of little consequence. Whether that unspoken indictment is correct, we cannot be sure. It is perhaps of some significance that one Democratic candidate, Sean Casten, flipped a Republican district while making impending climate disaster the centerpiece of his campaign. There is plenty of competition for moral depravity in the current remarkable moment of human history. Perhaps the prize goes to a bureaucracy, maybe in honor of Kafka, Trump's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Right in the midst of the campaign, it produced a detailed study calling for an end to regulations on emissions, with a rational argument extrapolating current trends. It turns out that by the end of the century the game will be over. Automotive emissions don't contribute very much to the catastrophe, so there isn't any point trying to limit them. In brief, let's rob while the planet burns, putting poor Nero in the shadows. This surely qualifies as a contender for the most evil document in history. Again, not an issue in the campaign. There have been many monsters in the past, but it would be hard to find one who was dedicated to undermining the prospects for survival of organized human society, in the immediate future, to put a few more dollars in overstuffed pockets. It's hard to find words to describe what is happening before our eyes. The same is true of the second truly existential threat, nuclear war. A few weeks before the election, Trump announced that the U.S. is withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, which eliminated short-range missiles deployed in Western Europe and Russia, extremely hazardous weapons, which have only a few minutes flight time to Moscow, posing a decapitation threat, a sudden attack that would destroy any possibility of response. That, of course, sharply increases the danger of a nuclear response to warnings generated by automated systems that have often failed in the past. Anyone familiar with the record knows that it's a virtual miracle that we have so far avoided terminal nuclear war. The threat, which was already grave, was heightened by the Trump Nuclear Posture Review authorizing new destabilizing weapons and lowering the threshold for nuclear attack. This latest move increases the threat further. Scarcely a mention on the campaign trail or in coverage. The US is withdrawing from the treaty on the grounds that China is not a partner and that the Russians have violated it. China, in turn, claims that the US has violated the treaty. It's plain how to address these problems through inspections and diplomacy, neither of which has been attempted. Rather, let's just blithely increase the threat of total destruction. And let's ignore all of this in the vast outpourings during the political campaign. Again, we have to ask some serious questions about the prevailing moral and intellectual culture and about the urgency of providing remedies, very soon. Let's put aside what are merely the most significant questions in human history, and turn to what is within the realm of discussion. A striking fact about the election is that it once again demonstrated the failure of the Democratic Party as a whole to deal with issues that matter to working people. While working-class people of color largely supported the Democratic Party in 2018, even more than before, the party lost the non-college educated white population. What's more, it seems to be of little concern, at least to Democratic Party leaders, or the Wall Street Democrats as they are sometimes called. They were exultant about their successes in the affluent suburbs, where normally Republican voters were disgusted by Trump's vulgarity. Whether they come naturally or are feigned, Trump's antics help keep his white working-class constituency in line while his party stabs them in the back at every turn and serves its real constituency, great wealth, and corporate power, with impressive dedication. The betrayal of working-class America could hardly be clearer, though fortunately, some are breaking free of the treachery. One positive feature of the midterms was the success of a diverse group of young progressive candidates, mostly women, a tribute to the popular activism of recent years, and a hopeful sign for the future, if this trend can expand and flourish. On the surface, it seems that Trump's success with much of the voting constituency can be attributed to racist and xenophobic appeals, particularly concerning the imminent threat of invasion by hordes of terrorists and criminals approaching our borders. Recall that he focused his tantrums on this up to the election, then dropped the topic when it was no longer needed to rally the faithful. Few seem to have recalled that Trump was pulling a leaf from Reagan's playbook. As noted, in 1985, our intrepid leader strapped on his cowboy boots and declared a national emergency because Nicaraguan troops were a 2 days drive from Harlingen, Texas, and people didn't collapse in laughter. Trump made a similar move in warning that if people fleeing from misery and oppression for which we are largely responsible, reach our borders, they'll try to kill us all. Heavily armed militias traveled to the border to back up the thousands of troops deployed to defend us. This seems to have worked. Surveys report that people voted for Trump because he was the candidate that could save us from destruction by these criminal hordes. That also carries some lessons. But when we ask why Trump's strategy works, we find something deeper, which extends pretty much worldwide, with particularities from place to place. In conditions of economic distress, a sense of hopelessness, justified contempt for institutions, and understandable anger and resentment about what is being done to them, people can become easy prey to demagogues who direct their anger toward scapegoats, typically those even more vulnerable, and who foster the symptoms that tend to rise to the surface under such circumstances. That's been happening, worldwide. We see it in election after election in many countries, and in other ways. In the US, working-class people have suffered 40 years of stagnation while wealth concentrates in very few hands, leading to staggering inequality. The Democrats have ignored all this, and worse, the party has carried forward the neoliberal policies that took off with Reagan and Thatcher and have imposed these consequences, by design. And for the designers, the neoliberal programs have been brilliantly successful, in ways that we need not review here. Despite low unemployment, wage growth, after a rise in 2014 to 15, is now barely keeping up with inflation while corporate profits are skyrocketing, particularly for the predatory financial institutions. They emerged from the crisis for which they were responsible even richer and more powerful than before. A side effect is that the country's wealth is being shifted from R&D, innovation, and product development, to financial transactions in the interests of the very rich. Fine for them, but disastrous for the health and future of the society. The concentration of wealth and enhancement of corporate power translate automatically to decline of democracy. Research in academic political science has revealed that a large majority of voters are literally disenfranchised, in that their own representatives pay no attention to their wishes but pay heed to the demands of the donor class. It is furthermore well established that elections are pretty much bought. Electability, hence policy, is predictable with remarkable precision from the single variable of campaign spending, both for the executive and Congress. Thomas Ferguson's work is particularly revealing, going far back and including the 2016 election. And that is a bare beginning. Legislation is commonly shaped, even written, by corporate lobbyists, while representatives who sign it have their eyes on funding for the next election. The midterms highlighted other ominous developments. The Republicans increased their Senate majority with barely 40% of the votes cast. Right now, 60 senators are elected by states with 25% of the population, which means some 15% of the vote, mostly rural, white, religious, skeptical of science, heavily armed. And the tendency is increasing. It's hard to see how some form of civil conflict can be avoided unless the Democrats reverse course sharply and become a political party that doesn't simply abandon the working class to its bitter class enemy, as they have done for 40 years. How do we explain the fact that while U.S. politics seems nastier, more polarized, and more divided than any other time in recent history, both parties stay away from addressing the most critical issues facing the country and the world at large? In 1895, the highly successful campaign manager Mark Hanna famously said, "There are two things that are important in politics. The first is money, and I can't remember what the second one is." Those who control the wealth of the country have their own priorities, primarily self-enrichment and enhancement of decision-making power. And these are the priorities that prevail in a neoliberal democracy, with the annoying public dismissed to the back rooms where they belong. The CEOs of major banks surely understand the extraordinary threat of environmental catastrophe but are increasing investment in fossil fuels because that's where the money is. Like the energy corporations, they are hardly eager to support candidates warning of the serious crimes they are committing. Lockheed Martin and its cohorts are quite happy to see vast increases in the military budget and are surely delighted with such declarations as the Trump administration's new National Defense Strategy, just released by the U.S. Institute of Peace. Lacking a sense of irony, the bureaucracy is quite happy to caricature Orwell. This somber document warns that our dangerously depleted military, which almost overwhelms the rest of the world combined, might not be able to prevail in a two-front war against Russia and China. Of course, neither military industry nor the distinguished authors of the report believe that such a war could even be fought without terminal destruction, but it's a great way to siphon taxpayer dollars away from absurdities like health and education and into the deserving pockets of the captains of industry and finance. Not many political figures will dare to dismiss such awesome threats to our security. As for the nastiness, it's largely a result of the drift to the right of both parties during the neoliberal years, the Democrats becoming what used to be called moderate Republicans, or often worse, and the Republicans drifting off the spectrum, and their devotion to wealth and corporate power is so extreme that they cannot possibly win elections on their actual policies. They have therefore been compelled to mobilize voting constituencies on cultural issues, diverting attention away from actual policies. To keep them in line, it's natural for the leadership to demonize the political opposition as not merely wrong but intent on demolishing their most deeply held values, and for the latter to resort to contempt for the deplorables. Soon antagonisms degenerate to warfare. There are many illustrations of how the Republican leadership has sought to organize a voting constituency, some of which we've discussed before. One revealing case is abortion rights. In the 60s, the Republican Party was strongly pro-choice, including the leadership, Reagan, Ford, George H.W. Bush, and others. Same with voters. In 1972, two-thirds of Republicans believed abortion to be a private matter, and that the government should have no role in it. Nixon and his cohorts realized that they could attract the Catholic vote, traditionally Democratic, by adopting an anti-abortion plank. Later in the 70s, evangelicals began to organize for political action. Among their demands was maintaining segregated schools. Republican operative Paul Weyrich recognized an opportunity. An open call for segregated schools wouldn't work, but if the Republican Party pretended to oppose abortion, it could pick up the huge evangelical vote, now a core part of Trump's voting base. The leadership accordingly shifted to passionate pro-life advocates, including those who it is sometimes believed had some character and honesty, like Bush I, who shifted along with the rest. Meanwhile, the actual constituency of the Republican Party remains great wealth and corporate power, even more dramatically so under Trump. It is quite an achievement to serve this actual constituency with dedication while maintaining a hold on the voting base. As their voting base shrinks, Republican leaders understand that the GOP is becoming a minority party, which is why they are so dedicated to finding modes of voter suppression and packing the courts with reactionaries who will support their efforts. It should also be noted that popular opinion differs from the party leadership on many central issues. But as already mentioned, since the majority of the population is disenfranchised, it doesn't matter much. To take just one example, for 40 years of polling the population has strongly favored higher taxes on the rich as taxes on the rich decline. Bernie Sanders was re-elected to the Senate while his protégé Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez won a smashing victory over her Republican opponent for New York's 14th district and became, in fact, the youngest woman elected to Congress. In fact, there are now probably as many Democratic Socialists in the House as there are conservative Democrats, so the question is whether progressives should go on to form a third party or try to change the Democratic Party from within. What's your take on this matter? In the 18th century, with all of its extreme flaws, the U.S. constitutional system was a major step forward in democratic participation as compared with Europe. Even the concept "we the people," though grossly misleading, was a conceptual breakthrough. Over the years, however, by comparative standards the system increasingly ranks as quite regressive. It is doubtful, for example, that Europe would admit a country with the US system as a new member. In particular, the system is radically rigged against any challenge to the governing duopoly. To develop a basis for a third party would require a serious and sustained effort in popular mobilization, not impossible, but not now on the horizon. There do seem to be possibilities to shift the character of the Democratic Party, at least back to its modern New Deal origins, and beyond. It already is considerably beyond in some respects as a result of the civilizing effect of the activism of the 60s and its aftermath. There are possibilities for development of independent parties, beginning at the local level, adopting fusion policies for more general elections, perhaps gaining enough traction to take part more actively in the political system. But we should never forget that electoral politics, while not to be dismissed, should not be the prime focus of serious radical political action, which aims to change the basic institutions that undergird the political system, to dismantle hegemonic ideologies, and to help develop the kind of mass consciousness that must be the basis for badly, even desperately needed social and political change. Trump is willing to dismantle democracy to hold on to power. C.J. Polychronua, Noam. With slightly more than 2 weeks away from the most important national elections in recent U.S. history, Trump's campaign continues to harp on the message of law and order, a political tactic that authoritarian leaders have always relied on in order to control people and to strengthen their grip on a country, but refuses to accept a peaceful transition to power if he loses to Biden. Your thoughts on these matters? Noam Chomsky, the law and order appeal is normal, virtually reflexive. Trump's threat to refuse to accept the result of the election is not. It is something new in stable parliamentary democracies. The fact that this contingency is even being discussed reveals how effective the Trump wrecking ball has been in undermining formal democracy. We may recall that Richard Nixon, not exactly revered for his integrity, had some reason to suppose that victory in the 1960 election had been stolen from him by Democratic Party machinations. He did not challenge the results, placing the welfare of the country above personal ambition. Al Gore did the same in 2000. The idea of Trump placing anything above his personal ambition, even caring about the welfare of the country, is too ludicrous to discuss. James Madison once said that liberty is not protected by parchment barriers, words on paper. Rather, constitutional orders presuppose good faith and some commitment, however limited, to the common good. When that is gone, we've moved to a different socio-political world. Trump's threats are taken quite seriously, not only in extensive commentary in mainstream media and journals, but even within the military, which might be compelled to intervene, as in the tin pot dictatorships that are Trump's model. A striking example is an open letter to the country's highest-ranking military officer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley, from two highly regarded retired military commanders, Lt. Colonels John Nagl and Paul Yingling. They warn Milley, the President of the United States is actively subverting our electoral system, threatening to remain in office in defiance of our Constitution. In a few months' time, you may have to choose between defying a lawless president or betraying your constitutional oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The enemy today is domestic, a lawless president, Nagl and Yingling continue, who is assembling a private army capable of thwarting not only the will of the electorate but also the capacities of ordinary law enforcement. When these forces collide on January 20, 2021, the U.S. military will be the only institution capable of upholding our constitutional order. With Senate Republicans reduced to supplicant status, having abandoned any lingering shreds of integrity, General Milley should be prepared to send a brigade of the 82nd Airborne to disperse Trump's little green men, Nagl and Yingling advise. Should you remain silent, you will be complicit in a coup d'état. Hard to believe, but the very fact that such thoughts are voiced by sober and respected voices, and echoed throughout the mainstream, is reason enough to be deeply concerned about the prospects for U.S. society. I rarely quote New York Times senior correspondent Thomas Friedman, but when he asks whether this might be our last Democratic election, he is not joining us wild men in the wings, to quote McGeorge Bundy's term for those who don't automatically conform to approved doctrine. Meanwhile, we should not overlook how leading elements of Trump's private army, the U.S. Border Patrol, are showing their mettle in their usual terrain of deployment, the cruel Arizona desert, to which the U.S., since Clinton, has driven miserable people fleeing from our destruction of their countries so that we may evade our responsibility, both legal and moral, to offer them an opportunity for asylum. When Trump decided to terrorize Portland, Oregon, he didn't send the military, probably expecting that it would refuse to follow his orders, as had just happened in Washington, D.C. He sent paramilitaries, the most fierce of them the tactical unit BORTAC of the Border Patrol, which is given virtually free rein with the damned of the earth as its targets. Immediately on returning from carrying out Trump's orders in Portland, BORTAC returned to its regular pastimes, smashing up a flimsy medical aid center in the desert where volunteers seek to provide some medical aid, even water, to desperate people who managed somehow to survive. Not content with this achievement, BORTAC soon returned to the task. Perhaps those who may be facing Trump's private army might want to learn more about them. Here's an excerpt from an authoritative report from the scene offered by the humanitarian organization No More Deaths. After sunset yesterday, October 5, U.S. Border Patrol entered No More Deaths humanitarian aid station, Bird Camp, with a federal warrant, for a second nighttime raid in 2 months. Volunteers were held for 3 hours while 12 people who were receiving medical care, food, water, and shelter from the 100+ degree heat were apprehended. In a massive show of armed force, Border Patrol, along with the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, BORTAC, descended on the camp with an armored tank, ATVs, a helicopter, and many marked and unmarked vehicles. Agents, armed with assault rifles, chased and terrorized those who were receiving care, all while the helicopter hovered low above them, kicking up dust and debris, making it nearly impossible to see. Border Patrol smashed windows, broke doors, and destroyed essential camp infrastructure as well as supplies. This was after heavily surveilling the camp and patrolling its perimeter, creating an antagonistic and distressing environment for those receiving care, since late Saturday night on the 3rd. Since the previous raid on July 31, Border Patrol has refused on multiple occasions to meet with volunteers to discuss previous shared agreements that upheld the right to provide humanitarian aid. The Tucson sector chief sent No More Deaths representatives a formal letter asserting this refusal. Those are the professional elements of Trump's private army, buttressed by the armed militias that are upholding the doctrines of white supremacy that the FBI and Department of Homeland Security regard as the major domestic threat in the U.S., sharply increasing during the Trump years from 20% of terrorism-related crimes in 2016 to close to 100% by 2019. Those are the forces that may be upholding law and order if in fact the top military command decides to be complicit in a coup d'état. It seems unimaginable, but, regrettably, not inconceivable. Meanwhile, Trump and his Republican cohorts are working overtime to implement their strategy of undermining the election or discrediting it if it comes out the wrong way, setting the stage for a possible coup. In preparation, an army for Trump is being mobilized to descend on polls to intimidate the wrong voters. What was once the Justice Department is easing election fraud inquiry constraints in case that path becomes necessary. In general, no stone is left unturned in Trump's campaign to dismantle democratic forms and hold on to power. Perhaps there is some slight comfort in the fact that we are not alone. Other major democracies are also decaying, also falling into the hands of leaders with traits of fascism, if not the ideologies. Many, including leading scholars of fascism, regard this characterization of Trump as much too charitable. The world's largest democracy, India, is now run by a Trump-style wrecker, Narendra Modi, who is destroying Indian secular democracy and turning India into a cruel ethnocracy while also crushing Kashmir. The world's oldest democracy, Britain, has not approached Trump's demolition job, but Prime Minister Boris Johnson is trying to join the club. His dismissal of Parliament so that he could ram through his version of Brexit, quickly overturned by the Supreme Court, caused outrage in British legal circles, with charges that he was undermining the presumption of good faith on which the British constitutional order has rested for centuries. He has since moved on to violating international law, admittedly, but only a little bit, by reversing a crucial provision of the agreement he had just reached with the EU, which is now suing Britain for this breach. We may add, the second largest democracy in the Western Hemisphere, run by a Trump clone who tries in every way to imitate his model, for example, by trying to fire investigators for daring to look at the corruption and alleged criminality that surrounds him and his family. The US has gone farther down the road toward autocracy. When inspectors general tasked with overseeing executive malfeasance followed the same course, the would-be dictator in the White House simply fired them. He did so without a peep from the Republican Senate that had instituted this effort to protect the public, by now reduced to supplicant status. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but there is a remarkable correlation between the dedication of leaders to demolish the democratic order and their expediting the slaughter of their own populations by COVID-19. The current ranking of cases and deaths, reported by the authoritative South China Morning Post, Hong Kong, are, from the top. United States, 7,551,428 cases, 211,844 deaths. India, 6,835,655 cases, 105,526 deaths. Brazil, 5,694 cases, 148,228 deaths. They are followed far behind by a stellar democracy, Russia, 1,253,603 cases, 21,939 deaths. Others are left in their wake. This is, of course, not the full picture. It's important to factor in death rates and other variables. But the general picture, and the correlation, are hard to overlook. What is happening in the US, India and Brazil also cannot fail to evoke memories of the early 1930s for me, bitter personal memories. One common feature is the fanatic adoration of the maximal leader by his loyal followers. There is one curious difference. Mussolini and Hitler were providing their worshippers with something, social reforms, a place in the sun. Trump is stabbing them in the back with virtually every legislative and executive action, and seriously harming the US in the international arena. The same is true of his companions in arms in India and Brazil. Trump's commitment to cause maximal suffering to the American population is stunning to behold. It goes well beyond his truly colossal crimes, racing toward the abyss of environmental catastrophe and sharply increasing the threat of nuclear war. In far lesser ways, once again no stone is left unturned in ways to cause severe harm to the public. Let's just keep to the pandemic, the least of the grave crises humanity faces. There is an international consortium, COVAX, working to facilitate the search for vaccines by cooperative efforts and to give at least some consideration to the distributional problems, ensuring that potential vaccines and other treatments will be available to those who need them rather than monopolized by the rich. Trump's contribution? The usual one, to withdraw from the effort that over 170 countries have committed to. The wrecker-in-chief always has a pretext, in this case, the World Health Organization, WHO, is involved, and the WHO serves Trump as a scapegoat as he flails around to deflect attention from his slaughter of tens of thousands of Americans. Aside from the characteristic cruelty in pursuit of self-interest, withdrawal means that Americans will be deprived if vaccines are developed elsewhere, perhaps in China, which according to some reports may be in the lead. As in 2003, after the SARS epidemic, scientists are now warning that another coronavirus pandemic is likely, probably more severe than this one. We've discussed before how Trump dismantled the protections that were in place against the current pandemic, leaving the US singularly unprepared. He is now resolutely pursuing the same course, not just by withdrawing from COVAX. The countries of the world are now participating in a UN biodiversity summit to try and slow humanity's rapid destruction of nature. The UN official leading the convention, Elizabeth Murumamruma, emphasizes that averting another pandemic is one crucial target. If we want to avoid another COVID, she warns, we have to take action. We either conserve and protect that nature, biodiversity, or it will make us suffer as we do now. Trump is again helping out in the usual way, by refusing to take part. The media are also helping in this case. The cited 2 minutes on NPR may have exhausted the coverage, a cursory search suggests. Meanwhile, humanity's destruction of nature proceeds apace. A major study of the destruction of biodiversity by the Royal Botanical Gardens, Kew, found that 2/5 of the world's plants are at risk of extinction. We are ignoring the potential treasure chest of wild species that offers potential fuels, foods and medicines to humanity, says conservation scientist Colin Clubb. This study received 3 minutes on BBC. We have to keep to priorities, after all. Trump's approach to international conventions and initiatives is simple: if I didn't create it, demolish it, claiming it's the worst deal in history. If I created it, it's the deal of the century, the greatest achievement in memory. And with his media echo chamber, and congressional supplicants, he can get away with it. Pity the country, and the world. True, Trump's methods are achieving something. Waving the big stick does sometimes bring results. When the US approached the UN Security Council to demand that it renew harsh sanctions against Iran, it refused with almost total unanimity, including even Britain. No matter. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, in good Mussolini-Hitler fashion, returned to the Security Council to inform them that the UN sanctions are renewed. The United States took this decisive action, Pompeo instructed his Security Council servants, because, in addition to Iran's failure to perform its JCPOA commitments, the Security Council failed to extend the UN arms embargo on Iran. Such disobedience of course cannot be tolerated by the dear leader of the world. More broadly, the Trump administration is steadily firming up the reactionary international headed by Washington, the one geostrategic initiative that can be detected in the administrative chaos. Prime members are Trump's companions Modi and Bolsonaro. In the Middle East, they are joined by Egypt's General Abdul Fattah al-Sisi, Trump's favorite dictator, who has driven Egypt to new depths of despair. And of course the Gulf dictatorships, headed by the estimable Mohammed bin Salman, responsible for Khashoggi's brutal murder as one of his lesser crimes. Another welcome member is Israel, now scarcely concealing its drift to the far right. The recent formalization of tacit relations between Israel and the Gulf dictatorships finds its natural place in this system. There are also members beyond, like Viktor Orban's Hungarian illiberal democracy, and waiting in the wings, such attractive figures as Italy's Mario Salvini, celebrating the drowning of thousands of the damned in the Mediterranean, adding to Italy's contribution to Europe's genocidal record. On the bright side, Trump's reactionary international is now countered by the new Progressive International, which grew from the Sanders movement in the US and a European counterpart, DiEM25, a transnational movement seeking to preserve and strengthen what is of value in the European Union while overcoming its severe flaws. It has also drawn in a wide range of representatives from the global south. Its first international conference just took place in Iceland, where the Prime Minister is a member. Though it of course lacks the resources of violence and wealth of the reactionary international, it has promised to become a people's representative in the global class war that is underway to determine the contours of the post-pandemic world. Typical of authoritarian leaders, Trump relies heavily on the use and promotion of conspiracy theories, apparently fully aware of the fact that conspiracy theories intensify political polarization. Why do conspiracy theories thrive in politics, and what do they mean for political reality at the end of the second decade of the 21st century in the United States? One reason why conspiracy theories flourish is that people want explanations, sometimes out of intellectual curiosity, sometimes for more personal and often wrenching reasons. That's particularly true when things fall apart. That's happened in many ways. Consider the neoliberal disaster of the past 40 years. Its essence was announced with much clarity by Thatcher and Reagan, and their economic guru Milton Friedman, right at the start: there is no society, individuals have to face the ravages of the market alone, with no defense, surely not labor unions, which have to be destroyed. Governments are the problem, flawed by the fact that they are partially responsive to the public. Decisions therefore have to be transferred to private hands, in effect, the corporate sector. Corporations must be dedicated solely to self-enrichment, not a principle of economics, but an ethical judgment. There are further nuances, but this is the essence. Putting these principles together, it is not hard to draw some conclusions about likely consequences. The Rand Corporation has just released a study on the scale of the, hardly unexpected, effects. They estimate the sum transferred from the middle and working classes to the very rich since Reagan-Thatcher-Friedman to be $47 trillion. Robbery might be a more accurate term. Rand takes the very rich to be the top 10%. That's misleading. It is overwhelmingly a tiny fraction of these. The top 0.1% have seen their share of the nation's wealth double since Reagan, to 20%. This is only part of the grim story, amplified by Clinton's radically anti-labor globalization program, post-Thatcher austerity, Obama's bailout of the perpetrators of the housing crash and rejection of legislation to help the victims as well, and much else. It should not come as a great surprise that the epidemic of deaths of despair that has plagued the U.S., primarily among white men of working age, is now beginning to haunt Britain. Nor that much of the world is consumed by rage, resentment, contempt for institutions. This offers fertile territory to demagogues and con men sometimes, like Trump, highly skilled who can parade as the saviors of the public while slavishly serving their oppressors. With ample help from the information system, they can divert attention away from the sources of popular discontent to the standard scapegoats, exploiting deep-seated prejudices and fears. No need to review how it is done. In such a climate, conspiracy theories can flourish. There are other factors to consider. The real world is complex. Pick any event you like and even the most solid accounts will have plenty of loose ends, odd coincidences, unexplained features. That's why scientists do experiments, abstracting radically from the observed phenomena. Again, that encourages conspiracy theories. Furthermore, some of the theories might have some validity. Adam Smith was consciously exaggerating when he declared that people of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices. But he wasn't concocting a fantasy. It happens all the time. Some of these escapades are well documented. In many other cases there are grounds for suspicion. To take just one current example, the staid and respectable German national broadcaster Deutsche Welle recently interviewed the prominent U.S. political scientist Norman Ornstein of the American Enterprise Institute on some curious doings involving Trump, Deutsche Bank, and the U.S. Supreme Court. To quote the opening words, "The explosive New York Times report on the tax situation of U.S. President Trump is raising some uncomfortable questions for Germany's largest lender, Deutsche Bank, namely, why did Deutsche Bank loan Mr. Trump $2 billion at the same time other banks, including all U.S. banks, were not willing to do so? And while Deutsche Bank may be handling the loans, we cannot say tonight who or what is behind that money. In other words, we don't know who owns the debt of U.S. President Donald Trump." And adding to the puzzle is the role played by the son of a former Supreme Court justice. Justin Kennedy, son of former Justice Anthony Kennedy, was a division head and contact for Trump at Deutsche Bank. Kennedy was close to the then future president while continuing to lend him money. Another part of the puzzle, as Ornstein elaborates, is the premature retirement of Justice Kennedy, the swing vote on the court, permitting Trump to nominate the young, far-right Brett Kavanaugh, Justin Kennedy's protege, to replace him. The optics look terrible, Ornstein concludes, calling for investigation by the state of New York, not the federal prosecutors, who are now in the pockets of Trump's legal representatives, formerly known as the Justice Department. It's not a conspiracy theory, but can easily be recrafted as one. In brief, in a fetid swamp, conspiracy theories flourish, and some might turn out to have considerable bearing on the world that has been created by systems of state and private power. Trump is quite capable of an October surprise. C.J. Policromou, since coming to power, Trump has taken various steps to rule like an autocrat. One of his latest tactics is to send federal agents into cities to crush protests. Can you talk about the political aims behind Trump's abuse of his law enforcement powers, and whether his actions have precedent in modern U.S. history? Noam Chomsky, the renowned economist James Buchanan, one of the leading figures of US-style libertarianism, observed in his major work The Limits of Liberty that the ideal society should accord with fundamental human nature, which makes good sense. Then comes the next question, what is fundamental human nature? He had a very simple answer: in a strictly personalized sense, any person's ideal situation is one that allows him full freedom of action and inhibits the behavior of others so as to force adherence to his own desires. That is to say, each person seeks mastery over a world of slaves. It is not easy to find real human beings who suffer from this pathology, but Trump seems to be a good candidate. When inspectors general began to fulfill their duty of inquiring into the swamp of corruption he'd created, he fired them. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York was summarily dismissed when he made the same error, replaced by a flack for private equity. Next in turn was the military. The White House is intensifying an effort to hire Pentagon personnel with an undisputed allegiance to President Trump, current and former officials said. When the Senate did not quickly confirm his choice, retired Gen. Anthony Tata, to fill the Pentagon's top policy job, Trump simply appointed him without the required Senate approval. This has been standard procedure under Trump. Why bother with the legal formality of Senate confirmation? Practices are much the same when the population dares to raise its head. They are then threatened with ominous weapons and vicious dogs. The latter invokes/recalls attacks on civil rights protesters that aroused horror and contempt when used in the Deep South 60 years ago. Overruling state and local officials, Trump sent paramilitaries to assault protesters in Portland, Oregon, including the elite Border Patrol Tactical Unit, BORTAC, trained to use violence with little oversight against miserable refugees dying in the harsh Arizona desert not far from where I live. Confronting Portland's wall of moms with brute force does not go over too well with the general public, even arousing protests that it can't happen here, we're not Italy under Mussolini. BORTAC was ultimately withdrawn from Portland, but shortly thereafter returned to its mission of demonstrating that it can and does happen here, even if we choose not to look. A few days after leaving Portland, heavily armed BORTAC units raided a humanitarian aid station for fleeing refugees in the Arizona desert, detaining over 30 people who were receiving medical care, food, water, and shelter from the 100+ degree heat. In a massive show of force, Border Patrol, along with BORTAC, descended on the camp with an armored vehicle, 3 ATVs, 2 helicopters, and dozens of marked and unmarked vehicles, a No More Deaths news update reports. There's plenty more. One reaction is that the Western-led world order is in crisis. If the US re-elects Donald Trump, this will be terminal. A few years ago, you might have encountered these sentiments on a street corner, with someone holding a sign reading "The end is nigh." Today, you read them in the world's leading business journal, the London Financial Times, expressed by the sober and highly respected economic political analyst Martin Wolf. Much of the world has had more than enough of the Western-led world order in the past centuries, but would hardly favor what is likely to come if Trump were to administer a terminal blow. Are there precedents in American history? One has to search fairly hard to find any, though a possible candidate is Trump's hero Andrew Jackson. When Jackson defied the Supreme Court's orders to stop his campaign of brutal Indian removal, he is alleged to have directly challenged the sitting Supreme Court Chief Justice. John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. We should also not overlook the fact that popular support for autocracy runs disturbingly high. Few signs are clearer than attitudes toward the media. Almost 1/4 of Republicans agree that President Trump should close down mainstream news outlets, like CNN, The Washington Post and The New York Times. Twice that number of Republicans, almost half, agree that the president should have the authority to close news outlets engaged in bad behavior and that the news media is the enemy of the American people, engaged in bad behavior. Democrats are not that extreme, but the numbers are not overly reassuring. What about his suggestion that the November general election be delayed, from which he refuses to back down? Given that he is not constitutionally empowered to enforce such an extraordinary proposal, how can he be stopped from doing so? He could be stopped by mass popular protests, perhaps a general strike, inducing the real masters to intervene to preserve the society they largely own. If it comes to a true show of force, Trump can be stopped by the military if they decide to uphold the U.S. Constitution. These strange days, it must have occurred to many that Trump's attempted purge of the military command might be tactical, anticipating this contingency, something else that would have been unthinkable a few years ago. It might be worthwhile to pay attention to some analogies in today's decaying global social order. Recently, Trump's mimic in Brazil, President Jair Bolsonaro, sought to fire investigators looking into his family's sordid activities. He was blocked by the Supreme Court. The world's oldest parliamentary democracy is also tottering, under the regime of Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who stands out in Europe for his Trump-like failure to responsibly handle the pandemic. When Johnson wanted to ram through his version of Brexit, he simply suspended Parliament, an unprecedented act that was bitterly condemned by British legal authorities, and quashed by the Supreme Court. The US trails behind. Trump's attacks on the US Postal Service are increasing in the year of the mail-in ballot. In fact, his new Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, has already taken steps to slow down the delivery of mail, and there is even talk of post offices shutting down across the country in an apparent effort to disenfranchise voters. What does Donald Trump's success in undermining democratic governance reveal about the state of the U.S. political system and U.S. democracy in the 21st century? Several factors converge in the actions of Trump's choice to undermine the Postal Service. One is the narrow concern with the elections. Republicans know that they have a problem. They're a party of a shrinking minority. They cannot approach voters with their actual policies of unstinting service to extreme wealth and corporate power, and therefore have to mobilize voters on so-called cultural issues, not a very secure stand. To hold on to office, they have to resort to such devices as massive purging of voters to ensure that the wrong people don't contaminate the elections, a remarkable story exposed by investigative journalist Greg Palast. Slowing mail service might open the door to challenges to the election if they can't steal it by other means. But there are deeper reasons that we've discussed before. The modern Republican Party has a visceral hatred of the U.S. Postal Service, for good reasons. It is a highly efficient government institution, a fact that can give voters the subversive idea that government might be of, by, and for the people. It offers no opportunities for private profit, and performs major services to the population, and could do a great deal more if it were freed of congressional malevolence. These are lessons that have to be kept from the eyes of the dangerous masses. Even worse, the worshippers of the so-called Founding Fathers might not be able to continue to suppress the fact that they conceived of the Postal Service as a subsidy to a free, independent press, anathema. The implications for what remains of democratic governance after 40 years of the neoliberal assault, enhanced by Trump's wrecking ball, need hardly be elaborated. Trump has tried to use the coronavirus pandemic in a way that serves his re-election purposes, rather than serving the interests and needs of the American public. With coronavirus cases and deaths hitting new records almost daily, isn't it possible that he may use COVID as a means to bolster his suggestion for postponing the November election? He is desperate enough to try almost anything. And he'll have plenty of support. Business leaders may cringe at Trump's antics. That's especially true for those who like to present themselves as humane and cultivated managers of soulful corporations in 50s rhetoric, regularly recycled when needed to overcome reputational risks. But as long as Trump recognizes where real power lies and follows the rules, they prefer him to uncertain alternatives that might be subject to pressures from people who care about the common good. As Joe Biden bends to activist pressures and rises in the polls, the true masters of the universe are becoming increasingly alarmed. Front-page headlines tell us that investors start to ask, what if Biden becomes president? The stories report that investors are concerned that the gravy train may be slowed down if their champion is kicked out. Fossil fuel industries are particularly worried. A headline in the Texas press reads, "Oil donors flock to Trump as Biden hardens climate stance." It reports that they are writing checks to President Donald Trump with greater zeal than they did 4 years ago, as Biden campaigns on a climate plan that seeks to eliminate carbon emissions by mid-century, possibly earlier, along with his $2 trillion program to address some of the many problems that have to be dealt with. Not enough, but a substantial step forward. Many polls indicate that Trump is trailing Biden by double digits. What could possibly happen between now and November that could turn the race around? Biden's victory is anything but a sure thing. Election tampering is now a huge industry, and massive campaign funding in the last days can have a major effect. This seems to have happened in 2016. The leading specialist on campaign funding, Tom Ferguson, found that a dual wave of money donated to presidential and Senate races had a substantial and probably decisive impact in the final days of the 2016 campaign. And we've already discussed the possibility that Republican interference with mail balloting might muddy the waters. Apart from all of these devices to undermine the limited integrity of elections, Trump is quite capable of an October surprise. It's not hard to conjure up a variety of options. This is no time for letting one's guard down, beguiled by dubious hopes. We must not let masters of capital define the post-COVID world. C.J. Polychronuo, it's been argued by many, from various quarters, that COVID-19 has been a game changer. Do you concur with this view, or are we talking of a temporary situation, with a return to the business as usual approach being the most likely scenario once this health crisis is over? Noam Chomsky, there is no way to predict. Those who have primary responsibility for the multiple crises imperiling us today are hard at work, relentlessly, to ensure that the systems they created, and from which they have greatly benefited, will endure, and in an even harsher forms, with more intense surveillance and other means of coercion and control. Popular forces are mobilizing to counter these malign developments. They seek to dismantle the destructive policies that have led us to this uniquely perilous moment of human history, and to move toward a world system that gives priority to human rights and needs, not the prerogatives of concentrated capital. We should take a few moments to clarify the stakes for ourselves in the bitter class war taking shape as the post-pandemic world is being forged. The stakes are immense. All are rooted in the suicidal logic of unregulated capitalism, and at a deeper level in its very nature. All are becoming more apparent during the neoliberal plagues of the past 40 years. The crises have been exacerbated by malignancies that have surfaced as these destructive tendencies took their course. The most ominous are appearing in the most powerful state in human history, not a good omen for a world in crisis. The stakes were spelled out in the setting of the doomsday clock last January. Each year of Trump's presidency, the minute hand has been moved closer to midnight. 2 years ago, it reached the closest it has been since the clock was first set after the atomic bombings. This past January, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists abandoned minutes altogether and moved to seconds, 100 seconds to midnight. The analysts reiterated the prime concerns: nuclear war, environmental destruction, and deterioration of democracy, the last of these because the only hope of dealing with the two existential crises is vibrant democracy in which an informed population is directly engaged in determining the fate of the world. Since January, Trump has escalated each of these threats to survival. He has continued his project of dismantling the arms control regime that has provided some protection against nuclear disaster. So far this year, he has terminated the Open Skies Treaty, proposed by Eisenhower, and imposed frivolous conditions to block the renegotiation of New START, the last pillar of the system. He is now considering ending the moratorium on nuclear tests, an invitation for other nuclear-armed countries to follow suit, said Daryl Kimball, executive director of the Arms Control Association. The military industry can scarcely control its euphoria over the flood of gifts from the public to develop new weapons to destroy us all, encouraging adversaries to do likewise so that down the road, new grants will flow to try to counter the new threats to survival. A hopeless task, as virtually every specialist knows, but that is not pertinent. What matters is that public largesse should flow into the right pockets. Trump also has continued his dedicated campaign to destroy the environment that sustains human life. His FY 2020 budget proposal, issued while the pandemic was raging, called for further defunding of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other health-related components for government, compensated by increased support for the fossil fuel industries that are destroying the prospects for survival. And, as usual, he called for more funding for the military and for the border wall that is a central part of his electoral strategy. The corporate leaders Trump has installed to supervise environmental destruction are quietly eliminating regulations that somewhat constrain the damage and that protect the population from poisoned water supplies and poisoned air. The latter reveals sharply the malevolence of the Trump phenomenon. In the midst of an unprecedented respiratory pandemic, Trump's minions are seeking to increase air pollution, which makes COVID-19 more deadly, endangering tens of thousands of Americans. But it doesn't much matter. Most have no choice but to live near the polluting plants, those who are poor and black, and who vote the wrong way. Again, there are beneficiaries, his prime constituency of private wealth and corporate power. Turning to the third concern of the doomsday clock analysts, Trump has accelerated his program to dismantle American democracy. The executive branch has been virtually dismantled, converted to a collection of cowardly sycophants who do not dare to offend the master. His latest step was to fire the state of New York prosecutor who was investigating the swamp that Trump has created in Washington. He was carrying forward the investigation of the inspectors general whom Trump purged when they were getting too close. The next projected step, we have just learned, is to be a purge of the military command, to ensure faithful obedience to the aspiring tin-pot dictator in the event of an international or domestic crisis of his making. Trump is mimicked closely by Jair Bolsonaro, farce imitating tragedy. But in Brazil, there is still a slim barrier to executive criminality, the Supreme Court, which blocked Bolsonaro's moves to purge the authorities investigating his own swamp. The US trails well behind. It is quite an achievement to have significantly escalated all three of the threats to survival that have moved the doomsday clock toward midnight in a mere 6 months, while at the same time, administering a spectacular failure to deal with the pandemic. Under Trump's leadership, the US, with 4% of the world's population, has by now registered 20% of COVID-19 cases. According to a study in a leading medical journal, almost all cases are attributable to the refusal by Trump and associates to respect the advice of scientists. In late March, the US and EU had about the same number of coronavirus cases. Europe adopted the results of US scientific studies, and cases have very sharply declined. Under Trump, cases have increased to over 5 times the EU level. European researchers are wondering whether the US has just given up. Europe is now considering a ban on travelers from the pariah state that Trump and associates are constructing. The idea that the US government has given up is mistaken. A more accurate conclusion is that the rulers simply don't care. Their concern is to maintain power and to shape the future society in their image. The fate of the general population is someone else's business. The task of forging the future world is not left to executive orders. It is by now virtually the sole concern of the Senate, with a Republican majority that is perhaps even more subservient to the master than the executive. Mitch McConnell's Senate has virtually abandoned any pretense of being a deliberative or legislative body. Its task is to serve wealth and corporate power while packing the judiciary, top to bottom, with young ultra-right Federalist Society products who will be able to protect the reactionary Trump-McConnell agenda for many years, whatever the public might want. The latest Republican effort to punish the population is to call upon the Supreme Court to terminate the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, as always, offering nothing in its place but empty promises. Trumpian malevolence is merely bringing to light far deeper malignancies of the socio-economic order that cannot be ignored if we are to avoid the next and probably worse pandemic, or to deal with the truly existential threats to survival that Trump is working hard to make much more severe. These are the questions we face as we ask ourselves what we can do to shape the emergence from the current health crisis. Since the eruption of nationwide demonstrations in defense of Black lives and in support of defunding the police, we have witnessed massive shifts in public attitudes on racism and growing defiance of Trump by leading establishment figures and even leaders within his own party. Can you analyze racism in the Trump era, and speculate as to whether the country is ready for a new era in race relations? Some insight into racism in the Trump era is provided by the record of racially motivated violence. According to the Anti-Defamation League, in 2016, before Trump took office, this curse accounted for 20% of terrorism-related deaths in the U.S. By 2018, the figure rose to 98%. And it has continued since. FBI Director Christopher Wray reported that racially and ethnically motivated extremists had been the primary source of ideologically motivated lethal incidents and violence since 2018, and that 2019 marked the deadliest year of white supremacist violence since the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, Foreign Affairs reports. That is one face of racism in the Trump era, regularly fanned from the White House. The current demonstrations reflect critical tendencies in the opposite direction. The demonstrations are unprecedented, in scale, in commitment, in solidarity, and in popular support reaching well beyond what Martin Luther King Jr. achieved when he was still a popular figure. These remarkable demonstrations testify to significant changes in popular consciousness. Trump, of course, has been trying hard to stir up his white supremacist voting bloc while tweeting wild charges about how the country is under siege by the violent radicals who run the Democratic Party. But his familiar techniques do not seem to be working as before. So far, the short-term goals of the demonstrators seem to be mostly focused on policing. This focus on police practices leads directly to inquiry into much more fundamental features of American society. There is ample evidence that police violence in the US is well beyond comparable societies, but it doesn't take place in a social vacuum. The US is a far more violent society. Violence, of course, isn't in the genes. It arises from social maladies that are reflected in many aspects of the society, not least its very low ranking among OECD Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries in social justice measures. It's clear why these maladies have a radically disproportionate impact on the black community. Police violence is a symptom, which cannot be cured while ignoring its roots. The spread of protests, especially to small-town America, has also brought to light the utterly weird phenomenon of the militia movement in the United States. To what extent is the political ideology of the Republican Party under Trump linked to the extreme anti-government ideology of the militia movement? Apart from the assault on the Michigan state legislature by the armed Michigan Liberty Militia, very good people, Donald Trump assured us, the most dramatic recent case was at the village of Bethel, Ohio. A peaceful demonstration of a few dozen people in support of Black Lives Matter was attacked by 700 counter-protesters from motorcycle gangs, Back the Blue groups, and proponents of the Second Amendment, many armed or with baseball bats and clubs. The Second Amendment has nothing to do with demonstrations like these, but it has become a rallying cry among right-wing groups. It has constantly been evoked by Trump, always irrelevantly, to inflame the tough guys he is counting on. As for political ideology, modern Republicans like to intone Reagan's slogan that government is the problem, not the solution. But always tongue-in-cheek. Their idol expanded the federal government, while almost tripling the national debt. It's true that the ideology of the modern Republican Party is in part anti-government. For them, government has a serious flaw: it is somewhat responsive to the general public. The flaw can be remedied by transferring policy making to private tyrannies that are completely unaccountable to the public. But government is sometimes the solution for Republicans. One instance is when state power is needed to crush popular interference with the doctrines of the faith, that is, the neoliberal doctrines. Government is also the solution for the huge public subsidies for the corporate sector, and more visibly, when the corporate crime wave that has been unleashed by neoliberal principles crashes the economy, as has been happening regularly since Reagan. The masters then run hat in hand to the nanny state to be bailed out. That is happening again today, though this time the corporate greed mandated by neoliberal doctrine is only partially responsible. When the pandemic struck, corporations that had enriched wealthy shareholders and management with stock buybacks have been demanding, and receiving, public largesse as usual via several congressional COVID aid packages. On top of that, it always makes sense not to let an opportunity go to waste. Thanks to friends in high places, nearly 82% of the benefits from the tax law change in the coronavirus stimulus will go to people making $1 million or more annually in 2020. The guiding neoliberal principle is simply a sharper version of the traditional understanding that government's proper function is to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority, as James Madison instructed at the Constitutional Convention. Government's prime concern is the welfare of the men of best quality, as they called themselves a century earlier during the first modern democratic revolution in 17th century England. The rabble will somehow fend for themselves. How? In the neoliberal world, the solution for them is to join the precariat. Deprived of support systems, there is no society, health programs, childcare, vacations, secure pensions, in fact any way to escape the ravages of the market, whatever it brings. Pensions illustrate neoliberal logic well. The first step has been to dissolve them into private 401(k)s. That might lead to higher returns for those who are lucky, and to disaster for those who are not, but either way, withdrawal of security turns people's minds away from dangerous illusions like solidarity and mutual support to isolation in an uncertain market. The next step has just been taken by Eugene Scalia, who was chosen to be Labor Secretary on the basis of his credentials as a corporate lawyer strongly opposed to labor rights. Under the cover of the pandemic, he quietly opened the 401k market to the destructive private equity firms, offering them a huge source of profit and inflated management fees. Proceeding further, after firing the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who stepped out of line by exploring his swamp in Washington, Trump nominated Jay Clayton as his replacement. Clayton, a private equity lawyer, is a longtime advocate of changing federal law to let asset managers funnel more money from retirees to those high-risk, high-fee firms, David Sirota reports in another of his invaluable exposés of state corporate crimes. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, which monitors these shady organizations, issued another scathing report on their malpractice, which Sirota interprets, plausibly, as a desperate cry for help to prevent the stagecoach robbery underway. But to head off that threat, Sirota notes further, the Supreme Court quietly restricted the SEC's power to punish private equity firms. The circle tightens. Hold on to your hats as the new age is forged by the masters, step by step if we let them have their way. Since the outbreak of coronavirus, Joe Biden seems to have recognized that many of the problems facing the contemporary United States are structural, not cyclical. Indeed, Biden seems to have moved further to the left since Bernie Sanders suspended his presidential campaign in April. This raises the interesting question of whether Biden himself has changed or whether it is the politics and culture of the Democratic Party itself that have changed. Can you comment on the policy agenda of Biden and on the possibly changing face of the Democratic Party? What Biden recognizes I don't know. We can however read his program, which has been pressed well to the left. Not by the Democratic National Committee or the donor class. Rather by direct engagement of Sanders and his associates, and most important, by the constant activism of the groups that the Sanders campaign brought together and inspired. Whether the face continues to change depends on whether these forces will continue to mobilize and to act. It's well to remember the traditional left perspective on the quadrennial extravaganzas, including the current one. There is an official doctrine that politics reduces to voting in an election, and then going home to leave matters to others. That's a wonderful way to suppress the population and maintain authoritarian control. The terminology that is used to implement this technique of control is vote for X, and you fulfilled your responsibility as a citizen. The establishment doctrine is available both for those who favor government policy and those who oppose it. In the latter form, it has recently been called lesser evil voting, given the acronym LEF. The traditional left doctrine is very different. It holds that politics consists of constant activism to resist oppression, not only from government, but from even harsher private power, and to develop people's movements to promote justice and popular control of institutions. Every few years an event comes around called an election. One takes a few minutes to see if there is a significant difference between the candidates, and if there is, to take another few minutes to vote against the worst one and then get back to work. To illustrate the choice, consider global warming, plainly a critical matter, for some, like me, the most critical in human history, along with nuclear war. Democrats and Republicans differ sharply on the issue. The latest study by the Pew Research Center finds that Americans continue to be deeply politically divided over how much human activity contributes to climate change. About 7 in 10 Democrats, 72%, say human activity contributes a great deal to climate change, compared with roughly 2 in 10 Republicans, 22%, a difference of 50 percentage points. The difference is even wider among those at the ends of the ideological spectrum. A large majority of liberal Democrats, 85%, say human activity contributes a great deal to climate change. Only 14% of conservative Republicans say the same. This coming November, the difference between the candidates is a chasm. Amid protests and pandemic, Trump's priority is protecting profits. CJ Polychronua, Noam, for the past 40 or so years, we have been witnessing in the US the supremacy of the ideology of market fundamentalism and the demolition of the welfare state. We're now at the point that the country is unable to deal with a major health crisis, let alone resolve long-standing issues like large-scale poverty, immense economic inequalities, racism, and police brutality. Yet, in the midst of the George Floyd protests, Donald Trump did not hesitate to declare that America is the greatest country in the world, while seeking to start a new civil war in this country through tactics of extreme polarization. Can you comment on the above observations? Noam Chomsky, I don't think Trump wants a civil war. Rather, as he says, he wants to dominate by violence and terrify any potential opposition. That is his standard reflex. Just look at his outburst when one Republican senator, Lisa Murkowski, broke strict party discipline and raised some mild doubts about the magnificence of His Royal Majesty. Or his firing of the scientist in charge of vaccine development when he raised a question about one of Trump's quack medicines. Or his purge of the inspector generals who might investigate the fetid swamp he's constructed in Washington. It's routine. He's a radically new phenomenon in American political history. Another Trump reflex is his call for the most vicious dogs, and most ominous weapons, I have ever seen when peaceful protesters appear near his abode. The phrase vicious dogs evokes the country's horror when images of vicious dogs attacking black demonstrators appeared on the front pages during the civil rights movement. Trump's use of the phrase was either by intent, to stir up racist violence, or reflexive, arising from his innermost sentiments. I leave it to others to judge which is worse, and what either tells us about the malignancy at the center of global power. With that qualification, there is no inconsistency. Both the claim that America is the greatest country in the world, in his special sense, and his call for domination, follow from his guiding doctrine, me. A direct corollary to this doctrine is that Trump must satisfy the demands of extreme wealth and corporate power, which tolerate his antics only insofar as he serves their interests abjectly. He does with admirable consistency in his legislative programs and executive decisions, such as the recent Environmental Protection Agency decision to increase air pollution in the midst of an unprecedented respiratory pandemic. This choice risks tens of thousands of deaths, disproportionately black, the business press reports, but increases wealth for those who matter. The success of his tactics was revealed clearly at the January extravaganza at the Davos ski resort, where the masters of the universe, as they are called, meet annually to cavort and congratulate one another. This year's meeting departed from the norm. There was visible concern about reputational risk, recognition that the peasants are coming with their pitchforks. Therefore, there were solemn declarations that we realize we've made mistakes, but we are changing, you can put your faith in us, we will become soulful corporations, to borrow the phrase used in accolades to corporate America in the 50s. The keynote address was, of course, handed to Trump, the Godfather. The elegant figures assembled don't like him. His vulgarity and general brutishness disrupt their preferred image of enlightened humanism. But they gave him rousing applause. Antics aside, he made clear that he understands the bottom line, which pockets have to be stuffed lavishly with more dollars. Another direct corollary of the guiding doctrine is that the con man in charge must control his voting base while he is stabbing most of them in the back with his actual programs, a difficult feat, which he has so far carried off with much skill. The voting base includes not only avid white supremacists, but others in the grip of the fear of them that is a core part of the culture and is of course not without foundation. One consequence of bitter repression is that they often resort to crime, that is, the retail crime of the weak, not the wholesale crime of the powerful. For Trump's prime constituency of great wealth and corporate power, America is indeed the greatest country in the world. How can one fault a country where CEO compensation has reached 287 times that of workers, 0.1% of the population hold 20% of the wealth, and the majority try to survive from paycheck to paycheck. And calls for domination by vicious dogs placates much of the voting base. So, all falls into place. The actor George Clooney responded with an essay for the Daily Beast to the killing of George Floyd by saying that racism is America's pandemic, and in 400 years we've yet to find a vaccine. Why is racism so entrenched and intractable in the United States? The answer is given by what happened in those 400 years. It's been reviewed before, but for me at least it's useful to take a few minutes to think it through again until it becomes deeply ingrained in consciousness. In summary, the first 250 years created the most vicious system of slavery in human history. Once the colonies had gained their liberty, the foundation of much of the nation's wealth. It was unique not only in hideous cruelty but also in that it was based on skin color. That is ineradicable, a curse reaching to future generations. Other minorities were brutally treated, even barred from the country by racist laws. This includes Jews and Italians, the prime target of the 1924 immigration law, which endured for 40 years, long enough to condemn European Jews to crematoria, and post-war, to ensure that survivors went to Palestine, whatever they might have preferred. But this stigma was not permanent, as they could be assimilated into whiteness. Also unique is the fervor of American racism. The one drop of blood criterion for U.S. anti-miscegenation laws that were enforced until the 1960s civil rights movement was so severe and rigid that the Nazis rejected it when searching for models for the racist Nuremberg laws, though they did appeal to the American precedent as the only one they could find. Formal slavery ended in 1865, and a decade of Reconstruction offered black people a taste of freedom, which they used with remarkable effectiveness, given the horrifying legacy. That soon ended. A North-South compact offered Southern racists free rein to murder and repress, and to provide a fine workforce for agribusiness and the Southern Industrial Revolution by criminalizing black life and offering employers a disciplined workforce with zero rights. One of the best general books on the post-Reconstruction period is called Slavery by Another Name, by Wall Street Journal Atlanta bureau chief Douglas Blackman. That stain on American history lasted pretty much until World War II, when free labor was needed for the war industry. I remember well when black domestic servants disappeared from middle-class homes. During the Great Growth period after the war, some opportunities opened for black Americans, though serious impediments remained. The educational opportunities offered by the GI Bill, a major contribution to the health of the society, were denied to black people. Homeownership, the basis for wealth for most people, was restricted by federal laws barring black people from federally funded housing laws that were hated by the liberals who voted for them, but there was no recourse if there was to be any housing at all, thanks to the iron grip of influential Southern Democrats, whose racist passions shifted to the Republicans under Nixon's Southern strategy. By the time these racist laws were withdrawn under pressure of the activism of the 60s, the opportunities for many black Americans were lost. The economy suffered stagflation in the 70s and then the hammer blow of neoliberalism, designed to keep the poor and working people in their place, with black communities as usual the most brutally affected. That assault was compounded by a new wave of criminalization of black life initiated by the deeply racist Reagan administration. That was amplified by Clinton under the cloak of "I am one of you," and on to George Floyd. It's not hard then to answer the question, at least on one level. At a deeper level, we can ask why the disease is so hard to cure. It is worth bearing in mind that racism is not unique to the US. It has always existed in one form or another, but it was not until the Age of Enlightenment and the imperial conquests that it assumed its contemporary virulence. To see it on display in Europe, it is enough to view the intensive efforts of civilized Europeans to prevent the victims of centuries of hideous European slaughter and terror from soiling their shores. Better that tens of thousands should die in the Mediterranean, fleeing from Libya, the scene of the first post-World War I genocide at the hands of the Italian fascist regime which, we might recall, was highly praised in the liberal democracies of the West. Ludwig von Mises, the guru of libertarianism, wrote in 1927 that it cannot be denied that fascism and similar movements aimed at the establishment of dictatorships are full of the best intentions and that their intervention has for the moment saved European civilization. The merit that fascism has thereby won for itself will live on eternally in history. His apologists plead that he only intended for these best intentions to be a temporary means to save civilization. The black shirts could then retire. Aside from Trump's criminal negligence of the spread of COVID-19, and his complete insensitivity to the frustration and anger of the people seeking justice through their street protests against the killing of George Floyd and police brutality generally, the United States does not seem to be well served by its version of federalism. Federalism in its modern form dates back to the Civil War, which changed the phrase United States from plural to singular, in English at least. But the problems with U.S. federalism trace back to the country's founding, and are becoming very severe. In the late 18th century, the U.S. Constitution was a progressive doctrine in comparative terms. However, it was also a frammer's coup against popular pressures for democracy, to borrow the title of the fine study by Michael Klarman that is the gold standard for scholarship on the establishment of the Constitution. Yet even the words "we the people" were a serious challenge to the regimes of the day, meaningful enough to evoke the venerable domino theory among leaders of the time. King George III feared that the example of the American Revolution might lead to erosion of the empire. The Tsar and Clemens von Metternich had similar concerns about the pernicious doctrines of republicanism and popular self-rule spread by the apostles of sedition in the colonies that had cast off the British yoke. That was then. By today's standards, the U.S. political system is so regressive that if the U.S. were to apply for membership in the European Union, it would probably be turned down by the European Court of Justice. The Senate is a travesty of democracy. Wyoming, with 500,000 people, has the same number of senators as California, with 40 million. This extreme perversion of democracy affects the Electoral College as well. The House was carefully designed by Madison with measures to reduce the threat of democracy, but all of that has been effaced by radical gerrymandering and an array of devices, mainly devised by contemporary Republicans, to suppress voting by the wrong people. The powers of the presidency have been constrained by good faith and trust, the way the British Constitution functioned for centuries, now eroding. With a wrecker like Trump in office, backed by a party of trembling cowards, these powers verge on dictatorship, as we are now seeing. By now a small minority rural, white, devoutly Christian, or evangelical can run Congress. Furthermore, this is ineradicable. The small states can block a constitutional amendment. These remarks keep to the formalities of the democratic system, putting aside those whom Adam Smith called the masters of mankind, FDR's economic royalists. Smith recognized them to be the principal architects of policy in 18th century England, the model of democracy in his day. As he wrote, they made sure that policy served their interests, however grievous their impact on the general population. Today, they virtually own the political system, from campaign funding to the overwhelming force of lobbyists and innumerable other devices to keep the government securely in their pocket. Though their power is immense, it is fragile. Hence the concern at Davos about reputational risks, and the statements of top executives that they are mending their ways. They don't have to read David Hume to learn that the governors have nothing to support them but opinion which can be withdrawn since force is always on the side of the governed. The power of the masters is indeed fragile. It can be restricted, even overturned, by a public dedicated to different goals. But that requires organization. Thatcher and Reagan knew what they were doing when they launched the neoliberal era with sharp attacks on labor unions, traditionally the spearhead of social justice struggles. Just keeping to the formal democratic system, a serious constitutional crisis is inevitable for structural reasons and Trump is edging toward it. It is a matter of concern in high places committed to the constitutional order. For example, there is no precedent for the denunciation of his call for violent suppression of protest by some of the highest military officers, the two previous chairmen of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his former defense secretary and former chief of staff, the former commander of NATO and US forces in Afghanistan, all top-ranking generals, some of whom went on to eloquently support the protesters. More important, also without precedent, is the remarkable mobilization of whites all over the country to participate in the mass nonviolent protests, braving the serious threat of succumbing to the virus along with some police violence. A poll in the first days of June found 64% of American adults were sympathetic to people who are out protesting right now, while 27% said they were not and 9% were unsure. Where this will lead is anyone's guess, and more may be coming as a fateful election approaches. It's hard to determine what is more ominous, another 4 years for the malignancy to spread its poison, or an electoral loss that Trump will declare illegitimate, refusing to leave the White House, calling on the heavily armed tough guys he regularly urges on to defend their Second Amendment rights by protecting the self-declared chosen one, eyes lifted to heaven. Is this a wild fantasy? Maybe, maybe not. It's being discussed in respectable circles. Specialists on the topic have warned that Trump is bringing fascism to the US. Personally, I think that gives him too much credit. Fascism is too sophisticated a doctrine for him to grasp. It is, furthermore, a doctrine that is antithetical to his own simplistic conception of how the world should be run, by the masters of the universe, with Trump wielding the wrecking ball at whim. Fascist ideology calls for strict control of the society by the fascist party led by the maximal leader, crucially, control of the compliant business classes. That is almost the opposite of what prevails and what Trump's limited vision seeks to entrench further. He may advocate fascist tactics, but that's far from fascism. It resembles more closely a tin-pot dictatorship. Nevertheless, well-regarded analysts in the mainstream are concerned. One is former CIA analyst Robert Baer, who has had lots of experience in tin-pot dictatorships. If I were a foreign intelligence officer assigned to Washington, I'd ask how close he is to imposing martial law because it looks pretty close to me, Baer said. I mean, he said he will. He's preparing for it. He's got a Secretary of Defense right now who's balking. It's very easy to remove him and put somebody in his place. This president is very insecure. And we've watched him go after the FBI and the Department of Justice, and he will go after the Pentagon until he gets the officers in that don't countermand his orders. I have never seen this in the United States, never heard since the Civil War. If I were a foreigner, I would really wonder, what's happening to American democracy? We can remind ourselves of how fateful the coming election is by keeping our eyes on current science. For example, the recent report from the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, the main monitor of atmospheric CO2, shows that levels have not only long surpassed all of human history, but are approaching the highest they have been for 3 million years, when sea levels were 50 to 80 feet higher than they are today. The coronavirus dip is a statistically insignificant deviation, though it does serve to instruct us that there is still time to avert a cataclysm, though not much. The countries of the world are seeking to do something to respond, not enough, but at least something. The country that is doing the least is the United States, in the hands of the wrecker-in-chief. Trump does not waste a minute in his relentless drive to race toward the cliff. His February 2020 budget proposal, while naturally calling for continued defunding of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the midst of a raging pandemic, also called for further subsidies to the fossil fuel industries that are laboring to destroy organized human life. And to accelerate the disaster, Trump is using the cover of the pandemic to dismantle federal regulations designed to protect workers, consumers, investors, and the environment, rescind requirements for factories and power plants to monitor or report emissions, waive environmental laws for pipelines and other projects, and instruct agencies across the government to rescind, modify, or simply stop enforcing regulations if they burden the economy. The last phrase is a euphemism for interfering with profits. Helping the economy would actually mean building infrastructure and productive capacity, not pouring funds into keeping stock prices high for the benefit of rich investors and predatory financial capital. The White House will seek to make many of those roughly 600 deregulatory actions permanent, according to a former White House official speaking on the condition of anonymity. Trump's May 19 proclamation, on which this press account is based, drops enough hints to render the prediction plausible. The heads of all agencies are instructed to review any regulatory standards they have temporarily rescinded, suspended, modified, or waived, and other actions they have taken, and determine which, if any, would promote economic recovery if made permanent, subject to conditions that are meaningless, and to consider an array of actions that temporarily or permanently relate to regulatory standards that may inhibit economic recovery, emphasis added. The phrase economic recovery has always had a definite meaning in the Trumpian lexicon that there is no need to review. Trump's dedication to destroying human life for the sake of short-term profit for his constituency is by far the worst of his crimes. In fact, it is the most extreme crime in human history. It is approached in malignancy only by his systematic dismantling of the arms control regime that has reduced the severe threat of terminal nuclear war, and, concomitantly, his promotion of more advanced weapons that enemies can use to destroy us. Amazingly, none of this enters into current discussion, except at the margins. In the age of COVID-19, we have seen the sudden return of economic thinking guided however loosely by Keynesian ideas, such as increasing government spending and lowering taxes in order to boost economic activity, and maintaining a solid welfare state, especially in Western Europe. Is this an indication that neoliberalism is finally on its way out? Or will we see a return to the normal state of affairs once the health crisis is over, especially in the United States, where there is significant resistance to the ideas of social democracy? Like a lot of good questions, this one is virtually impossible to answer. The forces that created the current socio-economic regime, including the pandemic and the race to self-destruction, are not wasting a moment to ensure that the neoliberal disaster persists, indeed in harsher form, with more sophisticated means of surveillance and control. They will succeed unless the general population withdraws consent, makes use of the power that is in the hands of the governed, and becomes organized to create a world that is more humane and just, in fact, survivable. That requires at the very least constructing a minimal social state. We can see what a difficult step that will be by looking at the liberal commentary on the Sanders campaign. Good ideas, but the American people aren't ready for it. That is an incredible indictment of American society, which, according to this judgment, is not able to rise to what is normal elsewhere: universal health care and free higher education, Sanders's major planks. But for a progressive popular movement, joining the world should be the least of our objectives. Why should decisions about our lives be transferred from elected representatives, over which people have at least some control, to unaccountable private hands, as neoliberal doctrine dictates? Going further, why should people spend almost all of their waking lives under control so extreme that Stalin couldn't have dreamed of them? What is called having a job? Work under external command is an attack on fundamental human rights and dignity that had been regarded with contempt from classical Greece and Rome until the 19th century, and was bitterly condemned by working people in the early Industrial Revolution. That's only a bare beginning. A different world is possible, a very different one. COVID-19 has exposed the US under Trump as a failed state. C.J. Polychronio, Noam. It is widely accepted by now that the US coronavirus response not only was delayed, but it remains mired in contradictions as Trump battles with scientists over policy. Moreover, the country as a whole was shown to be completely unprepared for a major health crisis. Are we talking here not simply of an incompetent administration but also of a failed state? Noam Chomsky. 15 years ago, I wrote a book called Failed States, a common locution in the day, referring to states that are incapable of meeting the needs of citizens, in the most important case because of deep policy choices, and are a danger not only to their own citizens but the world. The prime example was the United States. Extensive evidence was reviewed. That's not, of course, the intended use of the phrase in the doctrinal system, just as rogue state means some enemy, not ourselves, the prime example. I still stand by that judgment. which was not mine alone. A few years later, a Gallup/Win International poll found that the US is regarded as the greatest threat to world peace. No other state even came close. And the severe threats of government policy to the domestic population, already quite apparent when the book appeared, became much clearer a year later when the housing bubble burst and the financial crisis ensued. Obama's response to bail out the perpetrators, who became richer and more powerful than before, and forget about the congressional legislation that called for some aid to those who lost their homes in corporate scams facilitated by the Clinton-Rubin Summers deregulation extravaganza, extended the neoliberal assault that took off under Reagan. That's a large part of the background for what finally brought us the Trump malignancy, which may, quite literally, doom human society on Earth. We've discussed elsewhere why this is not an exaggeration. I hope that the basic facts and their dread import are well understood, and won't review them here. Trump has indeed hit America, but also much of the world with a hammer blow, a matter we should not overlook. Just keeping to the current COVID-19 crisis, it is remarkable to see how little attention has been given to his sadistic assaults against poor and suffering people around the world in pursuit of his goal of enhancing his electoral prospects. There has been some attention to the extension of his vicious attacks against refugees fleeing from misery and oppression, his way of appealing to a deluded voter base that has been led to believe that refugees are the source of their suffering. But there is hardly a word about his attacks against poor people in Africa, where countless numbers will die thanks to his defunding of the World Health Organization, the efforts of the WHO had been protecting them from a wide range of diseases, and now this new plague. There is silence about the fate of Palestinians in the occupied territories, victims of Israel's racist contempt for their health and other basic needs, amplified by Trump's defunding of their meager health, educational and support systems because, as he explained, they don't treat him with enough respect while he's smashing them in the face. Withholding funds from the WHO was just Trump's first step in his campaign to destroy the organization. The campaign provides real insight into the deeply rooted malevolence not only of Trump, but of the gang he has collected around him, most of whom cower in silence, though some speak out, sometimes even outdoing the boss. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has been at the forefront of demonizing the WHO, in support of Trump's increasingly desperate efforts to find a scapegoat for his terrible crimes against Americans. It doesn't matter how many people perish in Africa and elsewhere in the global south as crucial WHO services are undermined. Just shithole countries anyway, as the dear leader has explained. It is by now common understanding that the US under Trump is a failed state, and a serious danger to the world. Diplomats speak in muted tones, not wanting to offend the raging beast in Washington with unlimited power to destroy. But the meaning is clear when a senior European official says that the US administration is very fixated on the re-election campaign and on who can get blamed for this catastrophic COVID-19 situation in the US. They are blaming WHO and China for it. Therefore it is very difficult to agree on a common language about the WHO. The common language in question has to do with the UN Security Council resolution the Trump administration is blocking. The resolution calls for a global ceasefire pertaining to armed conflict in response to the pandemic and urges member states to share timely and transparent information regarding the outbreak of COVID-19. But the resolution is unacceptable to the White House, because it calls on countries to support the full implementation of the WHO international health regulations. As the senior European official said, asking countries to implement procedures to contain the crisis is harmful to Trump's re-election campaign. In brief, the dedication to slaughtering poor and suffering people in pursuit of personal gain is so complete that even references to WHO health regulations cannot be made. The WHO is reaching the status of climate change, a phrase that has to be excised from official documents dealing with the environment. Across the board, Trump and his acolytes are echoing the words of Francisco Franco's fascist Gen. Milan astray, down with intelligence. Long live death. Turning directly to your question, I think incompetent is not the right word for Trump's malevolence, which turned serious problems in the US into devastating crises. But we should not overlook the serious problems inherited by the cruel gang in today's White House. It's crucial to understand this background if we hope to contain the next pandemic, likely to be worse than this one, because of the impact of the global warming that is a far more severe threat. At the root, there are three factors: general capitalist logic, the more brutal neoliberal variant, and reactions by individual governments. In 2003, after the SARS epidemic, scientists were well aware that a pandemic was likely, probably a related coronavirus. They also understood how to prepare for it, just as scientists today have a good idea as to how to prepare for a future pandemic. But it's not enough to know. Someone has to pick up the ball and run with it. The obvious candidate is Big Pharma, with huge resources, thanks to the profits from exorbitant patent rights granted under the highly protectionist free trade agreements. They're ruled out, however, by normal capitalist logic. There's no profit in preparing for a catastrophe down the road. And in fact it can be in their interest to impede a constructive response. Next, the government could step in, but that's blocked by the neoliberal intensification of capitalism's inherent inhumanity. As Reagan declaimed in his inauguration speech, government is the problem, not the solution. Translation: take decision-making away from government, which is at least partially responsive to public influence, and hand it over to private tyrannies that are unaccountable to the public. An essential component of neoliberalism, overt since its origins in interwar Vienna, is that democracy is a threat that must be contained, even destroyed by state violence if necessary. These principles were advocated in word and action by the gurus of the movement Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich Hayek, and others. Furthermore, as Milton Friedman counseled in the Reagan years, the unaccountable tyrants who control decision-making must be guided by sheer greed. Any concern for others would shake the foundations of civilization. The creed was not strictly observed. Obama tried to evade it slightly, but the efforts were quickly smashed by capitalist logic. The ventilator coveting affair, soon to be discussed, is an example. But government intervention was largely blocked. The third factor is the reactions of individual governments. They varied. China very quickly provided the WHO and the world with all relevant information. By early January, Chinese scientists had identified the virus and sequenced the genome. Some countries at once reacted, including Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, New Zealand, a few others. Each now seems to have the crisis largely under control. Europe dithered but finally acted, with varying degrees of success. At the bottom of the barrel is Trump, reflecting his dedication to his primary constituency, private wealth and corporate power, lightly hidden under a farcical display of populism. Throughout his term in office, Trump has systematically pursued policies that enrich his primary constituency while harming others, including his adoring crowds. One part of this program was steadily defunding the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and dismantling programs and organizations that could have provided advance warning of what was likely to happen. As a result, the US was singularly unprepared. Though the US and a few other failed states had all the information that led functioning societies to react appropriately, of course not all was entirely clear. That could hardly have been possible in such tumultuous circumstances. Like others, leading US health officials had some uncertainty about what exactly was happening and how best to handle it. Nevertheless, it was possible to take effective action, as shown by the record of governments that have some concern for their citizens. US intelligence and health officials understood more than enough. Through January and February, they were trying to get through to the White House, but Trump was too busy watching his TV ratings. In the style of petty dictators, he has surrounded himself with sycophants or comical figures. So, nothing from them. Or from the Republican Party, now trembling in fear of the crowds that can be mobilized by Trump and his corporate sponsors. When some dare to inject a little rationality into administration discussions, they quickly learn their lessons, like the physician in charge of developing vaccines who was dismissed in April for warning against one of the quack medicines that Trump was advertising. Down with intelligence. Long live death. Trump should be given credit for his considerable achievements. It's not easy to get away with holding up a banner with one hand saying, "I love you, I'm our savior, I'm chosen by heaven to protect you," while the other hand is stabbing you in the back. But Trump is doing it, brilliantly. He's the supreme con man, who makes P.T. Barnum look like an amateur. He's in a long tradition, from the trickster trading tales for fun in the Old West, to the self-declared king of France in Huckleberry Finn, to the guy who'll sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. Moving to a different sphere, we might also include the president who won the Marketer of the Year award from the Association of National Advertisers for his political campaign, easily defeating Apple and other amateurs, and who went on to win a Nobel Peace Prize for some pleasant rhetoric. But Trump is in a class by himself. Not just as a con man, but much more significantly as a dedicated enemy of the human race. That much is demonstrated by policies that have accelerated environmental catastrophe and dismantled an arms control regime that has provided some protection from terminal nuclear war, aside from a stream of peccadillos of the kind already mentioned. While praising Trump for his considerable achievements, we must also bear in mind that the health system that he has been wrecking was already in terrible shape. The privatized, profit-driven health system in the US was an international scandal long before Trump, with costs about twice as high as comparable countries and some of the worst outcomes. On the eve of the pandemic, the costs of this dysfunctional system were estimated at $450 billion in wasted expense and 68,000 deaths annually by The Lancet, one of the world's leading medical journals. Beyond that, the neoliberal business model dictates that hospital care must be efficient, the minimum number of nurses and hospital beds to just get by in normal times, not much fun for patients even in normal times, even at the world's best hospitals, as many can attest, myself included. And if anything goes wrong, tough luck. It should be added that contrary to common belief, the US does have universal health care. It's called emergency rooms. If you can drag yourself to one, they'll take care of you, often with superb care and often a hefty bill. It's the most cruel and expensive form of universal care known, but at least it's there. Bad as the situation was that Trump inherited, he has been committed to making it worse. One illustration of the commitments, and moral level, of the White House is the budget it submitted for the coming year on February 10, while the pandemic was raging. It called for still further cuts to the CDC, along with increased subsidies to the fossil fuel industries that are driving us to final catastrophe. And, of course, more funding for the bloated military and for the famous wall that will protect us from the rapists and murderers surging across the border. That barely skims the surface. Failed state? 4 more years? Are the anti-lockdown protests, which Trump is openly encouraging, merely about the shutting down of the economy and quarantines? We have enough experience to see that virtually everything Trump does is about himself, the country, and the world be damned. In this case, one can detect a strategy behind the ongoing circus. Trump has been casting about to find someone to blame for his crimes. After evoking the yellow peril and laboring to destroy the WHO, with grim effects, he's pretty much run out of targets. A rational next step is to tell governors that it's your business. The federal government, which has all the resources, can't do anything for you. If anything goes wrong, it's your fault, not mine. And if something happens to go right somewhere, it demonstrates what a stable genius I am, and it will be trumpeted by Sean Hannity as the most brilliant decision in human history. This is similar to the strategy of saying one thing today and the opposite tomorrow, each echoed rapturously by Fox News while the liberal press dutifully tots up the lies. 20,000. If you shoot arrows at random, some may hit the target. And if one does, I'm vindicated and the scam goes on. You can't lose. The governor's ploy is about the same: enforce lockdown, open up the economy, and protect our Second Amendment rights, which has nothing to do with anything but pushes the right buttons. If it makes life harder for the governors and leads to many deaths, that's okay too. It's all the fault of the urban centers where diseases and other maladies fester among those who are poisoning our lily-white society. Malevolent, but not stupid. It's tempting to add the injunction to the states by Mitch McConnell, the real evil genius of the Republican organization Go Bankrupt. The Republican Senate is not going to compensate you for your foolish decision to give pensions to firefighters, teachers, policemen, and other undeserving takers. We have to save the money for the makers, like the airline industries that need $50 billion because in the glory days of high profits, instead of improving services and building the enterprises, they spent close to $50 billion in buybacks to inflate stock prices and compensation for management. After all, first things first. There's no need to elaborate. His vileness has been so egregious that there's been plenty of commentary in the mainstream press. In defense of Trump, McConnell, and the rest of the merry gang, they are carrying to an extreme the only way of dealing with the dilemma that the Republicans have faced since they turned to pure service to the business world. It's hard to go to voters and say, look, we're the more extreme of the two business parties. We're designing policies to benefit our primary constituency of great wealth and corporate power, and to throw you into the waste bin. So vote for us. Somehow, that doesn't work well. Consequently, it's important to divert attention to cultural issues, to pretend to be adamantly opposed to abortion rights and love assault rifles, to be terrified of them, to dismiss global warming as a commie plot, and all the rest. The word pretend is quite appropriate, but I won't go into that here. The Democratic establishment has its own sins to answer for, but it is nothing like this, more like the moderate Republicans of the days before the Gingrich-Hastert-McConnell era. And it is subject to popular pressures, which have moved the party considerably to the left in recent years. That's not insignificant. Approval ratings for most world leaders have soared as a result of how they have handled the coronavirus crisis, with the exception of Donald Trump. Could it be the determinant element that will put an end to 4 years of a nightmarish scenario written, directed, produced, and carried out by the most dangerous buffoon this country has had for president? Trump's Waterloo, so to speak. Trump benefited from the usual leadership bump when he finally acknowledged that the crisis was real, 2 months late, and assumed the proper presidential pose. His approval ratings have since receded to the norm from the beginning of his presidency. That's a pretty impressive performance considering what he's done to the country. I can't guess where it will go from here. It's really hard to say. He's damned resilient, and his voting base and media echo chamber stay loyal. Current statistics show that he seems to be back to his norm of approval, which hasn't varied a great deal through his term. And if it looks bad, they might pull something before November. Like concocting an incident and bombing Iran. Why is Trump bent on destroying the U.S. Postal Service, USPS? What does the Postal Service contribute to private wealth and corporate power, Trump's primary constituency? Essentially nothing. Just means that they have to pay taxes for rural mail service and other services for ordinary people insofar as they pay taxes, another interesting topic that I'll put aside. If the USPS is privatized, it can contribute to private wealth and corporate power, and they can run it efficiently, like the healthcare system. A good deal more is involved. It's important to them to drive the idea that democracy might work out of people's heads, that a public system can serve the needs of the general public. In much of the country, the local post office not only serves people's needs efficiently but is even a place where you can stop by and chat with a human being and meet your friends. And horror of horrors, activists might be able to help people realize why the Postal Service was set up by the founders. Its prime function in early years was to deliver journals and magazines cheaply, a subsidy to an independent press, what the founders seem to have had in mind in framing the First Amendment. These matters are explored in depth in scholarly work by Robert McChesney and Victor Pickard, who carry the discussion right to the 20th century struggles to join the world in having vibrant public media, a critical matter for media activists today. That's dangerous turf. Better to destroy the virus of democracy before it infects too many people. Joe Biden expressed the fear last week that Trump might attempt to delay the November 2020 election. Is this a likely scenario? Does the sitting president have the authority to do so on account of a national crisis? No constitutional authority, but Trump is quite capable of imitating his ludicrous friend Jair Bolsonaro and declaring, "I am the Constitution." Unlike the Brazilian judiciary, the Roberts Supreme Court might back such a statement up. And if granted another 4 years of court packing up and down the line with young ultra-right figures, virtually anything will be possible. Anything, that is, but mildly progressive measures. Their fate will be dim for a generation or more. It's also not beyond imagination that if Trump loses the Electoral College, not just the popular vote, he'll declare the election illegitimate, claiming that the Democrats brought in undocumented immigrants, and insist on staying in office, surrounded by armed militias. I can't verify it, but it's been credibly reported that if he has to leave the White House, Trump may be facing serious charges brought by states' attorneys. That aside, given his mental state, Trump might not be able to handle defeat and walk away like a normal human being. Many on the left feel, naturally, and with much justification, extremely uncomfortable about Joe Biden. In fact, we hear now from some quarters the same arguments we heard in 2016 about Hillary Clinton, which is to say that it would be unconscionable for progressives to accept the lesser of two evils principle. How can we understand the political and conceptual context of electoral choices made by progressives and the left in November 2020? These questions are plainly important. They are a matter of intense discussion and often impassioned debate on the left, and plenty of invective. That makes them worth discussing. To be quite frank, I don't see much other reason for discussing them. I've tried to explain in recent interviews, and judging by the reactions, have failed. So, I will repeat in more detail. I've been around for a long time and can't think of a candidate about whom I was not extremely uncomfortable, at least since FDR, and I was too young to have considered opinions then. In Biden's case, it's easy to think of reasons to be extremely uncomfortable. We can begin with his participation in the destruction of Libya and Honduras, in Obama's global assassination campaign, in breaking all records in deportation and on from there. But while continuing with constant efforts to change that world, we have to take off a few minutes to each make our own choices on election day. Let's think through the two concepts that lie behind the question, unconscionable and lesser of two evils principle. Let's start with unconscionable. There are those, including close personal friends and longtime activists whom I greatly respect, who take the position that some actions are simply unconscionable, whatever the consequences. I will ignore this position. To me, frankly, it seems not worth discussing. In the moral domain, what matters is the predictable consequences of your actions, those you are well aware of but choose to ignore. No one cares if you feel your conscience is clear. Let's turn to the lesser of two evils principle. Throughout my lifetime of activism, almost 80 years, I've been familiar with two doctrines about voting. One is the official doctrine. Official doctrine holds that politics consists of showing up every few years, pushing a lever, then going back to one's private pursuits. Citizens are spectators, not participants in action, according to official doctrine. They can choose one or another member of the leadership class, the responsible men, but that's the limit of popular participation. I happen to be quoting Walter Lippmann, a respected public intellectual of the 20th century, a Wilson FDR JFK liberal, from his Progressive Essays in Democracy, but the ideas are representative of prevailing liberal opinion. They trace back to the framers of the Constitution. That's why the gold standard in constitutional scholarship, a fine and illuminating study by Michael Klarman, is called The Framers' Coup against the Popular Demand for Democracy. On the right, views are much harsher. A second doctrine is the one that has always prevailed on the left, call it left doctrine. Politics consists in constant direct popular engagement in public affairs, including a wide variety of activism on many fronts. Occasionally an event comes up in the formal political arena called an election. For left activists, it requires spending a brief period assessing the options, a very brief period for legitimate activists, who've been following everything relevant closely. Then comes a decision as to whether it's worthwhile to take a few minutes away from ongoing political work to push a lever in the quadrennial extravaganza. It's at most a brief departure from political engagement. That's the doctrine that I've followed all my life, sometimes abstaining because the show didn't seem to matter and there's no point legitimizing the charade by participating, sometimes voting for a third party, sometimes voting for Jones if it's important to block Smith. I've sometimes voted for a Republican, in years when the Republicans were still a bona fide political party and had a better candidate. There are, of course, myriad other cases, but the general point of left doctrine seems clear. In recent years, a third doctrine has made an appearance and is now consuming much debate on the left, the lesser of two evils principle. I'd never heard of it before, in a lifetime of intensive political engagement, in the left doctrine sense. And it seems quite strange to me. It obviously is quite different from left doctrine, the prevailing doctrine on the left. The intensive debate about it falls within official doctrine, with its laser-like focus on the elections. My own feeling about the lesser of two evils principle, of course, is that we should reject it in favor of left doctrine. It has no merits that I can see, so I think we can put it aside, along with the often fevered debate about it. Let's now consider the immediate case in hand. If the traditional left doctrine were applied to the current situation, it would require comparing Trump and his entourage with Biden and his, and asking whether there is a difference between them. I personally think the difference is colossal. First and decisive, another 4 years of Trump, and we'll have approached or possibly passed tipping points on the path toward environmental catastrophe toward which Trump is racing. His party will be in tow, virtually isolated in the world, certainly in the political system here. Just as important, the arms control regime will be dismantled, sharply increasing the threat of terminal war. The severe threats that Trump has incited in the Middle East will have increased, if not exploded. The doomsday clock, already reduced to seconds under Trump, will probably be close to abandoned. The reactionary international led by the White House that Trump is establishing will be well solidified. At home, the judiciary will be so packed by ultra-right young judges that no progressive initiatives will be able to be implemented for a generation. By the wayside we'll be observing other horrors, like children sent to concentration camps on the border and black people murdered on a whim. An advocate of left doctrine will spend a few minutes reviewing the familiar facts, then take off another few minutes to push a lever, then go back to work. I know of only one proposed counterargument. We have to put pressure on the Democratic establishment. To begin with, it's not a counterargument. It simply reiterates the main thesis of left doctrine, constant pressure. The only remaining question is how to impose pressure. There are, basically, two proposals on the table. The first is left doctrine. The second is refusing to vote for Biden. Let's take a look at these. First, left doctrine. We continue with what has been done, and has been very effective. One illustration is the Sanders campaign, which has been a remarkable success in shifting debate and policy choices to the left. The activism of the Sunrise Movement aided by young congresswomen brought to office in the Sanders wave, notably Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has brought to the legislative agenda a Green New Deal, with the cooperation of liberal Democrat Ed Markey, senator from Massachusetts. Some version of a Green New Deal is essential for survival. There have also been significant shifts in other areas: healthcare, minimum wage, harsh repression in vulnerable communities, women's rights, on and on. We can, in fact, see this in Biden's program, which is well to the left of previous Democratic front-runners. That's why Biden is supported against Trump by Sanders, who had a large role in bringing the shift about, and also by longtime labor activists like Lawrence Michel and Jared Bernstein. It's not my program, or yours, but we can hardly doubt that it is an improvement over what preceded. Left doctrine efforts can work, as they often have before. We all know that that has been the main source of progress over the years, particularly when there were administrations susceptible to activist pressure. It could be argued that political programs are just words. True, but irrelevant. Left doctrine efforts can keep Biden's feet to the fire, as has often happened in the past. And there will be opportunities to go far beyond an urgent necessity. In contrast, we can be sure that a Trump administration will be rock solid in opposition. The second approach is to refuse to vote for Biden in the hope that withholding the vote will convince the Democratic establishment to take us seriously down the road. I can't honestly construct a plausible version of this view, and it would be unfair to try. Turning finally to your question, how can we understand the political and conceptual context of electoral choices made by progressives and the left in November 2020? To me the answer seems clear. We should assess whether there is meaningful difference between the candidates, and also recognize that, for most of us, voting takes a few minutes. Then we go back to our real activist work. To heal from COVID-19, we must imagine a different world. With Robert Pollin. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, what are some of the deeper lessons we can draw from the global health crisis caused by coronavirus? Noam Chomsky, pandemics have been predicted by scientists for a long time, particularly since the 2003 SARS pandemic, which was caused by a coronavirus similar to COVID-19. They also predict that there will be additional, and probably worse, pandemics. If we hope to prevent these future crises, we should therefore ask how this happened, and change what went wrong. The lessons arise at many levels, from the roots of the catastrophe to issues specific to particular countries. I'll focus on the US, though that's misleading since it is at the bottom of the barrel in competence of response to the crisis. The basic factors are clear enough. The damage was rooted in a colossal market failure, exacerbated by the capitalism of the neoliberal era. There are particularities in the US, ranging from its disastrous health system and weak social justice ranking near the bottom of the OECD to the wrecking ball that has taken over the federal government. The virus responsible for SARS was quickly identified. Vaccines were developed, but were not carried through the testing phase. Drug companies showed little interest. They respond to market signals, and there's little profit in devoting resources to staving off some anticipated catastrophe. The general failure is illustrated dramatically by the most severe immediate problem, lack of ventilators, a lethal failure, forcing doctors and nurses to make the agonizing decision of who to kill. The Obama administration had recognized the potential problem. It ordered high-quality, low-cost ventilators from a small company that was then bought by a large corporation. But COVID-19 shelved the project, apparently because the products might compete with its own high-cost ventilators. It then informed the government that it wanted to cancel the contract because it was not profitable enough. So far, normal capitalist logic. But at that point the neoliberal pathology delivered another hammer blow. The government could have stepped in, but that's barred by the reigning doctrine pronounced by Ronald Reagan: government is the problem, not the solution. So nothing could be done. We should pause for a moment to consider the meaning of the formula. In practice, it means that government is not the solution when the welfare of the population is at stake, but it very definitely can address the concerns of private wealth and corporate power. The record is ample under Reagan and since, and there should be no need to review it. The mantra "government bad" is similar to the vaunted free market, easily skewed to accommodate exorbitant claims of capital. Neoliberal doctrines entered for the private sector too. The business model requires efficiency, meaning maximal profit, consequences be damned. For the privatized health system, it means no spare capacity, just enough to get by in normal circumstances, and even then, bare bones, with severe cost to patients but a good balance sheet, and rich rewards for management. When something unexpected happens, tough luck. These standard business principles have plenty of effects throughout the economy. The most severe concern the climate crisis, which overshadows the current virus crisis in its import. Fossil fuel corporations are in business to maximize profits, not to allow human society to survive, a matter of indifference. They are constantly seeking new oil fields to exploit. They do not waste resources on sustainable energy and dismantle profitable sustainable energy projects because they can make more money by accelerating mass destruction. The White House, in the hands of an extraordinary collection of gangsters, pours fuel on the fire through its dedication to maximizing fossil fuel use and by dismantling regulations that hinder the race to the abyss, in which they proudly take the lead. The reaction of the Davos crowd, the masters of the universe, as they are called, is instructive. They dislike Trump's vulgarity, which contaminates the image of civilized humanism they seek to project. But they applaud him vigorously when he rants away as keynote speaker, recognizing that he has a clear understanding of how to fill the right pockets. These are the times we live in, and unless there is a radical change of direction, what we are seeing now is a bare foretaste of what is to come. Returning to the pandemic, there was ample evidence that it was coming. Trump responded in his characteristic manner. Throughout his term, budgets for health-related components of government were slashed. With exquisite timing, 2 months before the novel coronavirus is thought to have begun its deadly advance in Wuhan, China, the Trump administration ended a $200 million pandemic early warning program aimed at training scientists in China and other countries to detect and respond to such a threat, a precursor to Trump's fanning yellow peril flames to deflect attention from his catastrophic performance. The defunding process continued, astonishingly, after the pandemic had struck with full force. On February 10, the White House released its new budget, with further reductions for the beleaguered healthcare system, indeed anything that might benefit the population, but the budget promotes a fossil fuel energy boom in the United States, including an increase in the production of natural gas and crude oil. Perhaps there are words that can capture the systematic malevolence. I can't find them. The American people are also a target of Trumpian values. Despite repeated pleas from Congress and the medical profession, Trump did not invoke the Defense Production Act to order companies to produce badly needed equipment, claiming that it is a break-the-glass last resort and that to invoke the Defense Production Act for the pandemic would be to turn the country into Venezuela. But in fact, the New York Times points out that the Defense Production Act has been invoked hundreds of thousands of times in the Trump years for the military. Somehow the country survived this assault on the free enterprise system. It was not enough to refuse to take measures to procure the required medical equipment. The White House also made sure that stocks would be depleted. A study of government trade data by Congresswoman Katie Porter found that the value of U.S. ventilator exports rose 22.7% from January to February, and that in February 2020, the value of U.S. mask exports to China was 1,094% higher than the 2019 monthly average. The study continues. As recently as March 2, the Trump administration was encouraging American businesses to increase exports of medical supplies, especially to China. Yet, during this period, the U.S. government was well aware of the harms of COVID-19, including a likely need for additional respirators and masks. Writing in the American Prospect, David Dayen comments, "So manufacturers and middlemen made money in the first 2 months of the year shipping medical supplies out of the country, and now they're making more money in the next 2 months shipping them back in." The trade imbalance took precedence over self-sufficiency and resiliency. There was no doubt about the coming dangers. In October, a high-level study revealed the nature of the pandemic threats. On December 31, China informed the World Health Organization of an outbreak of pneumonia-like symptoms. A week later, it reported that scientists had identified the source as a coronavirus and sequenced the genome, again providing the information to the general public. For several weeks, China did not reveal the scale of the crisis, claiming later that the delay had been caused by failure of local bureaucrats to inform the central authorities, a claim confirmed by U.S. analysts. Nevertheless, what was happening in China was well known. In particular, to U.S. intelligence, which through January and February was beating on the doors of the White House trying to reach the president. To no avail. He was either playing golf or praising himself on TV for having done more than anyone in the world to stem the threat. Intelligence was not alone in trying to get the White House to wake up. As the New York Times reports, a top White House advisor, Peter Navarro, starkly warned Trump administration officials in late January that the coronavirus crisis could cost the United States trillions of dollars and put millions of Americans at risk of illness or death, imperiling the lives of millions of Americans as shown by the information coming from China. To no avail. Months were lost while the dear leader flipped up and back from one tale to another ominously, with the adoring Republican voting base lustily cheering every step. When the facts finally became undeniable, Trump assured the world that he was the first person to have discovered the pandemic and his firm hand had everything under control. Throughout, the performance was loyally parroted by the sycophants with whom he has surrounded himself, and by his echo chamber at Fox News, which also seems to serve as his source for information and ideas, in an interesting dialogue. None of this was inevitable. It was not only U.S. intelligence that understood the early information that China provided. Countries on China's periphery reacted at once, very effectively in Taiwan, also in South Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore. New Zealand instituted a lockdown at once, and seems to have virtually eliminated the epidemic. Most of Europe dithered, but better organized societies reacted. Germany has the world's lowest reported death rate, benefiting from spare capacity they had in reserve. The same seems to be true of Norway and some others. The European Union revealed its level of civilization by the refusal of the better-off countries to help others. But fortunately, they could count on Cuba to come to their rescue, providing doctors, while China provided medical equipment. Throughout, there are many lessons to learn, crucially, about the suicidal features of unconstrained capitalism and the additional damage caused by the neoliberal plague. The crisis shines a bright light on the perils of transferring decision-making to unaccountable private institutions dedicated solely to greed, their solemn duty, as Milton Friedman and other luminaries have explained, invoking the laws of sound economics. For the U.S. there are special lessons. As already noted, the U.S. ranks near the bottom of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in social justice measures. Its privatized, for-profit healthcare system, pursuing business models of efficiency, is a disaster, with twice the per capita costs of comparable countries and some of the worst outcomes. There is no reason to live with that. Surely the time has come to rise to the level of other countries and institute a humane and efficient universal healthcare system. There are other simple steps that can be taken at once. Corporations are again rushing to the nanny state for bailouts. If granted, strict conditions should be imposed: no bonuses and pay for executives for the duration of the crisis, permanent ban on stock buybacks and resort to tax havens, modes of robbery of the public that run to tens of trillions of dollars, not small change. Is that feasible? Clearly so. That was the law, and was enforced, until Reagan opened the spigot. They should also be required to have worker representation in management and to adhere to a living wage, among conditions that quickly come to mind. There are many further short-range steps that are quite feasible and could expand. But beyond that, the crisis offers an opportunity to rethink and reshape our world. The masters are dedicating themselves to the task, and if they are not countered and overwhelmed by engaged popular forces, we will be entering a much uglier world, one that may not long survive. The masters are uneasy. As the peasants are picking up their pitchforks, tuned-in corporate leaders are changing. High-level executives have joined to show that they are such nice guys that the well-being and security of all is assured, if left in their caring hands. It's time for corporate culture and practice to become more caring, they proclaim, concerned not just with returns to shareholders, mostly very wealthy, but with stakeholders, workers and community. It was a leading theme of the last Davos conference in January. They aren't reminding us that we've heard this song before. In the 1950s the phrase was the soulful corporation. How soulful, It did not take long to discover. CJ Polychronua, Bob, can you help us understand the economic shock of coronavirus? How severe will the socio-economic impact be, and who is likely to be most affected? Robert Pollin, the breakneck speed of the economic collapse resulting from COVID-19 is without historic precedent. Over the week of April 4, 6.6 million people filed initial claims to receive unemployment insurance. This is after 6.9 million people filed the previous week, and 3.3 million filed the week before that. Prior to these 3 weeks, the highest number of people filing claims was in October 1982, during the severe Ronald Reagan double-dip recession. At that time, the record number of claims added up to 650,000. This disparity between 1982 and today is eye-popping, even after one takes account of the relative size of the U.S. labor force today versus in 1982. Thus, in 1982, the 650,000 unemployment insurance claims amounted to 0.6% of the U.S. labor force. The 6.6 million people who filed claims in the first week of April and 6.9 million the week before both equaled fully 4% of the U.S. labor force. As a percentage of the labor force, these weekly filings for unemployment claims were 7 times higher than the previous record from 1982. Adding up the past 3 weeks of unemployment insurance claims gets us to 16.8 million newly unemployed people, amounting to over 10% of the U.S. labor force. The expectation is that this figure is going to keep rising for many more weeks to come, potentially pushing unemployment in the range of 20%, a figure not seen since the depths of the 1930s Great Depression. The situation for unemployed people in the U.S. is worse still because a large share of them had health insurance coverage through their employers. That insurance is now gone. The stimulus bill that Trump signed into law on March 27 provides no funds for treating people who are infected. The Peterson Kaiser Family Foundation estimated that treatment could cost up to $20,000, and that even people with health insurance coverage through their employer could end up with $1,300 in out-of-pocket bills. Thus, fully in the spirit of our corporate-dominated and egregiously unfair U.S. healthcare system, COVID-19 will hit millions of people with major medical bills at exactly when they are most vulnerable. If Medicare for All were operating in the U.S. today, everyone would be covered in full as a matter of course. In addition to the situation for people losing their jobs, we also need to recognize conditions for people working in frontline essential occupations. These people are putting themselves at high risk by showing up at work. A report by Hai-Jin Roh, Haley Brown, and Sean Fremstad of the Center for Economic and Policy Research shows that more than 30 million U.S. workers, nearly 20% of the entire U.S. workforce, are employed in 6 broad industries that are now on the front lines of the response. These workers include grocery store clerks, nurses, cleaners, warehouse workers and bus drivers, among others, and fully 65% of them are women. A disproportionate share of them are also low-paid and lack health insurance. These essential workers are putting themselves at high risks of infection, and if they do become sick, they will face the prospect of a severe financial crisis on top of their illness. The coronavirus is also hitting low-income African American communities in the U.S. most brutally. For example, in Illinois, African Americans account for more than half of all deaths from COVID-19, even while they account for only 14% of the state's population. In Louisiana, 70% of those who have died thus far are African American, while the African American share of the population is 32%. Comparable patterns are emerging in other states. These figures reflect the simple fact that lower-income African Americans do not have the same ability to protect themselves through social distancing and staying home from their jobs. As severe as conditions are now for people in the US and other advanced economies, they are going to seem mild once the virus begins to spread, as it almost certainly will, with catastrophic impacts, in the low-income countries of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. To begin with, the strategies of social distancing and self-isolation that have been relatively effective in high-income countries in slowing down the infection rate will be mostly impossible to implement in the poor neighborhoods of, say, Delhi, Nairobi, or Lima, since people in these communities are mostly living in very tight quarters. They also largely have to rely on crowded public transportation to get any place, including to their jobs, since they cannot afford to stay home from work. This problem is compounded by the conditions of work in these jobs. In most low-income countries, about 70% of all employment is informal, meaning workers do not receive benefits, including paid sick leave, provided by their employers. As the Indian economists C.P. Chandrasekhar and Jyoti Ghosh write, these workers and their families are clearly the most vulnerable to any economic downturn. When such a downturn comes in the wake of an unprecedented public health calamity, the concerns are obviously multiplied. In addition, most low-income countries have extremely limited public health budgets to begin with. They have also been hard hit by the collapse of tourism, as well as sharp declines in their export revenues and remittances. Thus, in recent weeks, 85 countries have already approached the International Monetary Fund, IMF, for short-term emergency assistance, roughly double the number that made such requests in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. The situation is likely to get worse very quickly. C.J. Polychronuo, Noam, will coronavirus kill globalization? Noam Chomsky, globalization in some form goes back to the earliest recorded history, in fact, beyond. And it will continue. The question is, in what form? Suppose, for example, that a question arises as to whether to transfer some enterprise from Indiana to northern Mexico. Who decides? Bankers in New York or Chicago? Or perhaps the workforce and the community, perhaps even in coordination with Mexican counterparts. There are all sorts of associations among people and conflicts of interest among them that do not coincide with colors on maps. The sordid spectacle of states competing when cooperation is needed to combat a global crisis highlights the need to dismantle profit-based globalization and to construct true internationalism, if we hope to avoid extinction. The crisis is offering many opportunities to liberate ourselves from ideological chains, to envision a very different world, and to move on to create it. The coronavirus is likely to change the highly fragile international economy that has been constructed in recent years, profit-driven and dismissive of externalized costs such as the huge destruction of the environment caused by transactions within complex supply chains, not to speak of the destruction of lives and communities. It's likely that all of this will be reshaped, but again we should ask, and answer, the question of whose will be the guiding hands. There are some steps toward internationalism in the service of people, not concentrated power. Unions are still called internationals, for example, reminiscent of dreams that do not have to be idle, and sometimes are not. Longshoremen have refused to unload cargo in acts of international solidarity. Yanis Varoufakis and Bernie Sanders issued a call for a progressive international to counter the international of reactionary states being forged by the Trump White House. There have been many impressive examples of international solidarity at state and popular levels. At the state level, nothing compares with Cuban internationalism, from Cuba's extraordinary role in the liberation of southern Africa, described in depth by Piero Gligices, to the work of its doctors in Pakistan after the devastating 2005 earthquake, to overcoming the failures of the European Union today. Similar efforts can take many forms. I know of nothing to compare with the flow of Americans to Central America in the 1980s to help victims of Reagan's terrorist wars and the state terrorism that he supported, from all walks of life, some of the most dedicated and effective from church groups in rural America. There has been nothing like that in the prior history of imperialism, to my knowledge. Without proceeding, there are many kinds of global interaction and integration. Some of them are highly meritorious and should be actively pursued. C.J. Polychronuo, governments around the world are responding to the coronavirus economic fallout with massive stimulus measures. In the U.S., the Trump administration is prepared to spend $2 trillion of stimulus money approved by Congress. Bob, is this enough? And will it test the limits of how much more debt the U.S. can bear? Robert Pollin, the stimulus program that Trump signed into law in March is the largest such measure in U.S. history. At $2 trillion, it amounts to roughly 10% of U.S. gross domestic product, GDP, which the government aims to distribute quickly in the coming months. By contrast, the 2009 Obama fiscal stimulus was budgeted at $800 billion over 2 years, or about 3% of GDP per year over the 2 years. Despite its unprecedented magnitude, it is easy to see that the current stimulus program is too small and will deliver too little, in most of the ways that matter. This is while recognizing that, adding everything up, the stimulus provides massive giveaways to big U.S. corporations and Wall Street, i.e., the same people who benefited the most only 11 years ago from the Obama stimulus and corresponding Wall Street bailout. I noted above the fact that the stimulus provides no health care support for people infected by COVID-19. It also offers minimal additional support for both hospitals fighting the virus on the front lines as well as for state and local governments. State and local governments are going to experience sharp falls in their tax revenues from income taxes, sales taxes, and property taxes as the recession takes hold. During the 2007-09 Great Recession, state and local tax revenues fell by 13%. We can expect a drop now of at least equal severity. Absent a large-scale injection of funds from the federal government, i.e., an injection of roughly 3 times what has been allocated thus far through the stimulus, state and local governments will be forced to undertake large-scale budget cuts and layoffs, impacting school teachers, healthcare workers and police officers who, in combination, represent the bulk of their payroll spending. Even the Trump administration appears to recognize that the stimulus bill is far too small. That is why both Trump and the congressional Democrats are already talking about another stimulus bill that could amount to another $2 trillion. The U.S. does have the capacity to maintain borrowing these enormous sums. Among other considerations, as was true during the 2007-09 Great Recession, U.S. government bonds will be recognized as the safest assets available on the global financial market. This will place a premium on U.S. bonds relative to every other credit instrument on the global market. The Federal Reserve also has the capacity, as needed, to buy up and effectively retire U.S. government bonds if the debt burden becomes excessive. No other country, or entity of any sort, enjoys anything like this privileged financial status. Working from this position of extreme privilege, the Fed has now committed to providing basically unlimited and unconditional support for U.S. corporations and Wall Street firms. Indeed, between March 18 and 31 alone, the Fed purchased $1.14 trillion in Treasury and corporate bonds, at a rate of over $1 million per second. The Financial Times reports projections that the Fed's asset holdings could reach $12 trillion by June, i.e., 60% of U.S. GDP, with further increases to follow. By comparison, just prior to the 2007-2009 financial crisis, the Fed's bond holdings were at $1 trillion. They then spiked to $2 trillion during the crisis, a figure equal to only about 1/5 where the Fed's interventions are heading over the next couple of months. The U.S. and global economy do need a gigantic bailout now to prevent suffering by innocent people resulting from both the pandemic and economic collapse. But the bailout needs to be focused, in the immediate, on delivering health care provisions needed by everyone and keeping people financially whole. Taking a broader structural perspective, we also need to stop squandering the enormous financial privileges enjoyed by the U.S. on propping up the neoliberal edifice that has dominated economic life in the U.S. and the world for the last 40 years. The fact that the U.S. government has the financial wherewithal to bail out giant corporations and Wall Street twice within the past 11 years means that it also has the capacity to take control over some of the most dysfunctional and antisocial private enterprises. We could start by replacing the private health insurance industry with Medicare for all. The federal government could also take a controlling interest in the fossil fuel industry that must be put out of business, in any case, over the next 30 years. Other targets for at least partial nationalizations should include the airlines that face desperate straits now, but that squandered 96% of their cash on buybacks over the past decade. The Wall Street operators who helped to engineer such financial practices need to face both strong regulations and competition from large-scale public development banks capable of financing, for example, the Green New Deal. In short, the U.S. economy that will emerge out of the present crisis cannot be permitted to return to the neoliberal status quo. It was clear during the Great Recession that some of the biggest U.S. corporations and Wall Street firms could not survive without government life supports. Now, only 11 years later, we are about to rerun the same movie, only this time on a jumbotron screen. 40 years' worth of neoliberal indoctrination has pampered big business and Wall Street into believing that corporate socialism will always be theirs for the asking, that they can hoard profits for themselves at will while foisting their risks, as needed, onto everybody else. At this moment especially, if businesses want to insist that they exist only to maximize profits for their owners, then the federal government needs to sever their lifelines. Progressives should keep fighting hard for these principles. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, coronavirus seems to be producing an uplift in solidarity among common people in many parts of the world, and perhaps even the realization that we are all global citizens. Obviously, coronavirus itself won't defeat neoliberalism and the resulting atomization of social life that we have been witnessing since its advent, but do you expect a shift in economic and political thinking? Perhaps the return of the social state? Noam Chomsky, those possibilities should remind us of the powerful wave of radical democracy that swept over much of the world under the impact of the Great Depression and the anti-fascist war, and of the steps taken by the masters to contain or crush such hopes. This history yields many lessons for today. The pandemic should shock and prompt an appreciation of genuine internationalism, to a recognition of the need to cure ailing societies of the neoliberal plague, then on to more radical reconstruction directed to the roots of contemporary disorder. Americans in particular should awaken to the cruelty of the weak social justice system. Not a simple matter. It is, for example, quite odd to see that even at the left end of mainstream opinion, programs such as those advocated by Bernie Sanders are considered too radical for Americans. His two major programs call for universal health care and free higher education, normal in developed societies and poorer ones as well. The pandemic should awaken us to the realization that in a just world, social fetters should be replaced by social bonds, ideals that trace back to the Enlightenment and classical liberalism. Ideals that we see realized in many ways. The remarkable courage and selflessness of health workers is an inspiring tribute to the resources of the human spirit. In many places, communities of mutual aid are being formed to provide food for the needy and help and support for the elderly and disabled. There is indeed an uplift in solidarity among common people in many parts of the world, and perhaps even the realization that we are all global citizens. The challenges are clear. They can be met. At this grim moment of human history, they must be met, or history will come to an inglorious end. Ventilator shortage exposes the cruelty of neoliberal capitalism. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, the outbreak of the new coronavirus disease has spread to most parts of the world, with the United States now having more infected cases than any other country, including China, where the virus originated. Are these surprising developments? Noam Chomsky, the scale of the plague is surprising, indeed shocking, but not its appearance. Nor the fact that the US has the worst record in responding to the crisis. Scientists have been warning of a pandemic for years, insistently so since the SARS epidemic of 2003, also caused by a coronavirus, for which vaccines were developed but did not proceed beyond the preclinical level. That was the time to begin to put in place rapid response systems in preparation for an outbreak and to set aside spare capacity that would be needed. Initiatives could also have been undertaken to develop defenses and modes of treatment for a likely recurrence with a related virus. But scientific understanding is not enough. There has to be someone to pick up the ball and run with it. That option was barred by the pathology of the contemporary socio-economic order. Market signals were clear: there's no profit in preventing a future catastrophe. The government could have stepped in, but that's barred by reigning doctrine. Government is the problem, Reagan told us with his sunny smile, meaning that decision-making must be handed over even more fully to the business world, which is devoted to private profit and is free from concern about the common good. The years that followed injected a dose of neoliberal brutality to the unconstrained capitalist order and the twisted markets it constructs. The depth of the pathology is revealed clearly by one of the most dramatic and murderous failures, the lack of ventilators that is one of the major bottlenecks in confronting the pandemic. The Department of Health and Human Services foresaw the problem, and contracted with a small firm to produce inexpensive, easy-to-use ventilators. But then capitalist logic intervened. The firm was bought by a major corporation, Covidien, which sidelined the project, and, in 2014, with no ventilators having been delivered to the government, Covidien executives told officials at the Federal Biomedical Research Agency that they wanted to get out of the contract, according to 3 former federal officials. The executives complained that it was not sufficiently profitable for the company. Doubtless true. Neoliberal logic then intervened, dictating that the government could not act to overcome the gross market failure, which is now causing havoc. As the New York Times gently put the matter, the stalled efforts to create a new class of cheap, easy-to-use ventilators highlight the perils of outsourcing projects with critical public health implications to private companies. Their focus on maximizing profits is not always consistent with the government's goal of preparing for a future crisis. Putting aside the ritual obeisance to the benign government and its laudatory goals, the comment is true enough. We may add that focus on maximizing profits is also not always consistent with the hope for the survival of humanity, to borrow the phrase of a leaked memo from J.P. Morgan Chase, the U.S. largest bank, warning that the survival of humanity is at risk on our current course, including the bank's own investments in fossil fuels. Thus, Chevron cancelled a profitable sustainable energy project because there's more profit to be made in destroying life on Earth. ExxonMobil refrained from doing so, because it had never opened such a project in the first place, having made more rational calculations of profitability. And rightly so, according to neoliberal doctrine. As Milton Friedman and other neoliberal luminaries have instructed us, the task of corporate managers is to maximize profits. Any deviation from this moral obligation would shatter the foundations of civilized life. There will be recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, at severe and possibly horrendous costs, particularly for the poor and more vulnerable. But there will be no recovery from the melting polar ice sheets and the other devastating consequences of global warming. Here, too, the catastrophe results from a market failure in this case, of truly earth-shaking proportions. The current administration had ample warning about a likely pandemic. In fact, a high-level simulation was run as recently as last October. Trump has reacted during his years in office in the manner to which we have become accustomed by defunding and dismantling every relevant part of government, and assiduously implementing instructions from his corporate masters to eliminate the regulations that impede profits and save lives. He is also leading the race to the abyss of environmental catastrophe, by far his greatest crime, in fact, the greatest crime in history when we consider the consequences. By early January, there was little doubt of what was happening. On December 31, China informed the World Health Organization, WHO, of the spread of pneumonia-like symptoms with unknown etiology. On January 7, China informed the WHO that scientists had identified the source as a coronavirus and had sequenced the genome, which they made available to the scientific world. Through January and February, U.S. intelligence was trying hard to reach Trump's ear, but failed. Officials informed the press that they just couldn't get him to do anything about it. The system was blinking red. Trump was not silent, however. He issued a stream of confident pronouncements informing the public that it was just a cough, he has everything under control, he gets a 10 out of 10 for his handling of the crisis, It's very serious, but he knew it was a pandemic before anyone else, and the rest of the sorry performance. The technique is well designed, much like the practice of reeling out lies so fast that the very concept of truth vanishes. Whatever happens, Trump is sure to be vindicated among his loyal followers. When you shoot arrows at random, some are likely to hit the target. To crown this impressive record, on February 10, when the virus was sweeping the country, the White House released its annual budget proposal, which made even sharper cuts in all the main health-related parts of the government, in fact just about anything that might help people, while increasing funding for what's really important, the military and the wall. One effect is the shockingly belated and limited testing, well below others, making it impossible to implement the successful test and trace strategies that have prevented the epidemic from breaking out of control in functioning societies. Even the best hospitals lack basic equipment. The US is now the global epicenter of the crisis. This only skems the surface of Trumpian malevolence, but there's no space for more here. It is tempting to cast the blame on Trump for the disastrous response to the crisis. But if we hope to avert future catastrophes, we must look beyond him. Trump came to office in a sick society, afflicted by 40 years of neoliberalism, with still deeper roots. The neoliberal version of capitalism has been in force since Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, beginning shortly before. There should be no need to detail its grim consequences. Reagan's generosity to the super-rich is of direct relevance today as another bailout is in progress. Reagan quickly lifted the ban on tax havens and other devices to shift the tax burden to the public, and also authorized stock buybacks, a device to inflate stock values and enrich corporate management and the very wealthy, who own most of the stock, while undermining the productive capacity of the enterprise. Such policy changes have huge consequences, in the tens of trillions of dollars. Quite generally, policy has been designed to benefit a tiny minority while the rest flounder. That's how we come to have a society in which 0.1% of the population hold 20% of the wealth and the bottom half have negative net worth and live from paycheck to paycheck. While profits boomed and CEO salaries skyrocketed, real wages have stagnated. As economists Emmanuel Sayes and Gabriel Zucman show in their book, The Triumph of Injustice, taxes are basically flat across all income groups, except at the top, where they decline. The US privatized, for-profit healthcare system had long been an international scandal, with twice the per capita expenses of other developed societies and some of the worst outcomes. Neoliberal doctrine struck another blow, introducing business measures of efficiency, just-on-time service with no fat in the system. Any disruption and the system collapses. Much the same is true of the fragile global economic order forged on neoliberal principles. This is the world that Trump inherited, the target of his battering ram. For those concerned with reconstructing a viable society out of the wreckage that will be left from the ongoing crisis, it is well to heed the call of Vijay Prashad, we won't go back to normal, because normal was the problem. Yet, even now, with the country in the midst of a public health emergency unlike anything we have seen in a very long time, the American public continues to be told that universal health care is not realistic. Is neoliberalism alone responsible for this peculiarly unique American perspective on health care? It's a complicated story. To begin with, for a long time, polls have shown favorable attitudes toward universal health care, sometimes very strong support. In the late Reagan years, about 70% of the population thought that guaranteed health care should be in the Constitution, and 40% thought it already was, the Constitution taken to be the repository of all that is obviously right. There have been referenda showing high support for universal health care until the business propaganda offensive begins, warning of the heavy if not astronomical tax burden, much as what we have seen recently. Then popular support fades. As usual, there is an element of truth to the propaganda. Taxes will go up, but total expenses should sharply decline, as the record of comparable countries shows. How much? There are some suggestive estimates. One of the world's leading medical journals, The Lancet, UK, recently published a study estimating that universal health care in the U.S. is likely to lead to a 13% savings in national health care expenditure, equivalent to more than $450 billion annually, based on the value of the US dollar in 2017. The study continues. The entire system could be funded with less financial outlay than is incurred by employers and households paying for healthcare premiums combined with existing government allocations. This shift to single-payer healthcare would provide the greatest relief to lower-income households. Furthermore, we estimate that ensuring healthcare access for all Americans would save more than 68,000 lives and 1.73 million life years every year, compared with the status quo. But it would raise taxes. And it seems that many Americans would prefer to spend more money as long as it doesn't go to taxes, incidentally killing tens of thousands of people annually. That's a telling indication of the state of American democracy, and of the force of the doctrinal system crafted by business power and its intellectual servants. The neoliberal assault has intensified this pathological element of the national culture, but the roots go much deeper and are illustrated in many ways, a topic very much worth pursuing. While some European countries are doing better than others in managing the spread of COVID-19, the countries that appear to have had greater success with this task lie primarily outside the Western, neo-liberal universe. They are Singapore, South Korea, Russia, and China itself. Does this fact tell us something about Western capitalist regimes? There have been various reactions to the spread of the virus. China itself seems to have controlled it, at least for now. The same is true of the countries in China's periphery where the early warnings were heeded, including democracies no less vibrant than those of the West. Europe mostly temporized, but some European countries acted. Germany appears to hold the global record in low death rates, thanks to spare health facilities and diagnostic capacity, and rapid response. The same seems to be true in Norway. Boris Johnson's reaction in the UK was shameful. Trump's US brought up the rear. Germany's solicitude for the population did not, however, extend beyond its borders. The European Union proved to be anything but. However, ailing European societies could reach across the Atlantic for succor. The Cuban superpower was once again ready to help with doctors and equipment. Meanwhile, the US cut health aid to Yemen, where it had helped create the world's worst humanitarian crisis, and used the opportunity of the devastating health crisis to tighten its cruel sanctions to ensure maximal suffering among its chosen enemies. Cuba is the most long-standing victim, back to the days of Kennedy's terrorist wars and economic strangulation, but miraculously has survived. It should, incidentally, be profoundly disturbing to Americans to compare the circus in Washington with Angela Merkel's sober, measured, factual report to Germans on how the outbreak should be handled. The distinguishing feature in responses seems not to be democracies versus autocracies, but functioning versus dysfunctional societies, what in Trumpian rhetoric are termed shithole countries, like what he is working hard to craft under his rule. What do you think of the $2 trillion coronavirus economic rescue plan? Is it enough to stave off another possible Great Recession and to help the most vulnerable groups in American society? The rescue plan is better than nothing. It offers limited relief to some of those who desperately need it, and contains an ample fund to help the truly vulnerable, the piteous corporations flocking to the nanny state, hat in hand, hiding their copies of Ayn Rand and pleading once again for rescue by the public after having spent the glory years amassing vast profits and magnifying them with an orgy of stock buybacks. But no need to worry. The slush fund will be monitored by Trump and his Treasury Secretary, who can be trusted to be fair and just. And if they decide to disregard the demands of the new Inspector General and Congress, who is going to do anything about it? Barr's Justice Department? Impeachment. There would have been ways to direct aid to those who need it, to households, beyond the pittance included for some. That includes those working people who had authentic jobs and the huge precariat who were getting by somehow with temporary and irregular employment, but also others, those who had given up, the hundreds of thousands of victims of deaths of despair, a unique American tragedy, the homeless, prisoners, the great many with such inadequate housing that isolation and storing food is not an option, and plenty of others that are not hard to identify. Political economists Thomas Ferguson and Rob Johnson put the matter plainly: while the universal medical care that is standard elsewhere may be too much to expect in the US, there is no reason why it should have one-sided single-payer insurance for corporations. They go on to review simple ways to overcome this form of corporate robbery. At the very least, the regular practice of public bailout out of the corporate sector should require stiff enforcement of a ban on stock buybacks, meaningful worker participation in management, an end to the scandalous protectionist measures of the mislabeled free trade agreements that guarantee huge profits for big pharma while raising drug prices far beyond what they would be under rational arrangements. Sanders threatens the establishment by inspiring popular movements. C.J. Policromou: the impeachment trial of Donald Trump is nearly over, and what a farce it has been, something you had predicted from the start, which is also the reason why you thought that an impeachment inquiry was a rather foolish move on the part of the Democrats. With that in mind, what does this farcical episode tell us about the contemporary state of U.S. politics, and do you anticipate any political fallout in the 2020 election? Noam Chomsky: it seemed clear from the outset that the impeachment effort could not be serious, and would end up being another gift by the Democrats to Trump, much as the Mueller affair was. Any doubts about its farcical nature were put to rest by its opening spectacle: Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts struggling to keep a straight face while swearing in senators who solemnly pledged that they would be unmoved by partisan concerns. They at once proceeded as everyone knew they would to behave and vote along strictly party lines. Could there be a clearer exhibition of pure farce? Are the crimes discussed a basis for impeachment? Seems so to me. Has Trump committed vastly more serious crimes? That is hardly debatable. What might be debatable is whether he is indeed the most dangerous criminal in human history, which happens to be my personal view. Hitler had been perhaps the leading candidate for this honor. His goal was to rid the German-run world of Jews, Roma, homosexuals, and other deviants, along with tens of millions of Slav Untermenschen. But Hitler was not dedicated with fervor to destroying the prospects of organized human life on Earth in the not distant future, along with millions of other species. Trump is. And those who think he doesn't know what he's doing haven't been looking closely. Is that a wild and ludicrous exaggeration? Or the very simple and apparent truth? It's not difficult to figure out the answer. We've discussed it often before. There is no need to review what is happening on Trump's watch while he devotes every effort to accelerating the race to catastrophe, trailed by such lesser lights as Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro and Australia's Scott Morrison. Every day brings new forebodings. We have just learned, for example, that the gigantic Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica has been eroding from warm water below. The Washington Post describes this as a troubling finding that could speed its melt in a region with the potential to eventually unleash more than 10 feet of sea level rise, adding, scientists already knew that Thwaites was losing massive amounts of ice, more than 600 billion tons over the past several decades, and most recently as much as 50 billion tons per year. It has now been confirmed, as suspected, that this was occurring because a layer of relatively warmer ocean water, which circles Antarctica below the colder surface layer, had moved closer to shore and begun to eat away at the glaciers themselves, affecting West Antarctica in particular. The chief scientist involved in the study warns that this may signal an unstoppable retreat that has huge implications for global sea level rise. That's today. Tomorrow will be something worse. What's causing the warmer water? No secret. This is only one of the likely irreversible tipping points that may be reached if the chosen one, as he modestly describes himself, is granted another 4 years to carry out his project of global destruction. We have just witnessed an extraordinary event at the January Davos meeting of the Masters of the Universe, as they are called. For Adam Smith, they were only the masters of mankind, but 250 years ago it was just British merchants and manufacturers. The conference opened with Trump's oration about what a fabulous creature he is. The encomium was interrupted only by a comment that we should not be alarmist about the climate. His magnificence was followed by the quiet and informed comments of a 17-year-old girl instructing the heads of state, CEOs, media leaders, and grand intellectuals about what it means to be a responsible adult. Quite a spectacle. Trump's war on organized life on Earth is only the barest beginning. More narrowly, in recent days, the Chosen One has issued executive orders ridding the country of the plague of regulations that protect children from mercury poisoning and preserve the country's water supplies and lands, along with other impediments to further enrichment of Trump's primary constituency, extreme wealth, and corporate power. On the side, he has been casually proceeding to dismantle the last vestiges of the arms control regime that has provided some limited degree of security from terminal nuclear war, eliciting cheers from the military industry. And as we have just learned, the great pacifist who is committed to end interventions dropped more bombs and other munitions in Afghanistan last year than any other year since documentation began in 2006, Air Force data shows. He is also ramping up his acts of war, which is what they are against Iran. I won't even go into his giving Israel what the Israeli press calls a gift to the right, formally giving the back of his imperial hand to international law, the World Court, the UN Security Council, and overwhelming international opinion, while shoring up the evangelical vote for the 2020 election. The prerogative of supreme power. In brief, the list of Trump's crimes is immense, not least the worst crime in human history. But none merited a nod in the impeachment proceedings. This is hardly a novelty, rather the norm. The current proceedings are often compared with Watergate. Nixon's hideous crimes were eliminated from the charges against him despite the efforts of Rep. Robert Frederick Drinan and a few others. The Nixon impeachment charges focused on his illegal acts to harm Democrats. Any resemblance to the farce that is now winding up? Does it suggest some insight into what motivates the powerful? Speaking of the 2020 election, the corporate Democratic establishment and the liberal media are once again mobilizing to undermine Bernie Sanders, even though he may very well be the most electable Democrat. First, can you summarize for us what you perceive to be the core of Sanders's politico-ideological gestalt, and then explain what scares both conservatives and liberals the possibility of someone like Sanders leading the country? The core of Sanders's politico-ideological gestalt is his long-standing commitment to the interests of the large majority of the population, not the top 0.1%, not 1%, 0.1%, who hold more than 20% of the country's wealth, not the very rich who were the prime beneficiaries of the slow recovery from the 2008 disaster caused by financial capital. In this regard, the US far surpasses other developed countries, so we learn from recently released studies, which show that in the US, 65% of the growth of the past decade went to the very rich. Next in line was Germany, at 51%, then declining sharply. The same studies show that if current trends persist, in the next decade all growth in the US will go to the rich. The welfare of these sectors has never been Sanders's concern. The Democratic establishment and liberal media are hardly likely to look kindly on someone who forthrightly proclaims, "I have no use for those regardless of their political party who hold some foolish dream of spinning the clock back to days when unorganized labor was a huddled, almost helpless mass." Only a handful of unreconstructed reactionaries harbor the ugly thought of breaking unions. Only a fool would try to deprive working men and women of the right to join the union of their choice. By right-to-work laws, for example, or by hiring scabs, or by threatening to ship jobs to Mexico to undermine organizing efforts, to sample the bipartisan political leadership. That's surely the kind of socialist wild man whom the country is not ready to tolerate. The wild man in this case is President Dwight Eisenhower, the last conservative president. His remarks are a good illustration of how far the political class has shifted to the right under Clintonite New Democrats and the Reagan-Gingrich Republicans. The latter have drifted so far off the political spectrum that they are ranked near neo-fascist parties in the international spectrum, well to the right of conservatives. Even more threatening than Sanders's proposals to carry forward New Deal-style policies, I think, is his inspiring a popular movement that is steadily engaged in political action and direct activism to change the social order. The movement is made up of mostly young people who have not internalized the norms of liberal democracy, that the public are ignorant and meddlesome outsiders who are to be spectators, not participants in action, entitled to push a lever every 4 years, but are then to return to their TV sets and video games while the responsible men manage serious matters. This is a fundamental principle of democracy, as expounded by prominent and influential liberal 20th-century American intellectuals, who took cognizance of the stupidity of the average man and recognized that we should not be deluded by democratic dogmatisms about men being the best judges of their own interests. They are not. We are the responsible men, the intelligent minority. The bewildered herd must therefore be put in their place by necessary illusions and emotionally potent simplifications. These are among the pronouncements of the most influential 20th-century public intellectual, Walter Lippmann, in his Progressive Essays on Democracy, Harold Lasswell, one of the founders of modern political science, and Reinhold Niebuhr, the admired theologian of the liberal establishment. All highly respected Wilson F. D.R. Kennedy liberals. Inspiring a popular movement that violates these norms is a serious attack on democracy, so conceived, an intolerable assault against good order. I believe we witnessed something similar in the last UK elections in the case of Jeremy Corbyn. Do you agree? And, if so, what does this tell us about liberal democracy, which is nowadays in serious trouble itself on account of the rise and spread of authoritarianism and the far right in many parts of the world? There are definite similarities. Corbyn, a decent and honorable man, was subjected to an extraordinary flood of vilification and defamation, which he was unable to confront. At the same time, polls indicated that the policies that he put forth and that had led to a remarkable victory for Labour in 2017 remained popular. A special feature in the UK was Brexit. I won't go into it in great detail here. My personal opinion, for what it's worth, is that it is a serious blow to both Britain and the EU, and is likely to cause Britain or what remains of it to become even more of a vassal of the US than it has been under Blair's New Labour and the Tories, whose social and economic policies have caused the country great harm. Corbyn's vacillation on the Brexit issue, which became a toxic one, surely contributed to the negative feelings about him that seem to have been a major factor in the electoral disaster for Labour, but it was only one. As in the case of Sanders, I suspect that the prime reason for the bitter hatred of Corbyn on the part of a very wide spectrum of the British establishment is his effort to turn the Labour Party into a participatory organisation that would not leave electoral politics in the hands of the Labour bureaucracy and would proceed beyond the narrow realm of electoral politics to far broader and constant activism and engagement in public affairs. More generally, much of the world is aflame. As the men of Davos recognized with trepidation at their January meeting, the peasants are coming with their pitchforks. The neoliberal order they have imposed for the past 40 years, while ultra-generous to them and their class, has had a bitter impact on the general population. A leading theme at Davos was that the masters must declare that they are changing their stance from service to the rich to attending to the concerns of stakeholders, working people and communities. Another theme was that while not alarmists, they acknowledge the threat of global warming. The unstated implication is that there is no need for regulations and other actions about climate change, we big boys will take care of it. Greta Thunberg and the other children demonstrating out there can go back to school. And now that we see the flaws in our neoliberal model of capitalism, you can put aside all those disruptive political programs calling for healthcare, rights of workers, women, the poor. We're taking care of it, so just go back to your private pursuits, keeping to democratic norms. As the neoliberal order is visibly collapsing, it is giving rise to morbid symptoms, to borrow Gramsci's famous phrase when the fascist plague was looming. Among these are the spread of authoritarianism and the far right that you mention. More generally, what we are witnessing is quite understandable anger, resentment, and contempt for the political institutions that have implemented the neoliberal assault, but also the rise of global, activist movements that seek to stem and reverse the race to destruction. The confrontation could hardly have been exhibited more dramatically than by the appearance of Greta Thunberg immediately after the most powerful man in the world, the leader in the race to destruction, had admonished the masters to disdain the airs of yesterday's foolish fortune tellers, virtually 100% of climate scientists, and to take up his wrecking ball. US is a rogue state and Soleimani's assassination confirms it. C.J. Polychronua, Noam. The U.S. assassination of Iran's Quds Force commander Qasem Soleimani has reaffirmed Washington's long-held obsession with Tehran and its clerical regime, which goes all the way back to the late 1970s. What is the conflict between U.S. and Iran all about, and does the assassination of Soleimani constitute an act of war? Noam Chomsky, act of war? Perhaps we can settle on reckless international terrorism. It seems that Trump's decision, on a whim, appalled high Pentagon officials who briefed him on options, on pragmatic grounds. If we wish to look beyond, we might ask how we would react in comparable circumstances. Suppose that Iran were to murder the second highest U.S. official, its top general, in the Mexico City International Airport, along with the commander of a large part of the US-supported army of an allied nation. Would that be an act of war? Others can decide. It is enough for us to recognize that the analogy is fair enough, and that the pretexts put forth by Washington collapse so quickly on examination that it would be embarrassing to run through them. Soleimani was greatly respected not only in Iran, where he was a kind of cult figure. This is recognized by U.S. experts on Iran. One of the most prominent experts, Vala Nasr, no dove, and who detests Soleimani, says that Iraqis, including Iraqi Kurds, don't see him as the nefarious figure that the West does, but they see him through the prism of defeating ISIS. They have not forgotten that when the huge, heavily armed US-trained Iraqi army quickly collapsed, and the Kurdish capital of Erbil, then Baghdad, and all of Iraq were about to fall in the hands of ISIS, also known as Daesh, it was Soleimani and the Iraqi Shia militias he organized that saved the country. Not a small matter. As for what the conflict is all about, the background reasons are not obscure. It has long been a primary principle of U.S. foreign policy to control the vast energy resources of the Middle East, to control, not necessarily to use. Iran has been central to this objective during the post-World War II period, and its escape from the U.S. orbit in 1979 has accordingly been intolerable. The obsession can be traced to 1953, when Britain, the overlord of Iran since oil was discovered there, was unable to prevent the government from taking over its own resources, and called on the global superpower to manage the operation. There is no space to review the course of the obsession since in detail, but some highlights are instructive. Britain called on Washington with some reluctance. To do so meant surrendering more of its former empire to the US and declining even more to the role of junior partner in global management, as the Foreign Office recognized with dismay. The Eisenhower administration took over. It organized a military coup that overthrew the parliamentary regime and reinstalled the Shah, restoring the oil concession to its rightful hands, with the US taking over 40% of the former British concession. Interestingly, Washington had to force US majors to accept this gift. They preferred to keep to cheaper Saudi oil, which the US had taken over from Britain in a mini-war during World War II. But under government coercion, they were forced to comply, one of those unusual but instructive incidents revealing how the government sometimes pursues long-term imperial interests over the objections of the powerful corporate sector that largely controls and even staffs it, with considerable resonance in US-Iran relations in recent years. The Shah proceeded to institute a harsh tyranny. He was regularly cited by Amnesty International as a leading practitioner of torture, always with strong US support, as Iran became one of the pillars of US power in the region, along with the Saudi family dictatorship and Israel. Technically, Iran and Israel were at war. In reality, they had extremely close relations, which surfaced publicly after the overthrow of the Shah in 1979. The tacit relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia are surfacing much more clearly now within the framework of the reactionary alliance that the Trump administration is forging as a base for U.S. power in the region, the Gulf dictatorships, the Egyptian military dictatorship and Israel, linked to Modi's India, Bolsonaro's Brazil, and other similar elements. A rare semblance of a coherent strategy in this chaotic administration. The Carter administration strongly supported the Shah until the last moment. High U.S. officials Henry Kissinger, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld called on U.S. universities, mainly my own, MIT, over strong student protest but faculty acquiescence, to aid the Shah's nuclear programs, even after he made clear that he was seeking nuclear weapons. When the popular uprising overthrew the Shah, the Carter administration was apparently split on whether to endorse the advice of de facto Israeli ambassador Yuri Librani, who counseled that Tehran can be taken over by a very relatively small force, determined, ruthless, cruel. I mean the men who would lead that force will have to be emotionally geared to the possibility that they'd have to kill 10,000 people. It didn't work, and soon Ayatollah Khomeini took over on an enormous wave of popular enthusiasm, establishing the brutal clerical autocracy that still reigns, crushing popular protests. Shortly after, Saddam Hussein invaded Iran with strong U.S. backing, unaffected by his resort to chemical weapons that caused huge numbers of Iranian casualties. His monstrous chemical warfare attacks against Iraqi Kurds were denied by Reagan, who sought to blame Iran and blocked congressional condemnation. Finally, the U.S. pretty much took over, sending naval forces to ensure Saddam's control of the Gulf. After the US-guided missile cruiser Vincennes shot down an Iranian civilian airliner in a clearly marked commercial corridor, killing 290 passengers and returning to port to great acclaim and awards for exceptional service, Khomeini capitulated, recognizing that Iran could not fight the U.S. President Bush then invited Iraqi nuclear scientists to Washington for advanced training in nuclear weapons production, a very serious threat against Iran. Conflicts continued without a break, in more recent years focusing on Iran's nuclear programs. These conflicts ended, in theory, with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, in 2015, an agreement between Iran and the 5 permanent members of the UN, plus Germany, in which Iran agreed to sharply curtail its nuclear programs, none of them weapons programs, in return for Western concessions. The International Atomic Energy Agency, which carries out intensive inspections, reports that Iran fully lived up to the agreement. U.S. intelligence agrees. The topic elicits much debate. Unlike another question, has the U.S. observed the agreement? Apparently not. The JCPOA states that all participants are committed not to impede in any way Iran's reintegration into the global economy, particularly the global financial system, which the U.S. effectively controls. The U.S. is not permitted to interfere in areas of trade, technology, finance, and energy and others. While these topics are not investigated, it appears that Washington has been interfering steadily. President Trump claims that his effective demolition of the JCPOA is an effort to negotiate an improvement. It's a worthy objective, easily realized. Any concerns about Iranian nuclear threats can be overcome by establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone, NWFZ, in the Middle East, with intensive inspections like those successfully implemented under the JCPOA. As we have discussed before, this is quite straightforward. Regional support is overwhelming. The Arab states initiated the proposal long ago, and continue to agitate for it, with the strong support of Iran and the former non-aligned countries, G77, now 132 countries. Europe agrees. In fact, there is only one barrier, the US, which regularly vetoes the proposal when it comes up at the review meetings of the Non-Proliferation Treaty countries, most recently by Obama in 2015. The US will not permit inspection of Israel's enormous nuclear arsenal, or even concede its existence, though it is not in doubt. The reason is simple: under US law, the Symington Amendment, conceding its existence would require terminating all aid to Israel. So the simple method of ending the alleged concern about an Iranian threat is ruled out and the world must face grim prospects. Since these topics are scarcely mentionable in the US, it is perhaps worthwhile to reiterate another forbidden matter. The US and UK have a special responsibility to work to establish a NWFZ in the Middle East. They are formally committed to do so under Article 14 of Union Security Council Resolution 687, which they invoked in their effort to concoct some thin legal basis for their invasion of Iraq, claiming that Iraq had violated the resolution with nuclear weapons programs. Iraq hadn't, as they were soon forced to concede. But the US continues to violate the resolution to the present in order to protect its Israeli client and to allow Washington to violate US law. Interesting facts, which, unfortunately, are apparently too incendiary to see the light of day. There's no point reviewing the years that followed in the hands of the man sent by God to save Israel from Iran, in the words of the serious figure of the administration, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Returning to the original question, there's quite a lot to contemplate about what the conflict is about. In a phrase, primarily imperial power, damn the consequences. The term rogue state, used widely by the U.S. State Department, refers to the pursuit of state interests without regard to accepted standards of international behavior and the basic principles of international law. Given that definition, isn't the U.S. a star example of a rogue state? State Department officials are not the only ones to use the term rogue state. It has also been used by prominent American political scientists referring to the State Department. Not Trump's, Clinton's. During the era between Reagan's murderous terrorist atrocities in Central America and Bush's invasion of Iraq, they recognized that for much of the world, the US was becoming the rogue superpower, considered the single greatest external threat to their societies, and that, in the eyes of much of the world, in fact, the prime rogue state today is the United States. Harvard professor of the science of government and government advisor Samuel Huntington, president of the American Political Science Association Robert Jervis. Both in the main establishment journal Foreign Affairs, 1999, 2001. After Bush took over, qualifications were dropped. It was asserted as fact that the US has assumed many of the very features of the rogue nations against which it has done battle. Others outside the US mainstream might think of different words for the worst crime of the millennium, a textbook example of aggression without credible pretext, the supreme international crime of Nuremberg. And others sometimes express their opinions. Gallup runs regular polls of international opinion. In 2013, the Obama years, it asked for the first time, which country is the greatest threat to world peace? The US won, no one else even came close. Far behind in second place was Pakistan, presumably inflated by the Indian vote. Iran, the greatest threat to world peace in US discourse, was scarcely mentioned. That was also the last time the question was asked, though there needn't have been much concern. It does not seem to have been reported in the US. We might ponder these questions a little further. We are supposed to revere the US Constitution, especially conservatives. We must therefore revere Article 6, which declares that valid treaties shall be the supreme law of the land and officials must be bound by them. In the post-war years, by far the most important such treaty is the UN Charter, instituted under US initiative. It bans the threat or use of force in international affairs, specifically, the common refrain that all options are open with regard to Iran. And it bans all uses of force unless explicitly authorized by the Security Council or in defense against armed attack, a narrowly construed notion, and then only until the Security Council, which must be immediately notified, is able to act to terminate the attack. We might consider what the world would look like if the US Constitution were considered applicable to the US, but let's put that interesting question aside, not, however, without mentioning that there is a respected profession, called international lawyers and law professors, who can learnedly explain that words don't mean what they mean. Iraq has struggled since the US invasion in 2003 to maintain a balanced situation with both Washington and Tehran. However, the Iraqi parliament has voted after Soleimani's assassination to expel all US troops. Is this likely to happen? And, if it does, what impact would it have on future US-Iraq-Iran relations, including the fight against ISIS? We don't know whether it will happen. Even if the Iraqi government orders the US to leave, will it do so? It's not obvious, and as always, public opinion in the US, if organized and committed, can help provide an answer. As for ISIS, Trump has just given it another lease on life, just as he gave it a get-out-of-jail-free card when he betrayed Syrian Kurds, leaving them to the mercy of their bitter enemies Turkey and Assad after they had fulfilled their function of fighting the war against ISIS, with 11,000 casualties, as compared with a half-dozen Americans. ISIS organized at first with jailbreaks and is now free to do so again. ISIS has been given a welcome gift in Iraq as well. The eminent Middle East historian Ervand Abrahamian observes, "The killing of Soleimani has actually provided a wonderful opportunity for ISIS to recover. There will be a resurgence of ISIS very much in Mosul, northern Iraq. And that, paradoxically, will help Iran, because the Iraqi government will have no choice but to rely more and more on Iran to be able to contain ISIS, which led the defense of Iraq against the ISIS onslaught, under Soleimani's command. Trump has pulled out of North Iraq, of the area where ISIS was, pulled the rug out from the Kurds, and now he's declared war on the pro-Iranian militias. And the Iraqi army has not been in the past capable of dealing with ISIS. So, the obvious thing is now, the Iraqi government, how are they going to deal with the revival of ISIS? They will have no choice but to actually rely more and more on Iran. So, Trump has actually undermined his own policy, if he wants to eliminate Iran's influence in Iraq. Much as W. Bush did when he invaded Iraq. We shouldn't forget, however, that enormous power can recover from muddle-headedness and failure if the domestic population permits it to. Putin appears to have outmaneuvered the US not only on Syria, but almost everywhere else on the Middle East front. What is Moscow after in the Middle East, and what's your explanation for the often infantile diplomacy displayed by the United States in the region and in fact around the world? One goal, substantially achieved, was to gain control of Syria. Russia entered the conflict in 2015 after advanced weapons provided by the CIA to the mostly jihadi armies had stopped Assad's forces. Russian aircraft turned the tide, and without concern for the incredible civilian toll, the Russian-backed coalition has taken control of most of the country. Russia is now the external arbiter. Elsewhere, even among Washington's Gulf allies, Putin has presented himself, apparently with some success, as the one trustworthy outside actor. Trump's bull-in-a-China shop diplomacy, if that is the right word, is winning few friends outside of Israel, on which he is lavishing gifts, and the other members of the reactionary alliance taking shape. Any thought of soft power has been pretty much abandoned. But US reserves of hard power are enormous. No other country can impose harsh sanctions at will and compel third parties to honor them, at cost of expulsion from the international financial system. And, of course, no one else has hundreds of military bases around the world or anything like Washington's advanced military power and ability to resort to force at will and with impunity. The idea of imposing sanctions on the US, or anything beyond tepid criticism, borders on ludicrous. And so, it is likely to remain even as in the eyes of much of the world. In fact, the prime rogue state today is the United States. This is considerably more true than 20 years ago when these words were uttered, and will continue to be the case unless and until the population compels state power to pursue a different course. Democratic Party centrism risks handing election to Trump. C.J. Policromua, the 2020 U.S. presidential election is less than a year from now, and, while most polls seem to indicate that Trump will lose the national vote, the electoral vote is up for grabs. What manner of a democracy is this, and why isn't there a public outcry in this country about the antiquated institution of the Electoral College? Noam Chomsky, preliminary comment. I find it psychologically impossible to discuss the 2020 election without emphasizing, as strongly as possible, what is at stake: survival, nothing less. 4 more years of Trump may spell the end of much of life on Earth, including organized human society in any recognizable form. Strong words, but not strong enough. I would like to repeat the words of Raymond Pierre Humbert, a lead author of the startling Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report of October 2018, since replaced by still more dire warnings, with regard to the climate crisis. Yes, it's time to panic. We are in deep trouble. These should be the defining terms of the 2020 election. Environmental catastrophe is an imminent threat. Much of the world is taking steps to deal with it, inadequate, but at least something. Trump and the political organization he now virtually owns are taking steps to exacerbate the crisis. Some may recall George W. Bush's infamous call, "Bring it on," directed to Iraqis preparing to attack us, in what happened to be their country, but put that aside. Bush later apologized, with regret, but Trump is proud to outdo him, calling on the rising seas and burning earth to put an end to the human experiment. In fairness, we should add that Trump is also pursuing ways to avert the environmental threat. He seeks to destroy us first by nuclear war. That is the simple logic of his demolition of the Reagan-Gorbachev Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, followed at once by testing of missiles that violated, the threat to dismantle the Eisenhower-initiated Open Skies Treaty, and finally, New START. These final blows to the arms control regime constitute, very simply, a call to other nations to join in creating new and even more horrendous weapons to destroy us all, to the unrestrained applause of weapons manufacturers. Those are the highly likely consequences of more of Trump and the party that grovels at his feet, terrified of his adoring base. They provide the essential background for the 2020 elections. Turning finally to your question, the Electoral College is not the most serious anachronism. Even worse is the radically undemocratic Senate. These problems are severe, and remediable only by constitutional amendment that is sure to be blocked by the small states. All of this is part of more fundamental problems. A variety of demographic, structural, and policy factors are converging to a situation where a small minority white, rural, Christian, traditional, older, fearful of losing their America will be able to dominate the political system. These considerations raise further questions about worship of a document from centuries ago that was in some ways progressive by the standards of its day, but would very likely lead to rejection of an appeal for membership in the European Union by a country bound by it. Speaking of political culture, Donald Trump's rise to power has not only unleashed some very dangerous forces, but seems to have altered in significant ways the political culture of this country. Can you talk a bit about this? The dark forces were gathering long before Trump appeared to mobilize them. It's worth recalling that in previous Republican primaries, candidates that emerged from the base, Michelle Bachmann, Herman Cain, Rick Santorum, were intolerable to the conservative establishment and were crushed. In 2016, those efforts failed. None of this is too surprising. In recent years, the Republican Party has dedicated itself with such fervor to its constituency of wealth and private power that a voting base had to be mobilized on grounds unrelated to its primary policy objectives with many dark forces. And it's also worth recalling that there are parallels elsewhere, notably in Europe, with the collapse of centrist parties. Much of what has been happening can be traced to the neoliberal assault on the general population launched a generation ago, leaving in its wake quite understandable anger, frustration, and search for scapegoats to reign that can readily be plowed by demagogues and con artists of the Trump variety. Matters we've discussed elsewhere. What can the state elections of the last 2 weeks ago tell us about 2020? It seems that relatively affluent suburban sectors that are part of the usual Republican voting base were having second thoughts about Trump, while his grotesque behavior energized voters who normally don't participate. Much, seems to me, uncertain about 2020. The power brokers in the Democratic Party are out to kill the left wing, and this time includes not only Bernie Sanders but also Elizabeth Warren. If that happens, how will it impact Trump's chances of getting re-elected? The donor class is clearly perturbed by Warren's critique of wealth and corporate power, and even more so by Sanders, who committed a major crime inspiring a popular movement that doesn't just show up every 4 years to push a button and then leave matters to their betters, but continues its activism and the engagement in public affairs that is none of their business, according to long-standing democratic theory. The intense hatred of Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn in England, I think, has a similar basis. These have been concerns of the self-described men of best quality since the first modern democratic revolution in 17th century England, and they haven't abated. The consequences are hard to predict. If the donor class succeeds in nominating a centrist candidate, progressive activist forces might be disillusioned and reluctant to do the work on the ground that will be needed to prevent the tragedy of 4 more years of Trumpism. If a progressive candidate does gain the nomination, centrist power and wealth may back away, again opening the path to tragedy. It will be a fateful year. It will be even more important than usual to remain level-headed and to think through with care the consequences of action and inaction. Aside from activists, no one is talking about Trump's crimes. What does this tell us about contemporary U.S. political culture? And the culture of the more privileged sectors of the world generally? It's not something new. It's common now to invoke Watergate when President Nixon's terrible crimes, domestic and international, were ignored, while elite opinion agonized over the attack on the foundations of the Republic, thankfully overcome in a stunning vindication of our constitutional system, according to famed liberal historian Henry Steele Commager. What was the attack? A break-in at the Democratic Party headquarters by some thugs organized by Nixon. That's half of the U.S. system of political power, which doesn't take such offenses lightly. Turning to today, the prime charge so far is the abuse of presidential power to implicate a leading figure of the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, in some concocted scandal, Ukraine-gate. Does that suggest some conclusions about what matters to elite opinion? One final question. Much has been written about the resurgence of democratic socialism in the United States. Do you see such a resurgence, or are people confusing traditional social democratic ideas with democratic socialism? I'm not sure how helpful the categories are. There are a variety of serious concerns that are engaging substantial sectors of the population, mostly young people. Some have to do with existential crises. The September climate strike brought many millions to the streets, just one phase of ongoing activism. Others cover a wide range of critical issues, including the scandalous healthcare system, a society in which 0.1% hold over 20% of wealth while half the population has negative net worth, and homeless people try to survive amidst fabulous luxury, and numerous other social ills. There are also promising efforts to develop cooperatives and worker-owned enterprises that challenge fundamental hierarchic structure more directly. That's a bare sample of considerable ferment that could open the way to a much more free and just social order if imminent looming catastrophe can be overcome. Coup attempt hit closer to centers of power than Hitler's 1923 putsch. C.J. Polychronua, Noam, you had been warning all along of a potential coup in the event that Trump would lose the 2020 election. In this context, are you surprised at all by what took place on Capitol Hill on the Electoral College vote count? Noam Chomsky, surprised, yes. I'd expected a strong reaction from Trump's voting base, raised to a fever pitch by his latest antics. But hadn't expected the attempted coup to reach this level of violence, and I suspect most of the participants didn't either. Many seemed to have been caught up in the excitement of the moment when the leaders of the crowd surged into the hated Capitol to drive out the demons who were not just stealing the election but stealing their country from them, their white Christian country. That it was an attempted coup is not in question. It was openly and proudly proclaimed as just that. It was an attempt to overturn an elected government. That's a coup. True. What was attempted was not the kind of coup regularly backed by Washington in its dependencies, a military takeover with ample bloodshed, torture, disappearance. But, nevertheless, it was an attempted coup. True, the perpetrators regarded themselves as defending the legitimate government, but that's the norm, even for the most vicious and murderous coups, like the US-backed coup in Chile on the first 9/11, which was actually much worse in virtually every dimension than the second one, the one that we remember and commemorate. The first one is best forgotten on the principle of wrong agents, us, not some radical Islamic fundamentalists. The emotions of those attempting the capital coup were apparent. Belief that the election was stolen was plainly held with real fervor. And it is understandable among people who live in passionately pro-Trump areas where he is revered as their savior, and for some, even chosen by God, as he once declared. Many may scarcely have seen a Biden sign, or heard anything from Fox News or Rush Limbaugh to suggest some possible flaw in their beliefs. In some respects, these beliefs are not as bizarre as they may look at first. A shift of tens of thousands of votes in a few counties might have swung the election the other way in a deeply undemocratic system such as ours, where 7 million votes can be swept aside along with an unknown number of others eliminated by purging, gerrymandering, and the many other devices that have been devised to steal the election from the wrong people, effectively authorized by the Supreme Court in its shameful 2013 decision nullifying the Voting Rights Act, Shelby County v. Holder. As we've discussed before, the malevolent figure in charge deserves credit for his talent in tapping the poisonous streams that run not far below the surface of American society, with sources that are deep in U.S. history and culture. I have to say that I was also surprised by the quick reaction of those who own the country and have a large share of responsibility for the malaise that broke forth on January 6. In no small part, it is a consequence of the neoliberal assault since Ronald Reagan, amplified by his successors, that has devastated the rural areas that are the homes of many who stormed the Capitol. Those who hold the levers of the private power that dominates the society and political system never liked Trump's behavior, which harmed the image they project as humanists dedicated to the common good. But they were willing to tolerate the vulgar performance as long as Trump and his accomplices delivered the goods, lining their pockets by robbing the public. And that they did. The transfer of wealth from the lower 90% to the ultra-rich since Reagan opened the doors for highway robbery reaches almost $50 trillion, according to a recent Rand Corporation study. No one can place numbers on the vastly greater cost of environmental destruction that was a high priority of the Trump-McConnell years of service to the very rich and corporate sector. But January 6 was apparently too much, and the marching orders were delivered swiftly by the big guns. One has to have some sympathy for the legislators caught between powerful contending forces. On the one hand, they see the angry hordes whipped to a frenzy by Trump's performances, and still in his pocket, poised to wreak vengeance on those who betray their leader. And on the other hand, looking down on them from above, are the captains of finance and industry who fund their elections and dangle before them many other privileges to keep them in line. How many members of Congress leave office to become truck drivers or secretaries? The dilemma is particularly harsh for senators, who are more reliant on the large donors. And their defection from the ranks of obsequious Trump loyalists has been somewhat greater. Apparently, D.C. Council members had been briefed by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that Donald Trump might invoke the Insurrection Act to seize control of the city police, but did not expect an attack on the Capitol itself. In your own view, what explains the enormous security failures that led to the Capitol siege, and do the events of January 6, 2021, qualify as a putsch? An attempted putsch, though the connotations of the term putsch may be too strong. The events reminded many, including historians of fascism, of Hitler's failed beer hall putsch of 1923, which actually did not so easily penetrate the centers of power as the attempted coup of January 6. The reasons for the security failures are being debated. I have no special insight. Black members of the Capitol Police, who showed great courage, along with many of their white colleagues, have charged for years that the force has been infiltrated with white supremacists. There may have been some collusion, and possibly serious corruption higher up the chain of command. If Trump incited an insurrection against elected officials of the U.S. government, is it enough that he has been impeached again? Shouldn't he be facing sedition charges since inciting an insurrection against the government is a criminal act under Title 18 of the U.S. Code? I presume the Joint Chiefs of Staff chose their words carefully in their message on the violent riot on January 6, a direct assault on the U.S. Congress, the Capitol building, and our constitutional process, an act of violence, sedition, and insurrection. They surely considered the fact that incitement to sedition and insurrection carries a heavy prison sentence. I presume that they also weighed the evidence that such incitement took place from the Oval Office. Many questions arise about how to pursue such barely concealed charges, but we should be careful to avoid the Watergate trap. The Nixon impeachment procedures were initiated by Massachusetts Rep. Robert Drinan S.J., charging him with the bombing of Cambodia, a truly monstrous crime, of Nuremberg trial caliber. That charge was struck down by Congress. The prime charge against Nixon was that he organized thugs to invade one of two seats of political power in the country, the Democratic Party headquarters. This attack on the foundations of the Republic was overcome in a stunning vindication of our constitutional system, famed liberal historian Henry Steele Commager. In short, the powerful can rise to their own defense. The victims of truly monstrous crimes can look elsewhere for recourse. Maybe history, with luck. Incitement of an attempted coup is no laughing matter, but it scarcely weighs in the balance against a dedicated effort to destroy the environment that sustains life on Earth or demolition of the arms control regime that mitigates the threat of nuclear war. Do you believe that Trump is finished as a political figure? Or, to put the question slightly differently, was the Washington Putsch of January 6, 2021, the beginning of the end of the rise of Trumpism? Far from it. Whether Trump will survive the error of judgment that turned major power centers against him is unclear. He may well do so. The voting base of the party seems to remain loyal, maybe with even greater fervor after this attack on their hero by the deep state. Local officials too. He was cheered on his visit to the Republican National Committee the day after the Capitol riot. He has other resources. Whatever the fate of the individual, Trumpism will not be so easily contained. Its roots are deep. The anger and resentment raised to a frenzy by this talented con man is not limited to the US. The $50 trillion robbery is only the icing on the cake of the neoliberal disaster, which itself is built on foundations of deep injustice and repression. We are not out of the woods, by far. Trump has revealed the extreme fragility of American democracy. C.J. Policromou, U.S. election officials have declared the 2020 election the most secure in American history. Yet, the Trump campaign continues to mount legal challenges to the electoral process, pushing outrageous falsehoods, while Rudy Giuliani has gone so far as to make outlandish claims of a vast global conspiracy to steal the election from the great leader. In your view, what is really behind Trump's legal challenges? Noam Chomsky, speculation of course, but I'll indulge in a bad dream which could become reality if we are not on guard, and if we fail to recognize that elections should be a brief interlude in a life of engaged activism, not a time to go home and leave matters in the hands of the victors. I suspect that Trump and associates regard their legal challenges as a success in what seems a plausible strategy: keep the pot boiling and keep the loyal base at fever pitch, furious about the stolen election and the efforts of the insidious elites and the deep state to remove their savior from office. That strategy seems to be working well. According to recent polls, 3/4, 77%, of Trump backers say Biden's win was due to fraud, and the anger among Trump's base is tied to a belief that the election was stolen. Rejection of the legal challenges with ridicule may please liberal circles, but for the base, it may be simply more proof of the Trump thesis: the hated elites will stop at nothing in their machinations. Meanwhile, this strategy requires keeping the wrecking ball Trump symbol actively at work. Do nothing to deal with the pandemic, even delay in providing data to Biden's team while a top nurses union warns of catastrophic death in the growing chaos, while our hospitals are knowingly still not prepared and the government is on vacation. Viewed through the lens of this vile strategy, if the pandemic gets worse, so much the better. Then local officials will try to impose restrictions and even lockdowns to control patriotic Americans in line with the plans of the supposed communist-run deep state, leading to economic harm and intrusions on normal life. Meanwhile, Trump and his associates could abandon other normal governmental activities so that when Biden establishes what they describe as a fake government on Inauguration Day, the immediate problems will be severe and failure likely. On that day, which will live in infamy among the faithful, Trump might set up what he claims is an authentic government in Mar-a-Lago, with Mitch McConnell's Senate in his pocket and a furious popular base. The next step would be to make the country ungovernable, a specialty that McConnell has been perfecting for a decade and that an accomplished demagogue like Trump can manage reflexively. Everything that goes wrong can be blamed on the treacherous elites. Trump and associates might, as some have speculated, set up an alternative media empire, incorporating talk radio and other far-right outlets, but perhaps not Fox, which has shown occasional signs of disobedience. Then they could come roaring back into power in 2022 to 2024, feeding on growing discontent. They would then be free to destroy the environment with abandon and maximize short-term profit for their primary constituency, impose discipline on what remains of government, tame the media, institute harsh authoritarian measures elsewhere, and continue with their abject service to their masters, the real elites, the very rich and the corporate sector, the decision makers, as recent academic research once again establishes very clearly. It's of no little interest that we have to turn to the world's leading business journal, the very respectable London Financial Times, to read some elementary truths about what could once claim to be a leading democracy. Anyone with a pulse, Financial Times associate editor Rana Foroohar writes, knows that in the US today the system is rigged in favor of the wealthy and powerful. Foroohar adds, one particularly illuminating paper just cited found that considering the opinions of anyone outside that top 10%er was a far less accurate predictor of what happened to government policy. The numbers showed that, not only do ordinary citizens not have uniquely substantial power over policy decisions, they have little or no independent influence on policy at all. We have had decades of legislative tweaks to everything from tax policy to corporate governance and accounting standards that have favored capital over labor. Supreme Court decisions such as the Citizens United case have also dramatically increased the amount of money funneled into political campaigning. This has left the nature of America's political economy perilously close to an oligopoly. If the Trump strategy is anything like the speculation outlined above, the prevailing oligopoly might look like a fond memory. Anger and contempt for elites is not a mistake, even if the real elites are effectively concealed by the propaganda machine. The masters do not much like Trump. His vulgar antics undermine their preferred image as humane and benign figures who labor tirelessly for the common good, directing soulful corporations, trustworthy guardians in whose hands our future is safe. But they may find it hard to fault someone whose major legislative achievement is a tax scam designed to enrich the very rich while imposing a heavier tax burden on the undeserving, and unwitting, majority. Trump's hopes for denying a Biden election win lie with a legislative revolt that is, by overturning the certification process. Experts indicate that such an outcome has a very slim chance of taking place, yet the fact that it is even considered as a possibility surely reveals something utterly problematic about the way democracy functions in the United States. Can you share your views with us on this matter, and discuss what it would take to make the democratic process in the US actually democratic? Whatever the validity of my speculation about the goals and success of the Trump strategy, the whole election reveals the extreme fragility of American democracy. It is amazing enough that someone whose malevolent decision to provoke an out-of-control pandemic has just killed tens of thousands of Americans can even run for office, even carry much of the country with him, and that the political party that virtually shines his shoes can win a resounding victory at every level apart from the White House. That's putting aside Trump's major achievements, driving to near-term environmental catastrophe and sharply increasing the threat of terminal war, crimes that scarcely registered in the electoral process. Trump's rejection of the election results is just the coda to his quite impressive campaign to accomplish an authoritarian takeover, with the executive purged while his close associate Mitch McConnell converts the Senate into a joke, functioning almost entirely to enrich the rich and stack the judiciary with young, far-right justices whose task will be to impose the ultra-reactionary Trump-McConnell agenda for a generation. But that is only the icing on the cake. Foroohar of the Financial Times, whom I quoted earlier, is quite right that the malaise cuts far deeper. It traces back as far as the constitutional order, which was established on the principle that those who own the country ought to govern it, first Chief Justice John Jay, and that a prime duty of government is to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority, leading framer James Madison. Hard struggles ensued to overturn the framers' coup against democracy. The title of the gold standard of scholarship on the framing of the Constitution, by Michael Klarman. There have been periods of progress and of regression. We have just endured 40 years of regression, the neoliberal regime, a bitter assault against democracy and on the kind of society that can sustain it. An estimate of the monetary cost to the general population was recently given by the Rand Corporation, $47 trillion transferred from the working and middle classes, 90% of the population, to the super-rich. The top 0.1% doubled their share of wealth to 20% of the total since Ronald Reagan. The Rand figures are a considerable underestimate. Tens of trillions more were transferred after Reagan opened the spigots for tax havens, shell companies, and other devices to rob the public. More were developed under Clinton's deregulatory mania. Reagan and his partner Margaret Thatcher moved at once to undermine the labor movement, setting in motion the campaigns to deprive working people of the primary means to resist the assault. The serious decline of functioning democracy is a virtual corollary of the radical concentration of wealth and dispatch of much of the general population to stagnation and precarity. There is no need to review the rest of the sordid story once again. But it is important to remember the deep roots of the undemocratic structure of the government. In the 18th century, despite the framers' coup, the U.S. Constitution was an important step toward democracy, so much so that the great statesmen of Europe invoked the venerable domino theory. They feared that the pernicious doctrines of republicanism and popular self-rule spread by the apostles of sedition who had freed themselves from Britain's grip might encourage similar vicious principles beyond. That was then. A lot has happened in 250 years. If the US were to apply for membership in the European Union today, it would probably be rejected. The radically undemocratic character of the Senate would be sufficient reason. There is surely something a little odd about the respected doctrine of originalism, holding that we should be bound by the ideas of a group of wealthy white slave owners 250 years ago, even putting aside the cynical ways originalist and textualist doctrines are often applied in practice. Even without Trump, the United States would still be facing a severe constitutional crisis. But that is only a fraction of the problem. Democracy is at best a fragile reed when people spend most of their waking lives under the rule of a master with virtually absolute power. That was understood very well by working people in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, who struggled hard against this attack on their fundamental rights and personal dignity. They also expressed their concern that a day might come when wage slaves will so far forget what is due to manhood as to glory in a system forced on them by their necessity and in opposition to their feelings of independence and self-respect, a day they hoped would be far distant. Thoughts worth contemplating. Millions of Trump supporters seem to believe that their leader actually won the election. In fact, there have even been signs claiming, "World knows Trump won." In light of this, it seems to me that the contemporary United States is not simply a divided and polarized nation on political and ideological issues alone, but that we also have alternative epistemologies in operation. One segment of the population believes in actual facts and relies on science for an explanation of the world, while another segment of the citizenry is under the spell of falsehoods, disinformation, and deception. How do you explain this peculiar phenomenon, especially since we are talking about a very rich and technologically advanced country? A little caution is needed here. This is the country of the Scopes trial. When I was a student at an Ivy League college, lectures on the theory of evolution were introduced with the professor's warning that you don't have to believe this, but it's important to know what some people think. Today, both Protestants and Catholics are considerably more likely to say evolution was guided or allowed by God than they are to say that humans evolved due to processes such as natural selection, or to say that humans have always existed in their present form. Over 40% of Americans expect the second coming by mid-century, while over 80% of the population believe in miracles. In some ways, we're not that far from centuries ago. It's also important to consider the devastating impact of the neoliberal regime on much of the country, with particular severity in rural areas that were also major centers of manufacturing. After steady growth for many years, employment in manufacturing declined from its 1979 peak of almost 20 million to under 13 million 40 years later. The decline was in large part the result of policy choices, bipartisan investor rights agreements, mislabeled free trade agreements, which provided unparalleled protection and other rights to corporate power while setting working people in competition with the most poorly paid and repressed workers in the world. That has been a large factor in the devastation of rural America, towns depopulated or abandoned, no jobs or hospitals or other services, general malaise, and a justified sense of having been abandoned. That's hardly conducive to participation in the most advanced sectors of global culture. The sources of the divide you mention are complex. The split, however, is very real. And it has major impacts. Right now, the country is in the grip of a severe pandemic. It was understood by scientists in 2003, after containment of the SARS epidemic, that another coronavirus was likely. The cultural divide soon emerged. When Obama took office in 2009, one of his first acts was to convene the President's Scientific Advisory Council to request them to provide a pandemic response plan. They did. It was implemented, and remained in force until January 2017, when one of Trump's first acts was to dismantle it, opening the most anti-science administration in modern history, with consequences that we have seen on many fronts and with effects on popular culture. The conflict of epistemologies is real. It is no simple matter to explain or to deal with it. The future will depend substantially on how the conflict is resolved. One way or another, Trump will leave office soon. But the question that still lingers in the air is whether Trumpism will also be gone. In your view, is there Trumpism without Trump? Returning to my original speculation, I think both Trump and Trumpism will remain with us for a long time, both the individual himself and the poisonous currents he has unleashed. These poisons may be virulent enough to bring civilization to a horrifying end. There are workable solutions to the crises that humans face in this uniquely dangerous moment of human history. What happens within the most powerful country in human history cannot fail to have an overwhelming impact on what eventuates an impact even on survival of human society in any recognizable form. Voting is not the end of our work. It's only the beginning. C.J. Policromou, although Biden has won the election, the Democrats failed to materialize a blue wave landslide, and it is clear we will continue to deal with large-scale Trumpism. Given that you were extremely skeptical of the polls from day one, what do you think contributed to the massive turnout for Trump, even as Biden saw an even more massive turnout? Or, to phrase the question differently, why is nearly half the country continuing to support a dangerous charlatan leader with such a feverish passion? Noam Chomsky, the very fact that someone could be considered a serious candidate after just having killed tens if not hundreds of thousands of Americans through a disastrous response to COVID-19 is an extraordinary victory for Trump and a defeat for the country, for the world, and for hopes for a decent future. Some of Trump's victories are very revealing. A report on NPR discussed his victory in a solid Democratic county on the Texas-Mexico border with many poor Latinos that hadn't voted Republican for a century, since Harding. The NPR analyst attributes Biden's loss to his famous gaffe in the last debate, in which he said that we have to act to save human society from destruction in the not very distant future. Not his words, of course, but that's the meaning of his statement. that we have to make moves to transition away from fossil fuels, which are central to the regional economy. Whether that's the reason for the radical shift, or whether it's attributable to another of the colossal democratic organizing failures, the fact that the outcome is attributed to the gaffe is itself indicative of the rot in the dominant culture. In the US, it is considered a serious gaffe to dare to hint that we have to act to avoid a cataclysm. Poor working people in the border area are not voting for the predictable consequences of Trump's race toward cataclysm. They may simply be skeptical about what science predicts. 60% of conservative Republicans, 35% of moderate Republicans, believe that humans are contributing not too much/not at all to global warming. A poll reported in Science found that only 20% of Republicans trust scientists a lot, to do what is right for the country. Why then believe the dire predictions? These, after all, are the messages pounded into their heads daily by the White House and its media echo chamber. South Texan working people may not be ready to sacrifice their lives and communities today on the basis of claims in elite circles that they are instructed not to trust. These tendencies cannot be blamed solely on Trump's malevolence. They trace back to the failure of the Democratic Party to bring to the public a serious program to fend off environmental catastrophe while also improving lives and work, not because such programs don't exist, they do. But because they don't appeal to the donor-oriented Clintonite neoliberals who run the Democratic Party. There's more. Trump has shown political genius in tapping the poisonous currents that run right below the surface of American society. He has skillfully nourished and amplified the currents of white supremacy, racism, and xenophobia that have deep roots in American history and culture, now exacerbated by fear that they will take over our country with its shrinking white majority. And the concerns are deep. A careful study by political scientist Larry Bartels reveals that Republicans feel that the traditional American way of life is disappearing so fast that we may have to use force to save it, and more than 40% agree that a time will come when patriotic Americans have to take the law into their own hands. Trump has also skillfully tapped reservoirs of anger and economic resentment among the working and middle classes who have been subjected to the bipartisan neoliberal assault of the last 40 years. If they feel that they have been robbed, they have good reason. The Rand Corporation recently estimated transfer of wealth from the lower 90% to the very rich during the 4 neoliberal decades, $47 trillion, not small change. Looking more closely, the transfer was primarily to a small fraction of the very rich. Since Reagan, the top 0.1% has doubled their share of the country's wealth to an astonishing 20%. These outcomes are not the result of principles of economics or laws of history but of deliberate policy decisions. If decisions are shifted from government, government is the problem, as Reagan claimed, they do not disappear. They are placed in the hands of the corporate sector, which must be guided solely by greed, per neoliberal economic guru Milton Friedman. With such guidelines in place, results are not hard to anticipate. On top of the near $50 trillion train robbery, the international economy, globalization, has been structured to set American working people in competition with those in low-wage countries with no workers' rights, while the very rich are granted protection from market forces, by exorbitant patent rights, to take one example. Again, the effects of this bipartisan enterprise are not a surprise. Less educated workers may not know the details or understand the mechanisms that have been designed to undermine their lives, but they see the outcomes. The Democrats offer them nothing. They long ago abandoned the working class and have been full collaborators in the racket. Trump in fact harms workers even more than the opposition, but he excoriates elites while slavishly serving the super-rich and corporate sector, as his legislative program and executive orders amply demonstrate. Apart from almost daily steps to chip away at the environment that sustains life and to pack the judiciary top to bottom with far-right young lawyers, the main achievement of the Trump-McConnell administration has been the tax scam of 2017, a delayed tax increase dressed up as a tax cut, economist Joseph Stiglitz explains. The Trump administration has a dirty little secret: it's not just planning to increase taxes on most Americans. The increase has already been signed, sealed, and delivered, buried in the pages of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The law was carefully designed to lower taxes initially so as to hoodwink Americans to think their taxes were being reduced, but with mechanisms to ensure that tax increases would affect nearly everyone but people at the top of the economic hierarchy. All taxpayer income groups with incomes of $75,000 and under, that's about 65% of taxpayers, will face a higher tax rate in 2021 than in 2019. It's the same device that the George W. Bush Republicans used to sell their 2001 tax cut for the rich. What happens if Trump refuses to accept a Biden victory and seeks to settle the matter in the Supreme Court? And when corporate lawyers and the militias end up doing their thing, is it even remotely possible that the country could end up under martial law? My uneducated guess is that it won't come to that, but it's a speculation with little basis or credibility. Trump has strong reasons, maybe even his personal future, to hold on to office by any possible means. We are not in the days of Richard Nixon, who had good reasons to question the legitimacy of the vote he lost in 1960, but had the decency to put the welfare of the country above his personal ambitions. Not Donald Trump. And the organization that grovels at his feet is not the political party of 60 years ago. Trump still has 2 months to wield the wrecking ball that has already diminished the United States, harmed the world, and severely threatened the future. His penchant for wrecking everything he did not create, whatever the cost, is hard to miss. He might decide to go for broke. What are the next steps for the left? For the left, elections are a brief interlude in a life of real politics, a moment to ask whether it's worth taking time off to vote, typically against. In 2020, the choice was transparent, for reasons not worth reviewing. Then back to work. Once Trump is fully removed, the work will be to move forward to construct the better world that is within reach.